skin for skin. Sit for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now
Hello everyone and welcome to round 2 of the 2023 European Club Cup held in Durres, Albania. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni and I'm delighted to be joined again by Grandmaster David Howell. David, how are you doing?
Yeah, it's great to be here. We had a good day of chess yesterday, Fiona. It felt like the warm-up to what's going to be an exciting race for the European titles. We had a lot of top-rated teams against underdogs yesterday. Not that many surprises, but yeah, today a lot more top players are in action.
Absolutely. Today, a certain Magnus Carlsen enters the fray. His team, as you mentioned yesterday, quite big rating differences between the teams. We can maybe take a quick look at yesterday's results, what happened on the top boards, but yeah, spoiler alert, we didn't see too many surprises.
That's right. We can see, for example, 3 of the top 4 boards in the open section were decided with a 6-0 scoreline. A few 5.5 to half scorelines there as well. No big surprises, and yeah, some individual results that players will be proud of, especially for the underdog team. Some draws here and there, but I think we'll see more closer matches today, Fiona.
Absolutely. So those were the results from round 1. We can take a quick look as the round is about to get underway at the round 2 pairings. So the top teams will all be on those live boards. We'll be able to follow them today. So in today's round 2, we see, for example, the top seed Super Chess is taking on a team from Sweden. Magnus's Offerspiel is taking on a team that you know well, Wood Green from England, and so on and so forth. So maybe we can pull up those pairings a bit later on. I think for now we're probably going to go back into the playing hall where the round is going to get started. So there you see those top 10 pairings that we'll be keeping a close eye on today.
Yeah, definitely things will be closer. Some big teams, some big individual clashes ahead, and there we see a spectator in the playing hall, very kindly standing in front of the camera for us. But yeah, of course, the games will get going any moment now, just some ceremonial first moves, and we see a glimpse, just a glimpse of Magnus Carlsen there on the side, on the left.
Magnus Carlsen wearing the trademarked Offerspiel team uniforms. The handshake was slightly hidden, but I think the games have just gotten underway. Magnus Carlsen today is playing against Ravi Haria, who was your teammate on Team England.
Yeah, I must admit, we will be focusing a lot on this game. Firstly, it is Magnus Carlsen, and secondly, Wood Green, the team he's playing against. I've actually played for them myself for a few years. Ravi Haria, a good friend. 2 good friends in this game. And
yes.
yeah, I'm expecting a lot of clashes between young players, some exciting chess.
Big shout out to Loz Cooper, the Wood Green captain, who is not here in Albania, but I know he's watching us. So Loz, greetings and best of luck to your team today against the mighty Offerspiel. And there we see the top seeds on the left-hand side. Interestingly, Super Chess have gone with the same strategy as yesterday, still resting the top 2 players, Vishy, Anand and Richard Report.
Yeah, exactly same lineup for the top seed Super Chess here. Maybe just trying to get, well, I was going to say they're lower rated players. They're all Super Grandmasters in this team, but trying to get everyone warmed up before the real stars do enter the action.
Also in that way, the colors don't get messed with. So I think it's a strategy that they employed last year as well. We'll see if it works out better for them. They are chasing their first European title. We see their captain Ivan Sokolov on the left-hand side. I guess he's the man who's calling those shots, deciding who to put in and who to rest.
Yeah, which 2,700 rated player do you want to put into your team? It's a dilemma, but that's why he's been chosen. Ivan, a great captain, of course, very successful one.
Absolutely. Do we have moves already?
I believe we do. We're just in the opening phases, just 2 or 3 moves in on most boards. And yeah, I think we'll start with the open section before moving to the women's section a bit later, where there are also some big clashes. Should we start with Super Bet while they're on camera, Fiona?
Absolutely, let's do it. So the top seeds taking on SK Rokaden from Sweden. On first board, one of Sweden's grandmasters, Erik Blomqvist, very experienced player, taking on Bogdan Dejac.
Yeah, and this one only 2 moves in. The Sicilian defense. Bogdan Daniel Dejac yesterday, he did have a bit of a tough game, but he got there eventually after some ups and downs. He likes to spend a lot of time on the clock, so thinking on move 2. Yeah, Not
Not
sure what
too
else.
much to say for now.
Not too much here I can impart.
I guess we'll come back to this one in a short while. For now, let's move on to board 2, where Jordan van Forees is playing against one of Sweden's up-and-coming players, international master Jung-Min Seo.
Yeah, and not a Sicilian this time. It's likely to transpose into the Queen's Indian, black with his pawn push. Just getting ready to fianchetto a bishop on a nice long diagonal, and Jordan, who I know was playing blitz into the early hours last
Did you
night.
say another Sicilian?
No, I said it's not a... Well,
Not another. I was like, okay,
I hope.
I need to learn some openings.
yeah, I don't know what this is called, Fiona. That's why I... no, but it is likely to transpose after this move to the Queen's Indian defense. Sorry if I did say that.
No,
Tricked
no,
you.
you didn't. I probably just misheard. I was wondering, is he saying it's a Sicilian with color is reversed? The black is going E5? Never mind. Probably just a hearing problem. Old age.
We all experience that, Fiona. I'm expecting black's bishop now to develop to B7 or A6, and still very well-known territory, of course, which will be the case for a lot of the top games. In the first 15-20 minutes, we're used to that until the players leave their opening preparation.
Absolutely. So let's move on to board 3, Edwin Trost against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, and this one is a Sicilian.
Another Sicilian.
This one, a open Sicilian. We've just had a few moves. White here, just bringing the knight out, and playing d4 shows his ambition. I will say Edwin Trost, I didn't know him too well until the last 12 months or so. I sat in on a training session with the Offerspiel team, actually, and he was there. He's very ambitious, very tactically sharp. And against Vladimir Fedoseev, he will need to be. But open Sicilians, we love to see them. We can't complain.
Absolutely. This is yet to be decided exactly what kind of Sicilian we'll see. We'll come back to it as it is at the top match after all, so we'll be keeping a close eye. So we're going to move on for now to board 4, where Kirill Shevchenko is taking on Jonas Bachhagen.
Yeah, and I don't think Kirill's at the board right now. He has... It looks like he's gone for the moment, but...
He's made a few moves, so he has arrived.
So it did start, let's just backtrack to the beginning, it did start as a Reti opening, but a very flexible Reti, and here challenging the center now with white. This is a temporary pawn sacrifice, but if black takes this pawn, it's likely to lead to some forcing variations. This would be the most ambitious move. Black can, of course, just bring the bishop out to various squares with a rock-solid formation as well. And we're still some underdogs in this battle, Fiona, but I think we'll see some much closer scorelines today.
What do you think? Super Chess yesterday, they won 6-0. Do you think they'll manage to do the same today?
No.
No.
I'll call it now. I don't think we'll see many 6-0 scorelines for the rest of the tournament. Probably I'll eat my words. How about you?
Yeah, I feel that this Swedish team has a lot of young talent in their ranks, especially Jung-Min Seo, Edwin Trost that we already talked about. I have to say the players from the last 3 boards I'm not too familiar with, but they are all rated between 2350 on the bottom 2 boards all the way up to 2500, so the rating gaps are a lot closer than yesterday.
They are, and another player we saw a bit earlier, Erik Blomqvist on board 1, rock solid with white, very rarely loses with the white pieces, so despite being outrated, these players will have a chance. And player we do see closest to the camera on the left side there, Nisipianu with the black pieces, very strong grandmaster, and he's played some very quick moves here in the early stages against the Italian game. Let's just do a quick rerun, and I'm going to give you a quiz question, Fiona. Here,
I love quiz questions, especially chess-themed ones.
Especially chess-themed. It is chess-themed. And a quick question for everyone at home. Here, black plays knight f6, still a very well-known variation of the Italian. And firstly, black is playing king h8. Here, one of the most typical moves for white would be to play a5. Black could play a6, for example, and I'll just put a few moves on the board. Black's main idea with king h8 is to actually get the knight out the way to play f5, and I'm just going to give you a quiz question here. What is white's best move in this position? Oh, I'm being a bit mean here, sorry.
Yeah, at least I'm glad to see, the engine bar hasn't shut up all the way, that I'm not missing something obvious.
It hasn't.
White's best move in this position, knight g5 maybe.
Yeah, and actually there's a big trap, and Nisipianu is well known to be strong in the opening, but he does take big chances, and this is one that I fell for a few times when I was young as black, after knight takes knight.
But this is on the knight g5 was on the board, yeah?
Oh, not quite yet,
Oh,
but
no,
they're
no,
heading
no,
in this
no.
direction.
Okay.
Actually, that we're just 2 moves away now.
Yeah.
We see the live board on the right hand of your picture there, and white has played h3, so clearly white knows what he's doing. If black retreats the knight to g8, we might even get this position. And okay, this is the quiz position. White's
Probably
best move.
queen in.
Knight takes d5, black's last move.
I was gonna
Threatening
say
bishop takes
queen
knight.
h5, but no, then you just take and retreat.
Yeah, queen h5, black can take this knight. White has a very strong move, giving a big, big advantage, and I've fallen for this
Knight
myself.
takes h7.
Yeah, knight takes h7, so watch out for this trick. This is because the black king can take the knight, but suddenly check, another check, and disaster for black. Here, I think you just have to give up a pawn after knight takes h7. At some point, you have to play maybe even knight f4 in this position, but it's yeah, a bit of an opening disaster. So Nisipianu, okay, he's pausing right now. If we go back to the live board, and if he does play knight g8, then maybe some tricks ahead, which he has done.
And he just did. I was going to say it's an opening trap that I wasn't familiar with, so I'm very curious to see what is going to happen here.
And white instantly, Kenneth Koch here playing knight c3. He's getting ready to play knight d5. I think we'll have to keep half an eye on this one, just in case Nisipianu walks into some deep opening preparation.
Yeah. I'm sure their captain, Ivan Sokolov, I don't know actually how it works in these super teams. I'm very curious, you know, does Ivan check in with all the players on the team in the morning? I have my experience, you know, from playing on team events for Team Luxembourg. Yes, we all go to our captain, to our coach, we all get prepared, but these super GMs, I don't know. How does it work, for example, Team England at the Olympiad?
We all have different ways of approaching things, and I think that's the tricky job of being a coach, a captain. Some players want you to be there, be quite hands-on, help you choose their openings. Some players just want you to kind of back off and do their own thing. I'm one of those kind of on the latter group. I just want, you know, to
do your own thing.
Yeah, to have some autonomy in terms of choosing the opening, planning the strategy. I have found when there have been coaches who've interfered in the past, I feel a lot of pressure, even if especially if I play their opening, to justify that. And the more input you have, the more you kind of feel the need to back it up. And I think someone like Ivan, he's so experienced, especially working with these younger players in Iran, in Uzbekistan. So he's maybe got that hands-on approach, but with someone like Nisipianu, a slightly older player, more experienced.
Ivan, by the way, who now lives in Bucharest and works for Super Chess, I think more or less full-time. So some of these players, I know he's working with Shevchenko, Deak. I think he was already working with Deak a bit before. So at least some of the players on the team, Ivan has a close relationship, chess relationship, which helps in these situations. They always know, of course, they can consult him, and I'm sure he's working very hard to make his team the European champions.
Yeah.
Is it on the board?
Yeah, the position with 95 on the board, and Nisipianu has slowed down. He hasn't spent that much time as black, but he has invested a few minutes here. And if he does play the move knight to f6, which is maybe the most natural move in the position, then he might be in some big trouble. If I remember correctly, it's been a few years since I've looked at this, but black could play the move f4, for example. It looks very promising. You're closing things down, about to start pushing some pawns, but white's actually very quick to strike in the center, and white does, at least according to engines, have a pretty significant advantage.
Do you feel black has already gone slightly astray?
Yes, especially if he hasn't kind of played a few moves here quickly. It means that he's been caught cold. His opponent at least knows more. Just the speed with which the underdog here with white has been playing, it's impressive, and it looks like some deep preparation.
Okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on that one. For now, let's end our look at this top match with Lupulescu against Bato.
Yeah, and this one far more standard, far quieter for now. It's a Queen's Gambit declined, this pawn structure, especially when black plays c6, which will happen within the next few moves. The Carlsbad pawn structure, it arises from all sorts of openings. This is kind of mainline theory. For anyone curious at home, it did come from this move order. After trade of pawns, we do see one of the main lines of the Queen's Gambit declined. And I think the only question is whether white kind of puts a knight in f3, maybe even castles queenside, or goes for more kind of standard maneuvers with knight ge2 and castles kingside. But Lupulescu, yeah, he knows what he's doing, very well prepared.
I was going to say it might look surprising that Black has already spent so much time, but you talked yesterday about how wide Lupulescu's opening repertoire is. He plays so many things, so it can be very tough, especially when you're playing with the black pieces, to prepare against these players. So I think it makes sense that Black has spent a bit of time because he probably could not predict which opening was going to appear on the board today.
Yeah, and very flexible position for both sides, lots of different plans, so maybe just choosing which one. It's always a guessing game in the opening, right, Fiona? Just trying to dodge your opponent's preparation, but also finding something you're comfortable with. And h6 eventually played. This one, yeah, we'll come back to a bit later on.
It actually reminds me, since we were talking about Ivan Sokolov, I once played against Ivan in the Reykjavik Open with the black pieces. And I had to prepare, and I pulled up all of Ivan's white games, and I thought to myself,
no chance.
Where do I even begin? I mean, this guy has been playing forever. He plays everything. So a tough spot sometimes to prepare against these players. Now, shall we move on to Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. Magnus Carlsen has entered the fray, and after a day of rest yesterday, I think some nervy moments as well for Magnus, watching his team slightly struggle throughout most of the games, but eventually they did win 5.5 half. He decided, okay, they need a leader, and he has come in with white.
You mentioned you saw him play blitz last night. I saw him this morning at the beach playing football. So Magnus, he's having a great time in Albania, that's for sure. But let's see how he's getting on the board.
Yeah, he's really enjoying it here. Magnus, he's surrounded himself with a team of friends, which has kind of garnered this really positive team atmosphere. And we see him with white against Ravi Harrier, who's a well-known French defense player. So right now we see a very thematic pawn structure. Let's go from the beginning maybe, quickly here, Fiona. So we did see the French and the advanced variation against the French. Magnus usually in this position brings his knight out, or even sometimes captures on d5. So to see him to play the advanced variation shows he's done some specific
Is the French Ravi's main opening?
It's pretty much his only opening as Black against 1e4, and he's had a lot of success with it, Ravi. He kind of ducks and dives and chooses lots of different side variations to surprise his opponents. But Ravi, well prepared. He's actually released some books. He's a theoretician. Bishop d7, not necessarily one of Black's main moves. Usually the Black queen comes out to b6, or Black can play a move like f6 early. Now he captures on d4 very early on. Usually this is frowned upon because White's knight gets a nice square. And okay, just a6. I've got to admit, it looks really slow. What Black is doing here, a6 looks like a bit of a waiting move. It looks like, no, I'm not going to be too harsh about a6. I was going to say someone in the park who's just learnt the openings will play a move like a6. But
I'll not be too harsh, but I'll call him a park player anyway.
Love you, Ravi. He's a good friend, so I feel a bit better about that. Hopefully he doesn't kill me afterwards. But a6, it looks like a waiting move. I guess it's just asking Magnus, what are you doing next? And White does have this dilemma how to solve the tension against this pawn. The main idea behind a6, I think, if there is an idea, is that, for example, if White just makes a random move, Black's queen can now come out and hit this pawn. So it's attacked 3 times, and White's knight often tries to kick the queen away, but at least now you have a nice safe square and you can kind of continue your pressure on d4. So there's kind of a hidden idea. If Black had done this immediately, then the Black queen really doesn't have a great square to retreat to. So a6, yeah. Maybe I'll revise my opinion. Ravi's more of an expert than me, of course, in this opening.
He spent a little bit of time, but I think when you play Magnus Carlsen, you can be forgiven. I think there's a very good chance Ravi still knows what he is doing, but he's just taking some time to get into what must be the game of his life.
Game of his life. And Ravi, he's a fantastic player, of course, Grandmaster, still very young, but he hasn't played, as far as I know, a serious classical event since the Olympiad last year. So that's over, 14 months now, 13, 14 months. And imagine jumping in, you haven't played for over a year, barely studied, and you're playing Magnus Carlsen with Black. So it's understandable taking a few minutes in the early stages.
And we see the zoom in there on Ravi, deeply focused. Has Magnus made a move after a6? Now he's still thinking.
Yeah, I think the first surprise has been launched, and it's not so easy to prevent this threat. If White plays bishop d3, for example, you kind of lose the connection with the queen on d4, so there's no time to really eliminate this Black knight. knight takes d4 would be a safe pawn grab. And the one thing you really hesitate doing here with white is getting rid of this strong knight with your pawn. Pawn to g4 may be playable, but it feels like the white king here will be far too open. And Magnus has to time that really well. And it's not clear what other productive moves there are. Often a bishop lands on e3, but you have to weigh this one up as well. Black will just happily capture often, and maybe even try to bring a bishop out this direction a bit later on. No need to rush this, of course, but various ideas. Magnus deep in the tank now, thinking. Interesting, Fiona.
I see that Loz has now seen our comment from 15 minutes ago. Yesterday, we invited you to interact with us in the chat. What I'm saying now, you guys will see at home in 15 minutes. So we'll still try to interact, but we'll only be able to get back to your questions after 15 minutes, if that makes sense. We'll see them in real time, but you'll see our answers because of the 15-minute anti-cheating delay.
Yeah, that delay, I think it works. It's effective. It's not too much time, but unfortunately, it does mean that some of the questions might not be so time sensitive. But
you have to come to Albania and join us. There's plenty of space in this room. Unfortunately, right now, only 2 people here, but we're very happy to have you both with us today.
Our 2 favorite people in the world right now. Actually, I will admit, Fiona, so today I went into town. I went into Durres, the town centre, and I saw a group of slightly older gentlemen crowded around a chessboard. And I came to watch, and then suddenly one guy was like, "You're the commentator," and it was someone who was in the studio with us yesterday. He didn't know my name, didn't know anything about me, of course, but he recognized me because he was just a few meters.
And then
away
you
from
played
us.
with them.
And I played against him. Yeah, I played against a few of the park hustlers here in Albania, and I've got to say they were really strong. I would say average 2200 rating.
Wow.
I was given a scare. I really had to focus. But yeah, come and join us, everyone. Come to Albania.
Yeah, I mean, chess seems to be very popular here. It's great to see. It's my first time in Albania, but I am loving it. Not the last time. And I have to say, I'm not just saying that because I'm a commentator here, but all the feedback I've heard from the players, from people who are here, everyone is having a great time, and we've been so warmly welcomed. So it's really fantastic.
Yeah, so maybe we'll kind of leave Magnus's game on ice for now, and we'll come back a bit later. We see there some of the top boards of the women's section, but let's continue with the clash between Offerspiel and Wood Green. Wood Green, many time English champions. I think actually in the London Chess League they've won like 20 years in a row pretty much. So a very strong English team, now packed full of promising youngsters, and that's the case on board 2. Where Offerspiel have Raunak Sadhwani, a real prodigy from this Indian golden generation, but he's playing against Matthew Wadsworth, who's extremely dangerous, Fiona.
Absolutely. Matthew, I think he already has some GM norms, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, even though this is a 7-round event, IM and GM norms are still possible, so he'll certainly be looking to score one maybe here. Raunak had a big scare, as you mentioned, yesterday. Today is playing with black. What do you make of the position these players have gotten?
Yeah, let's jump into the chess and discuss the position, because Matthew Wadsworth, he's a very unorthodox player. For most of his career, he was playing the English Opening, and it felt like he was kind of freestyling, and that means he's a moving target. He's hard to prepare for, but often, the opening stage backfiring. I will admit, he beat me when he was, I think, 11 or 12 years old in a simul. So I've always known he's a dangerous player. He's always been on my radar. And okay, the game started as another Queen's Indian. We saw one earlier on. Very orthodox stuff until after rook to e1, a5, still in no position, suddenly h4. And Fiona, it's just a trend. In all sorts of position, h4 happens. I
mean, it's really the influence, I believe, of Alpha-0. I was going to ask you, actually, when we first jumped into the position, what is h4 about? h4, often we see when black has played g6, then it's very common that white throws the h1 off the board to get at that target. But in this case, what is the idea?
Yeah.
Slightly mysterious.
Very mysterious. I will admit, so at the recent World Cup just a couple of months ago, I was talking to Magnus about openings. I was like, my opening repertoire, it's a bit stale. I don't have any fresh ideas. And he was like, and I said I didn't have anything in the mainline Catalan. And he was like, why don't you play this h4 idea? And it's not a Catalan here, it's the Queen's Indian, but very similar pawn structure, similar kind of themes. And he was like, oh, h4, there's multiple ideas. Firstly, a knight g5 idea, it's not on the cards right now. Maybe just to be able to show this, how would I illustrate this? Here, black has a nice move, bishop to e4, but often playing the move knight to g5 is actually a threat. Okay, h6 isn't a great one. Let's say knight back to e8. Now knight g5 would be winning because there's a threat against the bishop, and this knight is protected as well, threatening queen takes h7 checkmate. So for example, you do have time to capture, and next move, take this bishop, you'll be winning material. Sometimes it's useful here, and often if the knight ever disappears, for example, knight to e4, you do have this idea again of knight to g5, and due to the pin, due to the fact you're protecting this knight, it can be a bit tricky for black. And often preempting just a pawn attack. G4 is hard to get on the board, but if you ever get it, can be quite promising. I think there's lots of small ideas. It's also a useful waiting move, just waiting to see how black decides to fix the pawn structure in the center before continuing the game. Final point of this.
No, but I think it's very interesting, actually.
Yeah, after a capture in the center, Magnus was like, oh, often you have this sneaky move knight to h2. And I was like, really? And I was like, what's the point here? And simply the fact that you're pinning, next move you will recapture on d5 with a slightly superior pawn structure. And for example, something like this, white is actually ready to play e4, g4, f4, throw all the pawns forward.
And that is how you grind like a grandmaster.
Yeah, or it's how you just surprise your opponent in the opening. And okay, enough of the opening lecture here. I mean, I'm just basically repeating something I was told without checking it myself. But
I think we can trust Magnus.
I think we can trust him. And sorry, Magnus, for revealing some opening secrets. I think it's actually known now that
when Magnus goes back to his room tonight and rewatches the whole 5-hour show, he'll be like, I can't believe David shared this.
Unfriend. Meanwhile, there have been a couple of moves after h4, a bit of a waiting move, black plays h6, just ruling out a lot of these knight g5 jumps. And after knight c3, bishop to b4 with a pin. So losing a bit of time here, black, developing this bishop once and then twice, but threatening to wreck the white pawn structure. Matthew Wadsworth thinking here, the normal move, or kind of the typical idea would be to recapture with a piece. But yeah, I guess black might at some point just push the pawn to d6, take on c3 later, put a knight on e4, and just very standard strategic play. Okay,
so early doors here, we see Matthew is spending a bit of time, so we're going to move on to now to board 3, where Arian-Tauri is playing against another English up-and-coming player, Jonah Willow.
Yeah, and another Sicilian. We've seen a lot of those, which is fantastic. It really went out of fashion for a while. I think I was commentating on too many level events, too many Berlins. Ugh, that was hard. But back to the Open Sicilian, that guarantees action. Jonah Willow, another young English player with a lot of potential, very dangerous, had some great online results. And wow, Arian-Tauri really taking the game out of theory here by playing h3. I've never seen this before, Fiona.
Interesting, yeah. h3, we saw it yesterday actually on move 2.
Yeah.
In this case, I always find it hard to understand because the bishop from c8 is very far removed from coming out to g4. Again, you talked earlier, if I didn't know, I thought it was a beginner playing.
Sorry, Arian.
If I didn't know. I know it's Arian. What is h3 about? What are we trying to either prevent or prepare?
Yeah, again, it might be a bit of a waiting move. Jonah Willow, I'm not 100% familiar with his repertoire in modern times. I think maybe he plays these kind of Taimanov Sicilians. And I guess one of the ideas might be if black develops the knight. Now we do have the option at least of pushing forward in the center. Black's knight would often want to use the g4 square to hit this e5 pawn, which is slightly detached from the rest of white's pawn structure. So knight f6 may be a slightly less tempting option here. And also in certain Sicilians, if black just kind of plays slowly, then h3 can be a useful move, just preparing g4 pawn pushes. And yeah, I mean, various transpositions, I'm not familiar with all the ins and outs. h3, I'm very skeptical it can be the refutation of the Sicilian, but here Arian is essentially arguing that he reckons he's the stronger player, and the kind of lack of opening theory here might suit him.
It's also paying off already if we look at the clock times. h3 clearly came as a surprise to Jonah, who's already been spending a fair bit of time.
Yeah, and he kind of mirrors Arian by just waiting. a6 can never be a bad move in these Sicilians, often a useful waiting move. And okay, now we head back into more well-known open Sicilian waters, and a4 combined with h3, it feels really slow. Black plays bishop c5, logical move, and Jonah Willow, I'm expecting him to play knight e7, maybe b6, bishop b7 later on. Don't think he can be too disappointed with the outcome of the
I was
opening.
just going to say, I'm sure Jonah will be quite happy with what he's gotten here. And, well, Arya now also starting to think. So let's move on for now to board 4, where Borna Derakhshani is playing against Pranav.
Okay, and this game is a bit more developed than some of the others. Just a quick recap until this position. It's actually still theoretical, I believe. It started as a Caro-Kann, the 2 knights variation of the Caro-Kann. White's knight's coming out very early. Black plays the solid bishop g4 and an exchange, parting with the bishop pair, but erecting this really strong pawn structure. And okay, rook d1 is the type of move that prepares d4, so black blocks. Bishop to f1, slightly mysterious, but clears the e2 square for White's knight, attacking this bishop now. And I've had this position before myself, so I should know what to do. But Fiona, I'm getting old. I'm a bit rusty here. And I think there's some various ways you can retreat in either direction. You can take this pawn on e4. But yeah, essentially White is just trying to build a pawn center. If the bishop drops back, which I think has just been played, then White will play the move d4 and looks slightly better for White. Just
a bit more space, central control.
I mean, a capture here, for example, and White's bishops don't look too impressive, but they are the bishop pair, and later they will play a role in the game. Maybe this bishop will redeploy on the long diagonal later.
I was hoping to d3.
Oof, yeah, or to d3. The Fiona attack yet again. Actually, that would make sense. Yeah. Move the knight out the way, throw the bishop forward. Yes.
But yeah, early days, but Borna, again, I think quite happy with what he's gotten. And we'll see how this one develops. But I think this match is actually shaping up very interestingly. I think one of the top matches with the youngest average age. You know, I'm looking at the players. I think Magnus must be the youngest player by quite, the oldest player by quite a distance in this match.
Yeah, old man.
The only one probably who's over 30.
Pensioner, yeah. I think you might be right. Urquidal, I'm not sure if
and maybe
he's 30
Urquidal,
yet.
yeah. Urquidal might be Magnus's age.
I think
So
maybe a couple of years younger than Magnus.
The 2 seniors.
Yeah, the 2 old-aged pensioners of the team. And yeah, Wood Green, I just want to mention as well, the last time I had kind of a similar variation to this, I think I had this position myself as black just 2 moves ago. The last time I had this was against Ravi Harrier. And Ravi is a teammate of Borna Derakhshani, and as far as I'm aware, the Wood Green team, they get on really, really well. Maybe they share some opening ideas. It's nice to see the spirit there. 2
of them even lived together, I found out. That is the next player that we're going to see, Conor O'Donnell from Ireland, who is now a flatmate of Ravi Harrier in London, and he's playing against Urquidal, I believe the only other player over 30 in this match. So shall we go back to the beginning quickly?
Yeah, it started with d4, and by transposition, a Queen's Gambit declined, and the very trendy move c5, inviting a trade in the center, and not the Tarash, which was maybe the historic opening, or the semi-Tarash with knight takes d5. Instead, Fiona, it's the Berlin of 1d4, where often of 1d4, yeah, where often actually, if White pushes a pawn in the center, we see an endgame very quickly. Soon Black takes on e4. We see a queen trade, but lately White players.
But we don't see any repetition, any draws by repetition, no.
Some, but some very dull games, shall I say? But recently, White players have been turning their attention towards this move, bishop g5. Actually, this is pretty much a direct transposition to the c3 Sicilian, the Alpine Sicilian, just with colors reversed, which is interesting because White has an extra tempo or 2 here, but Black has very active play to justify this isolated pawn. And okay, interesting as well that White retreats. White could take this knight, but if a capture ever happens on d5, Black's bishop is hitting b2. First, White retreats, and only after the Black queen comes out, then he captures, so losing a move. But now this queen will actually potentially be a target for the White knight in the near future, and just castling. I mean, Urquidal seems to know more than me, I must admit, in this position. But there is a threat, maybe. Yeah,
also both players have been spending quite a bit of time to get to this position. Knight takes e5 right now seems to be possible, so how does Black stop it?
Yeah, the most kind of natural move, I guess, would be something like bishop to e6, but here you would have to judge this type of position really carefully. If black ever takes on b2 with the queen or with the bishop, then there might be okay, I'm going to blunder a piece. There's an attack on e2. Okay, I'm wondering where the bishop moves, and next move there will be a threat against the queen and the pawn on b7 afterwards. Again, I'm not too familiar with the ins and outs here. White's bishop will most likely move, but this is what I assume both players are looking at right now. I don't think black will be too tempted to capture this knight because long term, essentially, you're going to be suffering. I think white will most likely take with the queen, maybe with the pawn, but black will be suffering with this isolated pawn on d5 forever. It's kind of a one-way street. Maybe black holds, but it won't be fun. So yeah, queen takes b2 is the other move, of course. But if your opponent invites this variation, then you've got to be slightly wary. And this queen, I'm not sure whether it's ever trapped. It does ring a bell.
But yeah, you need to know some stuff in order to grab the pawn confidently, I'd say.
Yeah.
So
this is the current position after castles. White threatening maybe knight takes d5 and Conor O'Donnell. Yeah, just weighing up those options.
sorry, I'm laughing because we just saw Magnus walking by with a big smile on his face. He seems to be in very high spirits. I think he really actually enjoys these team events. As you said, he surrounded himself with friends. I'm sure he has a lot of say when it comes to which players to pick. And he has a great time off the board, on the board. There isn't that pressure. He's talked so much about why he resigned the world champion title. So yeah, a happy Magnus, and we'll get back to his board, to his game a bit later. For now, let's move to board 6, where Viktor Stoyanov is playing against Benjamin Halldórsson.
Okay, and this one only at move 9 right now. We have seen, I was going to say, the Queen's Gambit accepted. These two players, Viktor, I've got to say a shout out to him. One of the most enthusiastic chess players I've met. Really, really kind of a student of the game. He loves chess. And Benjamin Halldórsson, a young player, I believe, early 20s, a good friend of Magnus's. So this game started as d4, d5, and another Queen's Gambit declined. Several of these throughout this match, and transposing it now into a semi-Slav. And okay, still well-known stuff so far, I believe. And after a capture of pawns, it's so symmetrical, Fiona. But white, if he castles right now, does have a few extra tempi. White has this extra move, queen to c2, and the extra move, knight to c3. Everything else is balanced, and normally time is really important in these kind of pictures of symmetry. You just have this extra tempo to, for example, play a move like knight e4 later, or a bit of time to play b4. I would say small symbolic advantage for white, but it's hard to imagine it being that much.
Yeah, this is not the game I'm most excited about so far, I have to say. Maybe what we can do in a second, I was going to say maybe we go back to Magnus for 1 second, because there have been a few developments, and then we could check in with the women's section.
Yeah, let's do that. Magnus did eventually decide on a reaction to black's slightly strange move a6. He played bishop to g5, and after a trade of bishops, this is the current position, and okay, normally it would favor white to trade off these dark squared bishops. White's dark squared bishop actually tends to be bad because it's stuck behind its central pawns. If you compare the remaining bishops, white's light squared bishop has a lot more potential than black's bishop. This black bishop is the problem piece, right, Fiona? But I don't know, trading pieces when black is slightly cramped goes against conventional wisdom, and still some ideas of the black queen getting active.
And look at Magnus's time. Magnus has been thinking a lot here. Do you think it's this a6 move that really caught him by surprise?
Yeah, I know Magnus is on record in interviews saying the older he gets, the more he relies on opening preparation and opening ideas. It feels like he's been slightly caught out here. This is Ravi Harrier's comfort zone, his home ground. He's played the French literally since I first met him when he was, I don't know, 6, 7 years old. So Ravi really experienced in these structures, and it feels like black survived the opening in good shape. I'm expecting Magnus now to play a move such as pawn to a3 just to cut out any black queen moves, any active moves there. But how do you ever get rid of this knight without taking a big risk with g4? It's slightly uncomfortable, white's structure in the middle right now.
Absolutely. So we'll come back to Magnus and other matches from the Open in a short while. For now, let's move to the women's section, and maybe we can start by very quickly bringing up yesterday's results. much like in the Open, there weren't too many surprises there. Again, a couple of 4-0 victories. Teuta on board one of the local Albanian teams, doing so great, especially their 11-year-old player on board 4.
Yeah, and Teuta, they will be on board 1 for, I think, the entire event. So I think maybe we check in with them as they take on a familiar team, Offerspiel, the Offerspiel women's team.
Absolutely, let's do it. Who?
Yeah, I was going to say, who actually lost yesterday? And I was there when the Offerspiel women's team found out their pairing, and they were like, why are we on board 1? We lost our match. And it's because they were upfloated, and actually, I think it's the 13th and 14th seeds, so very closely matched on paper, these two teams.
Very interesting. Yeah, we see Teuta actually be a rating favorite, quite a serious rating favorite on the first 3 boards, and Offerspiel be a big rating favorite on board 4. So we'll start with board 1, where Antoaneta Stefanova is playing against Olga Dolgova.
Yeah, so a former world champion in Stefanova, an impressive win from her yesterday as well. Let's go from move 1. We're still quite early in this game. Stefanova likes to switch things up in the opening. She often plays these flank openings or some d4 sidelines to surprise her opponents. And this is a kind of very typical setup, white developing in the Reti opening, just with, you can kind of pre-move these in the early stages. An opening close to my heart, and okay, pawn to e3. White is simply getting ready to put a queen on e2, a knight in c3, maybe bring the rooks towards the center, rook on a1 to c1, and just say, how are you going to strike out as black?
I have a question for you. You know, you talked about a lot of these moves you can pre-move. I haven't played the Reti ever before, but I'm always surprised to see that the players are spending quite a lot of time. Remember the time control, we haven't mentioned it today, so if you weren't here yesterday, the time control is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then an extra half hour with a 30-second increment from move 1. So is it just to do with always having to adjust on how black reacts, or what is going on there?
Yeah, I think the Reti and flexible openings like that, they attract a certain type of player, players who are indecisive like myself, who want that flexibility to kind of freestyle from an early stage. And yeah, as you say, Fiona, lots of different plans. You can choose to push this pawn 1 square and play for e4 later. You can put a pawn on d4. You can keep this pawn here forever. Just lots of possible squares for the knights. Yeah, I mean, that's my explanation, that's my theory.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I think having that abundance of choice is nice in a way. You know, you won't be hit out of the opening, you won't be punished, no theoretical lines to really memorize, but you're on your own from an early stage, and therefore you burn the time, you burn the clock, at least in my experience.
What do you make about how black decided to set up? Looks very solid, right, with that pyramid pawn structure.
Yeah, the triangle here in the center, or the pyramid, if we go a bit deeper. It's really nice, really solid. Oh, actually, it looks like a bit like a pyramid. But yeah, I mean, the one problem, of course, for black in a lot of these d4, d5 openings is the problem piece, this bishop on c8. If it can ever get out of the pawn chain, it's a really happy piece, of course, but often it's a bit stuck. Maybe black will try and develop it with a fianchetto, in which case the pawn on c6 is slightly misplaced. And yeah, I mean, other ideas would include throwing the a pawn forward, maybe playing a bishop to d6, trying to put a pawn on e5. That would come at the cost of some time. Black's position flexible as well, but that also means that Olga Dolgova here, she will be spending a lot of time on the clock.
Okay, so we'll come back here later, still very early stages. Meanwhile, on board 2, Victoria Ni is taking on Monika Sochko.
Okay, and interesting position here. I was going to ask you to guess the opening, but okay, this one started as a Trompovsky attack. We've seen several actually in the first couple of days of the European Club Cup. And white choosing not to go into the most theoretical lines. Bishop takes knight is possible, but here black can actually take with either pawn, and this has been well analyzed in recent times. Black very quickly striking out in the center with a lot of pawns here. So white is slowing the game down, and after a few very natural moves by each side, white plays the committal knight to e5. We saw the evaluation bar drop slightly there, and I guess that's just because in this position, if you ever trade off, then your pawn structure is just slightly loose, slightly vulnerable. You can play the move f4, but black can always break the pawn chain if desired. And here, unless white's able to generate some attack against the king side, it feels like you've compromised your pawn structure, lost flexibility, and not much to compensate for that. Fiona.
Yeah, Victoria had a tough also start to the tournament yesterday. I believe she hasn't been very active. I was very surprised to see her in the lineup actually, because she's from my generation or thereabouts. I think she was Latvian born and then moved to the US, and I haven't seen her play for a long time, so it could be that she's a little bit rusty.
Yeah, I saw her have some great results after she moved to the US,
Yeah.
but you're right, I haven't seen her in action too much lately. I think the move she was relying upon here was to bring her queen out to g4, and at the moment I suggested it, I realized there's a big flaw. Black can actually play g5, hitting the bishop, and due to the fact the center is closed and black hasn't castled, you can get away with these pawn pushes. The bishop drops back, and whoops, queen is hit. Next move, wherever you retreat, this bishop lacks squares. So I think she went into this variation, this forcing line with knight e5, yeah, with
the idea
this in mind.
of playing this queen g4 move, maybe now realizing that doesn't work. Yeah, the position is not dramatic, but as you say, the pawn structure has been damaged, not too much to show for. So I think we'll come back to this one, but yeah, Monika Sochko is certainly doing great out of the opening with black. On board 3, we have Karina Zivka, who's playing against Ellen Nilsson, and Ellen Nilsson yesterday lost that game against Sarah Kadem, who we talked to in the evening, and maybe you can tell our viewers what happened in that game.
Yeah, so Ellen Nilsson, who's playing black here, very popular streamer, very strong Danish international. She was so close. She had an advantage against Sarah Kadem, kind of higher rated opponent. She did everything right, but just before move 40, inaccuracies from both players, and I think we showed a moment just at the end of that game where she only had one move to survive, Ellen Nilsson, and she couldn't find it. So she was heartbroken. I actually saw her in our hotel afterwards as well, and she said it's frustrating. She played so well, but ended up losing. And
also, Sarah told us she had offered a draw, I think, on move 40 maybe, or when things were complicated, a draw, which was turned down by Ellen. So Ellen, really a very ambitious, very hardworking player. Tough defeat for her yesterday, but let's see if she can bounce back today.
yeah, but the chess gods, they reward players who turn down draws, who fight. Even if it backfires in the first game, often things balance out.
Yes.
So great to see that attitude from Ellen Nilsson. So this game, just to quickly go from the start, was a Nimzo Indian, black's bishop coming out to b4. So one of the main lines here, with white playing very slowly, just building up, bringing pieces to the center. I always struggled when I was young with this central tension. I never knew kind of who should pull the trigger, who should clarify things.
I think a lot of us still struggle with it to this day.
Yeah, me too, still. And we find out one of black's potential plans, trying to force white to trade on their terms. And okay, now black has parted with the bishop pair, but still a very healthy position. Often black's bishop develops on the long diagonal on b7. Black can strike out in the center in some scenario with e5, but white does have the long-term kind of potential of the two bishops. So yeah, this one still a well-known position, I've got to say, but players spending time, Fiona.
Absolutely, yeah. Early doors, this match has been developing quite slowly. Of course, we're only 15 minutes in. And let's take a look. Today there was a change of guards on board 4. Yesterday we saw the 11-year-old Eileen win a nice game with the white pieces. Today on board 4 for Teuta is Claire Chaku, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, against Teja Vidic.
And wow, this game looks like one of the most exciting, and we said that yesterday about their Teuta board 4, and again that has happened. I think we have to go from the start here, Fiona.
Let's do it.
And this one really, really livening up. Take on the Vienna setup with white's bishop coming out. Not quite the Italian game, because white keeps the option of playing f4. That's why knight to f3 has been delayed. And using that option right now, after a trade of pawns, this is something you play, Fiona.
Yes, it is.
I was going to say, yeah, I was like, someone I know plays this, and then I realized you're sitting right next to me.
I was thinking about something, and then I looked at the board and I was like, yeah, this position looks very familiar. You know what? I played a game in the Luxembourgish League just last Sunday, and I think I had this exact position on the board, and my opponent took on f4, and we had that exact position.
Wow. Good times.
Crazy. It's my first game in a million years, so I should know something about this. But
And how did that game go, can I ask?
I won, but it was a very tough game.
Some adventures on the way.
Yes, some adventures for sure.
But it feels like white should be happy here, right?
White should certainly be happy in general. I mean, black has gotten rid of one of their central pawns, so you've traded your F pawn for the central E pawn. You have a semi-open F file, which I'm always very happy about. In the future, white can often hope to put some pressure on that F7 point.
Yeah, and okay, white should be happy with the outcome of this opening, but the pawn push to d4, I'm a bit skeptical about. It feels like you need to kind of decide where to go with the king. Normally, Fiona, which side do you try and castle on here?
Yeah, usually king side, just because I'm a little bit worried that a6, b5, and it can get a little messy, at least for my liking. But if white is seeking some imbalance, maybe she can consider going queenside as well.
Yeah, I mean, castle kingside, as you mentioned, looks like the most natural move to me. Only later do you decide whether to push forward in the center. Here, even though it's same size castling, you still have big attacking chances long term using the f-file. But d4, before white has castled, did allow this really nice tactic from the young Albanian player here. Knight takes e4.
I wonder if Thea missed this.
I think so. Maybe just she was enjoying her position too much and she thought, I can build the center with white. But suddenly after a recapture, the piece sacrifice reaps instant rewards, double attack, white retreats, and bishop to b4 check. Interesting, hitting the king and saying, yes, you can block this very easily, but I'm not going to react to this attack on the bishop. I'm first going to pin white's bishop in the center. And for example, if there's an exchange, black would immediately win a piece. Really nice spot there. From black, maybe meaning that c3 is unattractive right now.
Yeah, and we saw on the camera, we see Anand being very interested in what's happening on board 4, sort of glancing at Thea like, did you prepare all this? Is this normal? What is happening here? Yeah, if you can play c3,
Oh, I mean, the other options, we mentioned c3 doesn't look great after rook to e8. Maybe you can defend this bishop and do some calculation here, but I hesitate to suggest, is it a move like king f2? Is that the best way to keep the balance? Just getting out of the e-file, out of this pin. At least now, if the rook hits white's bishop, you can kind of safely develop. It's kind of the reverse Fiona attack here, with the bishop and queen the wrong way around, but gaining some time.
yeah.
And white's king, maybe not that vulnerable.
I think if you're Thea, you're very hesitant to play a move like king f2, because king f2 is a clear admission that things have gone wrong. If you can get away with c3, you can sort of pretend everything is under control, I'll just castle. But yeah, and we see Thea there on the camera. And yeah, clearly been caught by surprise by her opponent, Claire, who's rated only 1700, but clearly a very dangerous player and tactically alert.
Yeah, she's on the way up. The player with the black piece is underrated, and this is not going to be an easy game. But I think king f2, she might have to put all prejudice aside and just play it. Sometimes you've made a mistake or lost a bit of control. You have to play these types of moves. And yeah, still in the balance, but nice spot, this check from black.
Absolutely. So we're going to move on to the next match now. The next match is between the top seeds from Monte Carlo, and they actually have quite a tough task already today. They are playing against the Macedonian team, MSK Center Asseco. And on the top board, a big clash between Maria Muzishuk, former women's world champion, and Stavrola Tsolakidou.
Yeah, let's jump into that one. Still early days here. We've seen it actually on quite a lot of boards, despite the fact it's still relatively theoretical. Spending a lot of time on the clock, it feels like players are trying to surprise each other, which makes a lot of sense in team events. We started with d4 and a quick King's Indian defense, white taking the pawn center, but black kind of doing a reverse of the reti and just building a really nice solid structure here. And one of the main lines with blacks striking out now with e5. And okay, h6. This move frustrates me so much, Fiona, because I saw on Twitter or X recently like an article about h6. I remember Matthew Sadler was saying computers really approve of this move. And I spent like a couple of hours trying to figure out what the point is, and I still came up short. It's a really strange kind of waiting move, kind of stopping white from playing bishop g5 in some positions. For example, after a exchange, the exchange variation here, one of white's main ideas would be to play bishop g5 to create some pressure along this diagonal, and h6 stops that. But yeah, it just looks so slow, so counterintuitive, and white kind of copies. Maybe Maria Muzichuk thrown off guard here. She plays h3, and after a capture, rook e8, bishop to f3. The one downside with white playing h3 is that now f3 is much less attractive. Usually you want to build this pawn chain, but suddenly some holes in the white dark squares.
So f3, not a possibility. Instead, she decided to play bishop f3, which, okay, the bishop is looking down, well, first of all, of course, defending the pawn, looking down that long diagonal. Now, how is black going to develop the queen side? Black has played this apparently a very modern, useful move h6, but all of the pieces are still at home. Where are they going to go?
Yeah, good question. It's all about this black knight, first of all. It has to decide whether to kind of come out on a very flexible square. Maybe you come to e5, try to eliminate this bishop. Maybe you come to c5 to put pressure under this pawn. This makes a lot of sense now that white isn't defending e4 with pawns herself here. The other option would be to prepare or to play instantly the move knight to c6. And this one you have to be slightly careful just in case there's a capture and maybe a move like e5, white's bishop opening up. But here black can take on e5 pretty safely. Yeah, knight to c6 is another way, and because black is slightly cramped here, just playing within her first 2 or 3 ranks, so trading pieces will free up her position somewhat, and that's why I believe Stavroula with black is thinking. She's just debating kind of which route into the center she wants with her knight.
Either she is not at the board, or she is hiding really well behind the board 2 player.
Yeah, maybe we're just walking around. There's a lot of games in that tournament hall to enjoy. I've often, not enjoyed my position, so I've just gone wandering around the tournament hall.
Are we sure that she hasn't made a move? Yeah, she's probably just not at the board at the moment. Okay, so we'll see how she decides to develop. For now, let's move to the other Muzichuk sister, Anna Muzichuk, who's playing black against Mai Nafa.
Yeah, and the older Muzichuk sister here, Anna, she won a really, really nice game yesterday. And okay, let's do a quick recap of this opening. Oh, the dreaded Berlin. I thought we'd get through 2 days without looking at any Berlins, but
it's already. We can be happy to have had one Berlin-free day.
It's been a success. Yesterday was a lot of fun, but we do see the Berlin and not the Berlin endgame, and a bit of a kind of fruity take on the Berlin. Bishop to a4. This has come into fashion lately, just not recapturing the pawn yet. And after the move pawn to d4, it's actually a whole pawn sacrifice here by white. Black can take on d4, but it does get a bit dangerous. White's knight will leap into d5, and despite being 2 pawns down.
Is this a fashionable line? I'm very surprised just looking at the clock times. Mai has clearly blitzed out everything, while Anna has already spent half of her allocated time.
Yeah, there's actually several trendy ways of countering the Berlin these days that do involve pawn sacrifices. In this position, I mentioned bishop to a4. A good friend of ours, Niels Grandelis, played pawn to a4 against me with pretty much the identical idea. Often the white rook actually develops and swings across, which is a bit crazy. So you have to know all these different sidelines as black if you're going to play the Berlin. You can't just freestyle in any opening nowadays, unfortunately. But yeah, this is trendy stuff.
Except for the Reti.
Except for the first 5 moves of the Reti as a white. And pawn to d4. Anna, I think, making a good practical decision rather than enter the kind of the unknown maze of knight to d5, where things get really sharp. There's a threat of bishop takes c6 and knight takes bishop already. She dodges any potential attack by white by giving the pawn back. And she gets this solid structure herself. And with a pin, the only imbalance really here is that black has double pawns, but black does have the bishop pair to compensate. So I feel that Anna should be pretty happy, but it's still black fighting for equality here, Fiona.
Yeah, and especially with that time usage, it's very likely that Mai is still in her preparation and might be for a couple of moves. Where do you think the bishop? Do we try and maintain the pin and go back to h5, or does the bishop want to drop back along the long?
Yeah, I guess we're not too tempted to take this knight, which is a solid decision, but not a kind of positive, not an ambitious one. Here, it's going to be white occupying the open file for a long time. White has clear targets, especially the pawn on c6. I think this one would be basically admitting that the opening's gone slightly wrong. The ambitious one, Fiona, is your first suggestion. I guess now the big question is whether white pushes the bishop back and lands a knight on e5, threatening knight takes c6. Maybe threatening at some point to try and trap this, this bishop on g6. I'm not sure how you do that with some pawn pushes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to understand that Anna is spending quite a bit of time. Although, has she also disappeared? She's made a move, actually.
Everyone's just hiding from the camera.
Yeah. So what did she decide on?
Eventually, she did take on... No, she's still deciding here. We see the live board on the right-hand side of our screen. Pawn to h3 still looks like the live position.
No, but okay, the white clock is ticking.
Ah. A bit of a delay here.
Actually, there is no bishop. I think she has kept... Well, at least there is no bishop on h5.
I'm wearing new glasses, Fiona. They're still a bit blurry. You need to help me out.
There's no bishop on h5 and there is no bishop on f5, that's for sure. So
Okay.
either she's gone back, and no bishop on e6 either.
Okay.
So either she's gone back...
She must have taken, no?
I think she's taken.
That's impressive eyesight there, I must admit. Bishop takes knight on the camera there. Viewers, help us out. What did she play? And if this...
Oh, we are zooming in. We'll get the answer now.
Where is that
She
black
has
bishop?
taken, yeah, she's captured. There is a big queen on f3.
Okay, the big queen on f3 and white's move, it looks like. So black has also played another one.
Yeah, black has played another one.
Okay, looks like rook to e8.
Yeah, rook e8, yes.
Yeah, rook to e8. At least nothing's come past the third
Shout
rank
out
back.
to our producer, Durres, for some excellent camera
This
work.
is some riveting commentary, just trying to identify moves on a chessboard, 2D style, and rook to e8 has been played. So, okay, solid play by Anand, but as we said, not kind of positive decisions here. It feels like, at the very least, if white is happy to go for an equal position, then after a move like bishop to d6, they can just kind of trade pieces on the e-file, trade bishops, and this one would fizzle out. But maybe there's ways to be ambitious here for white. Maybe it could be to do with pushing bishop on d2, maybe breaking with c4. Yeah, Anand, I think just playing solid, which makes a lot of sense in a team scenario when you have black.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Mai will also be happy. The rating underdog she's playing has got a very risk-free, nice advantage. So we'll see what happens here. On the next board with the white pieces, Sara Kadam against Victoria Radeva.
And okay, we won't go back to the start of this one, I think, but this did begin another theme of the day. The Queen's Gambit declined, and the first set of pawns have just about to be traded. C takes d5 is the last move, and big moment now for Radeva as she decides what pawn structure to go for. There's two very tempting captures. You can take with a pawn, whereupon you might well get a hanging pawn structure. Kind of, this is a matter of taste. I'm really not a fan of them, Fiona, but I know a lot of top players who like them. What do you think?
No, I don't like them. That's probably why I'm not the top player.
Me too. It's a lot of responsibility having these double pawns, not double pawns, hanging pawns, because they could become weak in an endgame, but very strong dynamically. The kind of lower responsibility move would be knight takes d5, trying to trade off the dark squared bishops, and then we might see these pawns disappear as well. And if we do, symmetry. So this would be the solid option, and if we go to the game, e takes d5 would be the ambitious one.
We'll see what she does. Victoria, very ambitious player in general, young player from Bulgaria. So we'll see what she goes for now. Let's check out the last game of this match, Maria Gaishin against Elizabeth Pitts, and after that we will be taking our first break of the day.
Yeah, and this one, early day, still all pieces, all pawns on the board. It started as an Italian opening, and the current position, Fiona, you mentioned it, the influence of Alpha Zero pushing rook's pawns. Again, computers really love, they really endorse pushing pawns as high up the board as possible. Yeah, I guess this is a potential queen.
It's very rare. I haven't seen too many Italians, I have to say, where we're only, on move 10? The pawn has made its way up all the way to a6.
Yeah, it's really come into fashion just these last few years, and this kind of opens up the white rook to kind of lift up the board, develop vertically, and also some ideas of queen a4 and some pressure along this diagonal. Often this formation with black just slightly soft on the light squares, this black knight will want to move out the way as quickly as possible. But yeah, it looks relatively balanced for now. White has been spending a lot of time maybe just trying these kind of weird pawn pushes, has come at a high cost.
Is black's idea going to be at some point to get the f-pawn moving? Maybe king h7, knight g8, or
Yeah, something like this, or maybe
even forward.
Yeah, maybe knight h5 at the right moment and trying to play the move f5 definitely on the cards. There's kind of two pawn breaks, there's d5 and f5 for black. For white, it's mainly about whether d4 is ever possible. Whoever gets their pawn breaks in favorably often tends to be better long term. And yeah, who would you pick here?
I would pick white, I think.
Me too. Maybe.
Until f5 appears on the board.
Until
and then
f5 and g5 and
ask
f4.
me again. And I might change my mind.
So this one's still in the balance.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've covered the top 2 matches from the Open and the women's event. We're going to go on a short break now. When we return, we'll of course take a look at the title defenders in the Open, Novi Bor, who we haven't seen yet. We'll go back to Magnus, Carlsen, and all the other top players we have here with us. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
See you soon.
lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Hello and welcome back to round two here at the ECC in Durres, Albania. David, it's round two and things are heating up. We are an hour and 20 into the round, and today you can see him on the camera there. Magnus Carlsen has joined the fray. So maybe we can start with Magnus's game. We saw an interesting French, and let's see what's been happening there.
Yeah, and we got some new information during the break on this Magnus Carlsen game. Earlier, we were slightly surprised at some of the moves, especially from the black side. And I have to eat my words because Ravi Harrier actually using an idea Magnus himself has employed in the past.
Oh, wow.
Thanks to our fantastic producer, Sotiris, we've been given some secret information there. So here we see the players on camera. Let's dive into the game. Just a few developments to update everyone on. We last left the position just 2 moves ago. The players have been spending a lot of time. It's actually quite rare for Magnus to spend this much time early in the game, and it will be just a quick backtrack, just a quick detour. This move, pawn to a6, employed by Magnus himself. We mentioned the idea is queen to b6, maybe even dropping back the queen, kind of sniping from afar against this white d pawn. Magnus then traded bishops with bishop takes e7, and we left it around here, Fiona. Just a couple of small moves here, queen to d2 and rook a to e1. This one is mysterious, kind of aimed against black, trying to break the center. If pawns ever disappear, white's rook will be well placed against the black queen. But in a locked pawn structure, it's actually quite rare for white's rook to land on this square.
Especially when the c-file is completely open. It's rather mysterious right now what the other rook is still doing on f1. Does this mean that Magnus maybe at some point wants to push the f-pawn, and that's the reason he's keeping the rook on f1?
I think definitely. He's trying to be flexible here. Putting rooks on the c-file, I guess black would do the same, and it's likely rooks will get traded, and Magnus is a very ambitious player. He doesn't want to grind out this endgame, even though he is pretty good at that too. Here, I think there's two plans involved. If black does nothing, if black kind of just waits, one could be to just retreat the bishop and kind of come round to c2. Let me try and draw that arrow. Round to c2 to eliminate this black knight. You cannot, of course, use the d3 square because knight takes pawn would be possible on d4. So he might come round with his bishop. Then his rook on e1 makes a bit of sense. But to make sense of the other rook, I think your point is very relevant here. White also has the option to play g4. You've got to time it well. He won't rush. But for example, after a trade of knights, he will play the move pawn to f4. And these rooks stand pretty well for now. Still vulnerable king, of course. So kind of you win some, you lose some. Pros and cons here for white. You have to weigh this up really accurately, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, the game has started rather slowly. Both players spending a lot of time, but it could blow into life at any given moment. So we'll keep a close eye on this one. I think for now we're going to move to a match that we haven't seen at all, and those are the title defenders from Novi Bor, Czech Republic. They are playing against Werder Bremen today, and on top board, Vincent Keimer is taking on Roland Preußes.
Yeah, Vincent Keimer, who won actually in quite spectacular fashion yesterday, and he played with black. Sorry, misclicking that. This is the current position. The reason I misclicked is because I got excited. I saw another Resi opening, one knight f3, and
Your favorite.
we talked about that too much already today. But jumping into the current position, it's actually a reversed Benoni pawn structure with black having a lot of space. Black's pawn on d4 very strong. Actually, long term, black doing extremely well here. White's pawn structure is known to be slightly loose, especially the base of the pawn chain on d3. Black is the more flexible player in the center, at least, trying to get the e5 break. But for now, Vincent has covered the e5 square. He might even drop a knight into the center. He's aiming to play knight to c2 next move, putting some pressure on d4. And if white ever gets the chance to throw pawns forward, a3, b4 later, then things will turn. Yeah, Fiona, it feels like Vincent's taking some big risks in the opening.
For sure. Black right now, a lot of space. I'm curious, if I'm black, of course, I would love to somehow maybe play e5 in the future. That square white now is under white's control. Can I somehow prepare that push? Is it even a move black wants to play?
Yeah, I think black's whole setup is kind of based on the fact that e5 will be strong at some point in the near future. There's a few ways to prepare this. For example, you can drop back with the black knight, trying to hit this bishop next move, but you have to decide what to do next after white retreats, hitting black's bishop, and suddenly the d4 pawn, the connection between the queen and the pawn has been broken. So that's the downside, I guess, of knight to d7. Not quite enough time to play e5 because white will take this bishop, and this pawn will most likely drop after a recapture. Yeah, it's one of those types of positions. It's very move by move. It's like if black can't find anything now, white will have the initiative. If black finds something, maybe it's white on the back foot. I think the safe option at some point will be to drop the bishop back and trade off, but they do say in these Benoni pawn structures, a trade of one set of minor pieces really favors the side with this structure. Here it's white, a set of two minor pieces, and actually things really turn. Suddenly white is definitely for choice.
The only thing that worries me for Roland is his time management, down to 37 minutes. We're only on move 12 here. So he will have to keep a close eye on the clock. You're tempted to go knight h5?
Yeah, I'm just randomly looking for ideas here for Roland, and I think he's trying to do the same, desperately trying to get this pawn push. But yeah, he's someone I've known myself for a long time. He's born at the same in the same generation. I played him first in youth tournaments, Roland here, and he's a time travel addict.
Yes.
So Vincent, he'll be aware of that, of course, and I think that's what has influenced his opening decision, taking big risks and getting his opponent thinking in the early stages. I do fear for him, as you say, Fiona.
We'll see what happens here. For now, let's move on to board 2, where our good friend Niels Grandelius is playing with the black pieces against Nicolas Wachinger.
Wow, and this looks like a fun game, I've got to say.
Wow.
White's h-pawn somehow on h5. Black is just getting ready to castle queenside. White's piece is still asleep on that flank. This one is a bit random, so maybe we do go from the start.
Yeah, we're only on move 13. We haven't missed that much, so let's go back to the start.
Yeah, and Niels, a good friend of ours, very well prepared in the opening, but he's lower on the clock right now. So it started as a Spanish, a Roy Lopez, and White retreating here. And okay, Niels not playing his usual repertoire because he's playing someone slightly lower rated, trying to mix things up, trying to surprise his opponent. The knight, of course, defends its fellow knight here, and as she comes round to g6, this is really kind of trendy stuff. It's supposed to be slightly dubious for black if white knows what they're doing, but certainly playable. And wow, h4.
We've seen a lot of those h1 pushes today.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say any sane human or anyone who hasn't prepared this with a computer would play pawn takes pawn right now. Just an automatic recapture. What could be more natural? You have a nice pawn center, really kind of flexible here, dynamic. I guess here Niels would strike, black would fight back in the center of the board, and I do actually believe there's some theory here. But pawn to h4, whether this is inspiration over the board or whether it's engine preparation, it's entertaining.
More likely the latter.
Yeah, more likely the latter, it feels like. I don't know too much about the player on the white side here, I must admit.
Yeah, I have to say I haven't heard of him before, and I think that's also the reason I'm a big fan of the club cover. I think a lot of people playing here, a lot of viewers at home, fans in the playing hall. It's such a great tournament because we have the best of the best player maybe of all time, Magnus Carlsen, and then we have anything from Magnus to people who might be playing even their first international tournament. We have very young players. We saw yesterday 11-year-old Eileen. So it's really such a fantastic mix of players, and we see players like Nicolas Wachinger. I mean, he's an international master. He gets a chance to take on the Swedish leading players, and you know the players I think really enjoy that chance to get to show their best chess against the best in the world. So it's really nice to see, and I love that approach. We talked about it yesterday, just taking the game to your opponent.
Yeah, as you say, Fiona, it might be kind of once in a year or even sometimes once in a lifetime opportunities to play the world's best players, and attacking them, to taking advantage of this this chance you have, maybe making a lifelong memory along the way. It's really nice to see h4 going on the attack against high-rated players. Great strategy, scaring them. And Niels Grandelius, well prepared, of course. He does not keep his extra pawn. He pushes his pawn forward. Taking on c3 only accelerates White's development. I wonder whether White would actually take on c3.
Or go h5.
Or just continue the madness with h5 and hoping that black continues the greed, because suddenly White's bishop really strong on this diagonal. But okay, Niels wanted none of this action. Top-rated players, they try to actually make things dull against, especially if in doubt, running into opening preparation, he pushes the pawn to d3.
But
so
given that we have seen the live position, we know that White was like, no, this is not going to be a dull one.
Insisting on the chaos here. White doesn't take the pawn back. Pawn to h5, forcing black's knight into the center. We see an exchange. And not content being kicked about here, Niels Grandelius, not content being surprised by his opponent, he throws a spanner in the works, counterattacking against White's bishop this time. I mean, what a weird pawn structure we would see if the knight was captured. I think this would favor black because of the bishop pair, and these pawns are easy targets for black's queen. But yeah, I mean, this pawn structure is literally once in a lifetime, like some of these games. And instead, White retreats, black blocks with the knight, and after a capture, okay, crazy stuff. Bishop to c2, rather than being greedy here, taking a pawn, this would really backfire on White, I believe, if black strikes now in the middle of the board. Bishop's coming to life. Okay, we saw a really kind of calm move, bishop to c2 and queen to e7, Fiona. Live position, crazy position. I don't even know where to begin when it comes to evaluating this one.
Okay, let's first talk about maybe the white king. I guess black is ready now to castle queenside, so one more move and black I think for now, but will be relatively safe on c8. The king on e1, it's not going to go kingside. I don't believe it. The kingside is far too extended. There's way too many weaknesses, especially along the dark squares. So the question is, what is going to happen to that king? I'm sure it would love to go queenside, but it's a long way to go.
There's a few roadblocks for this king on the queen side. White's piece is asleep over here. Yeah, I think you've done a good job of rounding this one up, Fiona. If we just do a quick count here, black does have a developed queen, a developed bishop, developed knight. White, you can argue 2 pieces developed, but these ones don't make a great impression, a bit clumsy. And black has so many ideas with this pin right now. There's pawn to d5, there's pawn to f5, there's knight to d6 coming around, winning this pinned pawn. Do you have, I was going to say, do you have to bite the bullet and castle? But your idea of queen to c5 check is just so annoying. This pawn suddenly on h5. It wants to retreat. It wants to go. Wants to go back.
Let's go back to the live position, because even though I said everything I said, I am an attacking player at heart. I like what White has done, so I want to make it work for Nicolas. But I'm not sure, because the problem is I don't want to give up my dark squared bishop. So bishop d2, bishop e3, those are not moves I want to make. As you were highlighting, knight d6 is an idea for black anyway. So if I play b3, I'm only really helping you, I feel. So I'm just struggling to see a move concretely for White.
I think, you've pretty much said it there. Process of elimination, the only logical move we're left with is knight to d2. And after all, black's knight on c4 is the strongest, kind of most active piece. If now black trades on White's terms, suddenly your dream, Fiona, comes true. White can castle queenside next move. And suddenly, whose king is safer? I would argue White's for sure. And White still with a strong pawn center intact. So black wouldn't trade most likely on d2. I'm wondering whether black kind of retreats the knight, or maybe it's time for d5 and the center exploding. Okay, even the evaluation bar is here slightly confused, and it's not an intuitive position. Both sides are likely to make mistakes over the next few turns.
I'm surprised the evaluation bar didn't like d5. It looked like such a natural move when the white king is stuck in the center to try and open the center. But yeah, it also tells us something about the nature of the position. It's very sharp. Any wrong decision, you can pay quite a hefty price.
Yeah, I've got to say I love what Nicolas has been doing. Actually, I love what both players have been doing, and we'll definitely keep an eye on this game. Maybe one of the most fun positions so far.
Absolutely. For now, let's move on to board 3. Actually, enlighten me. I never know. What is his first name? Is it Van Nguyen?
Fiona, you put me on the spot here.
Put you on the spot.
I'm not sure either.
We'll just say his full name,
Yes.
Tai Dai Van Nguyen. He's playing against Spartak Grigorian. And what do we have?
We have a position that has actually stemmed from a exchange Slav, so symmetrical pawn structure, but that has slightly changed in that White has captured a bishop, a piece on f4. So slightly damaged structure here, but White does have this dark square grip. I'm expecting either the move queen to d2 to defend this pawn, or just simply pawn to g3. And White's knight is going to come into the c5 square. White will be the first to occupy the c-file. It's not much here, but it might be something. This is the type of position that a lot of top players really like for White these days, just because there's no risk. Most likely things will just fizzle out if you want to kind of pull the handbrake and go for a draw, or you can kind of just pressure your opponent forever. Black can try and trade off pieces, but once a white knight lands on c5, it's actually pretty hard to get rid of. b6, for example, here would be impossible due to suddenly knight takes a6, winning a pawn. Although, this would have to be calculated well. So, I mean, this is maybe what the players are kind of considering right now. Maybe White can be a bit more ambitious, defend the pawn with the queen, get rooks to the c-file very quickly. It's slightly quieter than a lot of the games we've seen so far, but...
Yes, let's move on.
Yeah, maybe White slightly for preference.
I'm joking, but we have so many games. In fact, we are being spoiled. We have so many live boards. We're never going to be able to see all the games. But from this point on out, we're going to go a bit faster. Yeah. So let's move on to the next one, board 4. Colin Colbo against David Anton.
Yeah, and David Anton here with the black pieces, one of Spain's strongest players. He's taken some big risks. White looks really active in the center. We talk about centralization. White's pieces look beautifully placed. The one downside is maybe this isolated pawn. Black's last move, knight to f5, is threatening this pawn. But okay, there's various ways to keep things together. I'm wondering whether you just defend it by gaining a bit of time.
Sorry, David, I'm being sidetracked because David Anton's opponent looks a lot like Vincent Keimer. Do you know what I mean?
Are you sure it's not Vincent Keimer?
Yeah, because at first I
Does
thought,
Vincent have a twin?
that's Vincent on the left side, and then our producer actually thought the same thing. That's the similarity is, what's the word? Cunning. Cunning.
It's uncanny.
Uncanny. That's the word.
The resemblance there. Wow.
Don't tell me you don't see it.
I mean, I want a full view.
You need to
front
get
view
those
before
glasses checked.
It's literally the glasses. Oh. But,
So anyway, sorry, back to the game.
let us know at home what you're thinking. Is that Vincent Keimer's doppelganger? Okay, knight to f5 has just been played, and I'm expecting the move bishop to e3 just to keep everything protected in the center, developing at the same time. I think one thing that Colin, or Vincent, should I call him, shouldn't do in the game position is start trading everything off. For example, starting to trade knights, trading off this knight would, I think, just really give black a pleasant position. Despite the kind of odd pawn structure here, not quite the box. If black's pawn was back on f6, that would be the box, the cube. But despite the slightly odd pawn structure, black's bishop is really nicely placed. This bishop will play a role later, and actually black has a simple plan of pushing forward on the king side. White's isolated pawn will only get so far up the board. So I think he shouldn't get tempted to release the tension, just keeping everything together with bishop to e3, utilizing this pressure on the d file, gives white a healthy position. For example, black cannot take here because a double attack. So he should just sit and slowly improve.
Yeah, I'm really quite liking Colin's position. I'm also liking the Werder Bremen uniforms. We talked about that yesterday. I really think it's great for team events. In this case, both teams actually sporting a matching uniform. And with that, let's move on to the next one, board 5, where Marcos Raga is taking on Jari Roika.
Yeah, and okay, interesting position here. White is currently a pawn up, but black has really, really active pieces and actually a big threat on the board, Fiona. Maybe this one we do go briefly, quickly from the start. This game has really come to life over the last few moves. It started as a Catalan, seems to be in every top player's repertoire these days. Marcus Raga is actually famous for this. Actually, I played him in the European Club Cup, this competition, like 7-8 years ago, and he was still playing the Catalan back then. Okay, a check. This is one of the main lines. Black's bishop dropping back, arguing that the bishop on d2 is actually slightly misplaced. The white knight wants to use the square. This is a very typical theme. Still very well-known stuff here. Both sides just putting their pieces on healthy squares. And d takes c4. I believe this is a move. Usually black just kind of plays very standard developing moves, but d takes c4 is an ambitious one here, aimed at kind of luring the white queen forward to a square. It might get hit, might be slightly vulnerable, and we'll see that in the game position. Black brings the knight to d5 and a sacrifice, actually.
Yeah, very interesting idea. So the pawn cannot be saved.
It cannot be saved. You can kind of protect it with your bishop, and actually this happens in a moment. First, black hits the white queen. I'm wondering here how deep the preparation goes, because this is either a big risk for black or it's kind of well calculated. Yeah.
It's interesting because both players have spent quite a bit of time. So let's see this pawn sacrifice, which I imagine Marcos spent quite a bit of time before capturing the pawn.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know exactly how much, but bishop to b7. If white doesn't take this pawn, black has a really healthy position. Black will just play rook to c8, pawn to c5, and black has the bishop pair, will break out, and will most likely actually even get an advantage. So white takes up the challenge. We see a capture, a trade here. So white a pawn up, but after queen to a5, I mentioned a threat, and for example, if white just makes a nothing move, then we would see the evaluation bar drop, all in black's favor here, because the queen is trapped. Nowhere to run, no escape squares. She has to move forward, and she'll get that trapped there too. And black would win a lot of material. Queen for rook would be decisive. So, okay, how does white extricate the queen? Bishop takes knight does not help because, again, the rook traps the queen, and yet again it's trapped on d7.
I actually went back to see what the time usage was in that game because I was very curious, and turns out b5 must have been an over-the-board inspiration by Jari. He spent 35 minutes on b5.
Wow, a lot of time on one move.
A lot of time. Then Magnus spent 7 minutes on queen c1. Then bishop b7 came quickly, and Magnus quite quickly, 2.5 minutes, decided to take on c6.
Okay, so the players have sped up over the last few moves, but Marcus Raga, how much time has he been spending on this one move right now? It looks like 17 minutes on the current position White has been spending. I guess it has to run, the queen.
Yeah, and that's with the 15-minute, no. I'm so confused. This 15-minute delay is going to be the end of me. Maybe it's just, but yeah, he's been spending a lot of time, and it's not obvious how the queen gets out. We see the bar likes White a little bit, but it's not, you know, it feels like if it was just a clean pawn, it would be higher up. So very messy. What does the engine say? Enlighten us.
Yeah, and I mean, by kind of process of elimination yet again, by logic, the White queen has to retreat. You have a choice of a couple of squares. You can use the c2 square. The bonus here is that you might be able to activate into the center. You can use the c1 square. I'm not sure if there are any other options. The engine, the computer here, I'm just checking, does say queen to c2 is the best move, and after the black rook hits the white queen, you have to be a bit careful where you go with white. Maybe the best square, the safest square, is actually to park yourself on b3, and black's compensation lies in the activity of the pieces. Black's bishop, for example, is about to land on a really active square. Black's knight can sometimes try to sneak in. Maybe the best move here, the most kind of the safest move at least, would be to retreat and say, yes, I'm a pawn down, but if you're careless here, black's knight will be jumping in. There's a nasty fork threatened. If white guards against that, for example, black could even win back the material with a nice little trick. And a position like this would be very safe, I think, risk-free at all for black with opposite color bishops, very active pieces. I actually slightly prefer black's position. And Marcus Raga, I know him quite well, I've played him a lot. He really doesn't like to retreat. And we see a move on the board, knight to c3. He's taking risks. This is actually a queen sacrifice.
This one of the most exciting games. And I think Magnus, he's someone also who in general, you say doesn't like to retreat, but he also doesn't take too many risks in general. He's not a player known for his flamboyant style. I think he's an openings expert. He's very solid, very strong player, of course. But this is going to get very spicy.
He's so strong, Fiona, that you called him Magnus. Marcus Raga here with the white pieces. He can play like Magnus.
Magnus Raga.
Magnus Raga, indeed. And this, I mentioned it's a queen sacrifice. This is a tricky move. For example, if black plays rook to c8 now, which is actually a mistake, getting greedy, white would play knight takes knight, just leaving the queen hanging because geometrically everything works out in white's favor. Rook takes queen now. This would be a check. The black king would have to react, and now a knight capture.
So many forks.
All the forks. This is why knights are so tricky. Next move, once the queen saves itself, we do a quick count at the very end. White has 2 rooks and a bishop for the queen, and that's simply too much material. Essentially a piece up here for white. So a tricky move. That's why he probably spent so much time on the last turn, just calculating this one. And black has a few choices. You can take this knight if you want to be really safe. You can maybe play knight to b4. I would say good compensation for black, but is it enough? That's the question.
We'll have to wait to find out. A very exciting game. We'll come back to this one for sure. For now, let's end our look at this match with board 6, where Sven Shamto is playing against Stepan Zelka. Yeah,
and we'll jump into this game, which is still relatively theoretical as far as I know. It came from a Spanish opening. There have been a trade of a set of pawns, and the light square bishops are off the board. White's last move does hint at a pawn grab on a6. Also some pressure in the center with the knights. For example, pawn takes pawn now on c3 would be met by, I believe, a knight trade. And this position, the dust would settle after a few exchanges. And white here has a small advantage, I think, just because of the centralization of white's queen, a simple plan of pushing forward, maybe this bishop exerting some pressure on the king side. Essentially roughly level, but just because there's such reduced material on the board. But yeah, I think Stefan Zilka here is the high-rated player. He'll be looking for ways to imbalance things. He might have to take some risks if he wants to win as black.
Yeah, I think we see already it's round 2, but the matches are a lot closer, you know, almost 2 hours in now and not too much is happening. David, I have one request for one game to look at. It's actually the next match. On board 1, my friend Alvaro Alonso Rosell from Sevilla Chess Club playing against Haik Martirosyan. I had a look in the playing hall and I thought it was an interesting position, but
Wow.
maybe not a good one for Alvaro.
Yeah, it's interesting, but interesting for black more than white right now. And I mean, it's a weird pawn structure. You've got to say, black having this pawn mass in the center. White cannot chip away at this pawn center, just to show why this position is maybe so favorable for black. Pawn takes pawn would run into a nasty check, and there's nowhere to hide. The black queen has this X-ray vision, and okay, you can block with the white knight, but this would be disastrous. This would be a killer pin. So yeah.
Yeah, something seems to have gone very wrong here for white, so I'll spare Alvar.
He needs to teleport his king across the b1 square magically into a1, into the corner, tuck it safely to bed, and he'll be fine. He'll be safe. But I think it's just all about the placement of the white king.
Yeah, I also, when I saw it in the playing hall, my view was a bit blocked, and I saw those pawns on the king side. I saw that white had gone queen side, and I thought, it looks interesting. But seeing the full picture now, yeah, I think things have definitely gone wrong here for white. David, I picked a game. Is there anything that is catching your attention?
I'm spoiled for choice. Beforehand, I actually I went through the pairings. I was like circling ones I wanted to look at, and then I ended up with like 40 different games circled across both sections. I wouldn't mind actually in the women's section.
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah, looking at board 3, the clash between Wood Green. We saw the Wood Green women's team, the Wood Green open team taking on Offerspiel. The Wood Green women's team also have an uphill battle playing against Super Chess.
Yeah, Super Chess, the second seed of the tournament, so let's go there. We'll take a look at all the games, and on board 1, our good friend Jovanka Huska. She is usually in this spot commentating on the games. I'm sure she'll be happy to also be playing. And she's taking on Nino Batsiashvili.
Yeah, and I think she'll be happy to be playing Jovanka Huska, and she'll be thrilled with the outcome of her opening. White here has a significant advantage. Jovanka, she's really good at these 1d4 openings, and right now it's just all about the space in the center. She has these fantastic pawns. I wouldn't be surprised if she kind of cements that pawn on d5 with her bishop in the next few moves, brings her rook to e1, and I'm not sure how she breaks through or where she breaks through, but black's pieces are so passive, especially these knights. I'm slightly surprised at black's last move, I've got to say. Knight back to c8. I'm wondering why not capturing on d5. It looks like a pawn is up for grabs. Knight to c8 instead.
One of the most mysterious moves I've seen today.
Yeah, this is really, really odd, knight to c8. You can take this pawn in 2 different directions, and I've just checked the computer. Both look fine for black. The game is roughly balanced, but the pressure would be on white there to justify the sacrifice. Instead of taking this pawn, knight to c8 is really passive.
And we can see, if you look at the bar jump.
I was waiting, yes. Waiting for that.
This is not approved by the computer. I mean, it's also hard to understand from a human perspective.
Really hard to understand. I mean, you're cementing the d6 square, but you're essentially saying, okay, I'm setting up a wall, I'm going to wait for you to come to me. And in chess, that's very rarely a good strategy. I mean, even if white just kind of plays a quiet move, I'm not sure. Rook to e1, for example. I'm really attracted to this bishop c4 move. Just looks so logical to set up this nice little kind of chain. This, pawn on b3, bishop on c4, pawn on d5. Just kind of cementing here, and I think the idea for Nino is to actually take at some point and put a knight on d6, act as a blockader, but it's just really passive.
Agreed, yeah. Things looking great for Jovanka here. We'll come back to this one in a bit, but great start to the game for her.
Yeah, I just want to say, if she was commentating here, she would be thrilled that white is throwing pawns forward. Her number one, her favorite thing when she's commentating is to push pawns, and yeah, this is the dream for Jovanka right now.
Absolutely. We'll check back in with her later. For now, let's move on to board 2, where Dinara Wagner is playing against Laniao.
Wow, and a wild position on the board. I mean, I'm just trying to do a quick count here. Black is 2
Some
pawns
pawns
up.
are missing, yeah.
Some pawns are missing for white, and I know we're deep into the round, but if we have time, Fiona,
Let's do
I'd
it.
love to jump back and do a bit of a recap, a quick recap here. We saw another Catalan opening, very popular, of course. Dinara has had some success with this opening, I believe, over the last few months. And giving up a pawn, the Catalan is a bit of a pawn sacrifice. Black does have the option to take this pawn and cling onto it. And a trendy variation where White's knight jumps into the center now, and okay, a second pawn sacrifice from Dinara after queen takes. She has given up the d4 pawn, and I do remember some games here between some very strong players. I remember Levon Aronian had this, Dominguez has had this, I believe Wesley So as well. White is 2 pawns down, but your pressure, for example, on the c6 square, your pressure along this diagonal, your pressure on the a file potentially can be blocked.
You know my memory, David. It's not the best, especially not for chess openings. But I was commentating on the Dortmund tournament this summer where Dinara scored her second norm, and I wonder if she didn't have this position herself on the board.
She might well have done.
Yeah.
I mean, Dinara extremely well prepared in the opening, and yeah, capable in dynamic positions as well as strategic. And I love what she did here. I do remember a game, I believe it was with Levon Aronian, where the players played Queen B3, Queen B4, and
David,
they bailed out with a draw and repetition of moves. But she's a fighter, Dinara, and she played on. Sorry, I'm not skipping ahead. She played on Queen to D3, and after Black continued kind of chasing the White Queen was the one to end the dance with Queen to E3. Black's knight, though, allowed out now. Knight D7. If I can get that move to load. I might just need a second. The board is refreshed. But yeah, the current position after Queen to E3, Fiona, it's just good compensation for White.
Yeah, we see the position there. So Dinara, I think, an expert in that line. Let's just go back to that moment after Queen E3. As you said, Yao now allowed to bring the knight out to D7.
Yeah, White trades off a set of pawns, takes the rooks off the board and leaps into the black position. And this would be winning if not for the move that Lan Yao found here, dropping back her queen. And the queens have just come off. Okay, 2 pawns down though. Feels like Black with the extra material should be safe, can even part with a pawn or two to maintain the balance.
Black might have to part with a pawn, rook c1.
Yeah.
Oh, which wasn't played.
Yeah, rook c1 would have been logical as well, but knight c3 is maybe even more ambitious, aiming to capture this pawn. For example, bishop to d6 would be met by the nice tactic, knight takes b5, using this pin, defending this knight now. Yeah, the thing is, I nearly called you Vanka. Fiona, it's great to have you here. And
You do have your Vanka next to you much more often these days in your defense.
We were just looking at her game, that's my excuse. Castle's here. I think White will be able to win back the pawn. At the very least, White has the bishop pair, so great compensation, but it's never really going to be much more than equality. I think Lan Yao has really diffused White's initiative well here.
Yeah, I'm impressed with how she handled this. It can be quite unpleasant to be hit with these kind of lines. So good on Lan Yao, who's very solid here with the black pieces. Let's move on to board 3, Harriet Hunt against Marcel Efremsky.
Okay, and Harriet, yeah, one of the legends of English women's chess. And okay, she played a slightly odd variation against the French defense, Queen E2 on move 2 against the French. We won't do a full deep dive into the opening there, but this position really, I was going to say really dramatic, because Black has this huge threat of just taking a pawn, even at the cost of materials sometimes. And this pawn looks really weak. I think Harriet's pretty much all in here on an attack against the Black King. I'm pretty sure she wants to play the move knight to G4 and land a check next move. Black's king lacking defenders. Fiona, you're the attacker between us. What do you think of White's chances here?
Well, I like attacking. I also have the advantage that I can see the evaluation bar, so I'm loving what Harriet has done. And yeah, not so clear to me. How does Black continue here?
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. I mean, for example, if a Black rook lands in the center, White does have one weakness, the backward pawn. Then this pin could be extremely annoying long term. I mentioned that the knight will jump in with a check, maybe conquering the dark squares. If Black ever has to take, then there's going to be all sorts of, for example, checkmating patterns around the Black king now, if White's queen ever just sneaks in.
The Black king is very lonely. I mean, the queen is on a5, completely removed from the king side. action, as is the bishop on a6. I'm really, really loving this for white.
Yeah, it looks really promising for Harriet, and this could be a key game. It's a really close match on paper, but Wood Green, it feels like they're doing really well right now.
Absolutely. Jovanka and Harriet with the white pieces, both pressing. Lan Yao looking very solid. Let's check out board 4. Elina Rubers for Super Chess against Katerina Thoma.
Yeah, and this game came from a Sicilian Najdorf, and for Najdorf experts, often achieving a break in the center kind of gets equality. It simplifies the equation somewhat, and I think here again Wood Green have reason to be happy. I know that Elina has been one of the informed players of the last year or two, just in chess in general, but right now it feels like she's got no opening advantage. Black is maybe threatening in some positions to drop back with a knight, hitting white's rook on h4, hitting the bishop on e3. There's ideas now with this last move of pawn to h6 due to a pin along this diagonal. I think it's advantage black.
You know what? I think that Wood Green are going to upset Super Chess today.
Ooh, big prediction there, Fiona.
Yeah. I mean, it's a match where I feel it's really experience against youth. Wood Green, Jovanka Huska, Harriet Hunt, Katerina Thoma, they've been around for so long. They have so much of that top-level experience. Lan Yao is much younger. Super Chess, of course, all of the players. Elina and Dinara are younger. Marcel and Nino some experience, but still, I feel it is a bit of a clash of generations. And this one, I see the Wood Green having an advantage right now.
Yeah, the opening stage has definitely gone in their favour. Early middle game looks in Wood Green's favour too, and the 8th seats maybe about to take down the 2nd seats.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. For now, let's maybe take a quick look at board 4 in the women's section before we go back to the Open, where Garuda Aika from Hungary is taking on the French team Anier. On the first board, the clash between Bella Kotanashvili and Pauline Guichard.
Wow, and I'm not sure I've seen such a block position in a while. And right now, white does actually have a threat to block things even further. If black makes a slow move, you simply cannot afford this. White would lock the center, and suddenly focus would switch towards the black king. The white queen is coming forward. There might even be a sacrifice to open up His Majesty over here on g8. And I mean, this black bishop is dead for life. For the rest of the game, I think black pretty much has to trade off this pawn and at least hope that the black knight can come into the center. Pauline Guichard, she's kind of a really principled player, and I'm expecting her to make this decision. But to me, Fiona, I'm not as great an attack as you in some. Or at least my instincts are less attacking than yours, shall I say? And yeah, I mean, even here, I'm getting excited from the white side.
Yeah, for sure. I think a very unpleasant position for Pauline. I think we can trust the clock times here. Remember, the first time control is only an hour and 40 away at this point. We'll come back here, but looking great for Bella Kotanashvili. Let's move on to board 2, Ina Gapanenko against Nurgul Salimova.
Okay, and yeah, Salimova, another informed player, gained a lot of fans during the World Cup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I saw some of her against Fiona, just, I mean, inspired, mark of genius there. But this position
doesn't feel like her trademark.
Yeah, more passive than she likes. Salimova, an attacking player, and yeah, here the white pawn structure not ideal. White does have these doubled f pawns long term. Actually, black is doing very well. Black's knight a great blockader. I'm just looking at the passive rooks here. White's rook can kind of start swinging across towards the black king later. White's bishop, nice and flexible. The one thing you've got to calculate is maybe bishop to f4. I was going to wonder whether black can block with a pawn, because suddenly this would lead to some real complications. If maybe the black queen just moves, but pawn to e5, there's en passant, and black has to be really careful here. Some tactics.
Yeah, but maybe Salimova would be happy as well, you know, to liberate her position. She might not shy away from these tactics if she feels they work out in her favor.
Yeah, and I think Gapanenko here, who's very experienced, she needs to dodge this. It looks very tempting. I was going to say this looks winning for white because queen takes rook would allow a fork, and suddenly the white queen pounces, checkmate next move. But yeah, it feels like it's just about hanging together here by a thread for black, and if the queens come off, black, remember, with a better pawn structure. So bishop to f4, impossible, and maybe this is the plan next move, just to break out with black. I would say in the balance, it could go either way.
Absolutely. Let's move on to the next board, where my good friend Joscha Iglesias is playing with the black pieces against Theodora Eniac.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Joscha, it looks like she's about to face the might of the two bishops. Bishop to c3, it looks like the most logical move right now for white. And I mean, they're just staring across the board right now. There's also this lever.
How many h-pawns have we seen been thrown up the board today?
All of them.
Yeah, and in almost every of those positions, we always liked white. So if you watch this at home, push those h-pawns.
Yeah, take a leaf out of the top players' books. Makes a lot of sense. And I think Joscha would be really happy if she had time to drop her queen back and start pushing some pawns now against the white king. But it just looks like a race where white is ahead. And you could imagine already the contours of a checkmating attack against the black king.
Yeah, this one looks on the verge, actually, unfortunately for her, of being lost. So let's see how they're getting on board 4 with the white pieces. Beatrice Belluir against Jocka Gal.
Yeah, and okay, the last move from Beatrice is really trying to open up the center while the black king is a bit stranded. I mean, there's tension. Who's it favoring? I'll say it favors white because the black king is in the middle, but the evaluation bar is kind of teasing us. It's in the middle.
Also, you said while the king is still in the middle, the king is kind of stuck in the middle. The king cannot castle king side because the pawn on h5 is undefended. So in the live position, I mean, the computer seems to ever so slightly favor black, but at first sight, I would take white. Any day in a game. Yeah,
and I must admit I am familiar with this variation of the Caro-Kann that they have played, and I was surprised. I was looking at it from the black side. It looks terrifying. So not exactly this position, but something very similar. But the evaluation, the computer always says it's fine, it's playable. You can later actually you can even castle at the cost of this pawn as long as the kind of rest of the board is favoring you as black. So Gal here has to defend really, really well, but she isn't panicking, she shouldn't panic, and it still takes a while for white to break through. So this one as well, really tense, but I love what Beatrice has been doing. She's just attacking here with white, trying to tear open the center of the board. And again, another position that could go either way.
Absolutely. Okay, so we've covered those two matches. Let's go back. Oh, you know what? I'm going to make a weird transition here. It's a suggestion also of our producer. Yesterday we talked quite a bit about the theme of families playing in this tournament. So let's quickly, in the women's event, while we're here on board 7, match 7, we have Solingen taking on the Serbian team that I cannot pronounce the name. I'm very sorry. But on top board, we have Machteld van Foreest, and she is playing against Elina Danielian. Machteld van Foreest is a member of maybe one of the biggest or the oldest chess families. You might have heard of Jordan van Foreest, their brother Lucas. Both of them are grandmasters, and their great-grandfather was already a Dutch chess champion. So let's take a quick look just at Machteld, and from there we'll move to Jordan and Team Super Chess.
Yeah, I believe their great-grandfather and their great-uncle were both Dutch champions. And of course, many strong players here as well. Machteld, the youngest of the current Van Foreest kind of clan, but she's super strong. She's won some really nice tournaments already. And I must admit, Fiona, this match, I can only see the last names. Van Foreest on board 2, and then Van Foreest on board 1, Rapport on board 2. I got a bit confused there. Richard Rapport's wife, of course, playing as well.
Oh yeah, but they're on the same team actually in the Super Chess team. So the
family
husband
affair.
And wife.
The husband and wife, and then
you
the siblings.
You guys get what we're saying.
It's a lot of family members, and it's great to see here. And meanwhile, this position, maybe not the most thrilling of those we've seen. It's symmetrical pawn structure, but roughly level chances here, I would say. I don't like where white's knight is situated, kind of dominated by this c6 pawn. At some point, it will get booted out of this square. But Machteld has gained a bit of space on the king side. She'll try and push that h-pawn forward again, maybe put a king on g3, and it's very hard to imagine either side really opening lines, creating a breakthrough. Just very level at the moment.
I think there is a good chance when we come back to this in maybe a couple of hours, they will still be there. So we'll leave this one be for now. And let's go back to the open section, to the top match between Askar Okadan and Super Chess, and start from board 1, Erik Blomqvist against Bogdan Deak.
Yeah, and here Erik Blomqvist has the extra space. He's hinting at an attack now. Fiona, knight to g5 was the last move played. White has this Maruxi bind, just preventing black, or at least deterring black from breaking forward in the center. White's pawns really clamped down here. I mean, you've got space. You control everything here for white pretty much. And where is black's counterplay?
You know me, I'm not a player that likes to play just within the first 3 ranks. So these positions, I always struggle. I know that black, of course, wants to find the right moment to break. Do you feel that moment might be now? And if so, where to break?
Oh, this is a tough question. I do quite like these flexible structures for black. This one we call the hedgehog, with black kind of pawns on a6, b6, d6, e6, even a pawn on g6. Maybe we'll see a pawn to h6 next, and black are just kind of setting up this wall of pawns. I do really like this, but as you say, Fiona, it is really tricky sensing that moment, kind of spotting the signal, the trigger to break forward. It tends to be one of these 2 pawn breaks. I'm wondering simply what Blomqvist's idea is here. The knight came from the f3 square. Surely he doesn't want to put it back on h6, on h3, sorry. But yeah, it does feel like black still has to continue maneuvering. I don't see how any of these pawn pushes work. d5 is always met by, for example, a capture and then kind of bypassing this white gain space. I think this favors white.
I'm still wondering about this h6 pawns. You're saying surely doesn't want to drop the knight back to h3. If he goes back to a3, then I guess he's claiming that forcing h6 is something he wanted to do.
Yeah.
But it's hard to see.
It feels like a standoff right now. It feels like white doesn't know what he's trying to do next. And actually, I really kind of struggle when I have white, when I have the responsibility of the extra space. With great space comes great responsibility, as Spider-Man once said. But yeah, it's hard to find a pawn break. And yeah, it feels like neither side coming up with an active plan right now. Oh gosh.
It was good, actually.
Thank you.
One of your better.
One of the better dad jokes. Anyway, moving on. It's yeah, I think neither side right now finding the optimum setup, and it will be a lot of tiptoeing around before we see the breakthrough.
We'll come back to this one. Let's move to board 2, Jordan van Voorhis against Jungmin Seo.
And board 2, okay, this is more lively, and we've seen his sister in action here. Jordan, I think he maybe has superior chances. I think he'll be more happy, at least with his position. White's rooks just look supreme, tying down black's rooks to the d7 square. The only counterplay maybe lies along this diagonal, so one way to shut that down would be kind of a boring move like bishop to f3. Oh, I hate myself for saying it, but trading off bishops. A nice safe king here for white. The king will be safe on g2, and then the queen can go hunting later for pawns.
Yeah, that pawn on d7 is going to be a long-term weakness. As much as I would like to keep more pieces on board, I think bishop f3 makes a lot of sense, and black is just doomed to passivity here.
Yeah, black's only active plan revolves around pushing a pawn to f4, or maybe pawn to h4 later, but it's hard to imagine white being too disturbed by that. It's just about the build-up for Jordan, and I don't think he needs to rush even. Bishop f3 looks appealing, but maybe some other options too.
Yeah, so this one looking good for Jordan. Let's go to board 3, Edwin Troost against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Yeah, and okay, what is this? Is this...
How did that knight land
What
in
happened
that
there?
unfortunate position?
Yeah, this knight, okay, it's one of these openings. It started as a Sveshnikov's Sicilian. This knight, I'm just going to trace its journey, Fiona. It started on b1, it went to c3, to b5, back around to a3, to c2, and to a1. That's not what you want to see from a
Not
knight.
your favorite knight journey, no.
And I think that's why the evaluation bar is slightly in black's favor right now, just superior pieces. White's central pawn as well, slightly weak. And if you do ever trade off black's active knight, then black will just happily replace that either with the pawn or with the rook, and targets. Once the b pawn drops, the f pawn will also be weak. Watch out for this black bishop, which is a bit bad right now, but coming round onto a more pleasant diagonal. Looks really good for black.
We earlier predicted this wasn't going to end 6-0, but so far the 3 boards that we have seen are looking really good for Super Chess. Let's move on to the bottom 3 boards, starting with Kirill Shevchenko against Jonas Bachhagen.
Yeah, and okay, level pawns, level pieces in this queenless middle game. I think this is roughly level. Normally I would be inclined to favour the bishop pair, but White's bishop is just staring at a wall of pawns. Fiona, do you see anything here for White? If not, then it looks like Black is relatively stable.
Yeah, I recently filmed a course on tactics, and I just immediately, I thought, I would love to set up Boden's mate, but we're very far removed from that. We need a bishop on f4, that White squared bishop would need to...
Somehow
I
come
don't
down to
even know,
A6.
yeah. That was my thoughts, those were my thoughts, but a little abstract in this position.
Yeah, a little abstract, but there are tactics, and it is to do with this bishop especially. Rook to A1 does set up a threat of capturing on the C6 square. For example, if Black is a bit lazy here, a bit slow, pawn to H5, White can take this pawn in 2 different ways. For example, okay, let's say knight takes C6, and if the pawn recaptures, Rook takes knight. Black's knight is misplaced, so I'm expecting this to be improved. Either back to b4 or...
I like knight b4.
I'm just, again, wondering if there are any tactics in the air. Everything's pointing towards the Black king right now. This Black bishop's slightly loose. It feels like Jonas here is solid, but Kirill...
You're saying maybe knight c7 is the safer choice?
Possibly, although I do kind of want to blockade White's pawn mass here. If White can ever get pawn to b4, then things start to roll, things start to open for this bishop. It does feel like Black is solid, and actually long-term Black's doing very well because there are targets on the queen side. So I'll say in the balance, but yeah, Kirill Shevchenko, really dangerous tactician. So he needs to keep an eye on those tricks.
David, I'm really curious about the next one. We left it off a couple of hours ago at Theodore Keneskog against Liviu Nisipianu. We were saying in the opening, Nisipianu had to be careful. He was on the verge of being caught out. Let's go back to that moment and see what happened.
Yeah, we are over 2 hours into this game, but they've only made 5 moves in the last 2 hours, pretty much, since we left. So knight to d5, we left it here, and I mentioned that knight f6 walks into a well-known trap, actually. This is move 11, but suddenly White would be able to jump in with the knight to g5. It looks like a blunder. It looks like White is about to lose a piece, but knight takes h7, wins a pawn, wins material, due to the fact that the king cannot recapture. This would end in a nasty mating attack on the Black king. So, of course, he didn't fall into this. Nisipianu maybe smelling a rat. He played bishop to f6 instead. Really solid, of course, covering the key g5 square. White eventually played c3. The knight drops back to e7. Exchange, knight g5 does threaten knight f7. This was stopped with queen e8, and White blows open the center. Really logical from White here, but I'm not sure whether he's timing it well. He's trying to open things for his bishops, but suddenly there are tactics all over the place. And okay, the live position is this one. If Rook takes pawn, Fiona, I smell some tricks. I smell some tactics. I'm not sure whether they work, but they're in the air. I'm looking at queen to g6.
With bishop h3 threats.
Yeah, and I mean, how is the evaluation bar? Okay, it does react eventually in White's favor. I was going to say, how's it saying level right now? It looks crazy, this position. I guess rook to g5, potentially from White, blocks some tactics, and it continues. Kind of a double attack here. I mean, there's all sorts of calculation to be done in this current position. White can only take this pawn if he's 100% sure he's not walking into any tricks against the White king.
He'll have to make sure very quickly, though, Theodore Keneskog, under 20 minutes, and we're only, what, on move 17, so 23 more moves to make. The computer likes his position quite a bit. If he can get away with taking the pawn, I think he'll be doing great. But we'll see what happens here. Very exciting position, and only one game left for us to look at. That's Lupulescu against Bator.
Yeah, and this one, we said Lupulescu really well-prepared player, and he went for the Queen's Gambit, declined. That being said, Black does look really active right now. Isolated pawn is the one drawback, but this Black rook looks like it can swing anywhere on the 6th rank. It looks like this Black bishop really well placed. The pawn on e3 is slightly vulnerable. But is it, Fiona, your favorite thing? Is it the Fiona attack?
The Fiona, here it comes.
Maybe it is.
It looks very tempting.
Yeah, some checkmating attacks against the Black King, just not in time to teleport his knight over to f6 to defend here, Black. And if you're forced to play a move like g6, suddenly this Black Rook, can't use these active squares, and there's a clear target. Yeah, maybe just good for White, just move by move. It looks like ahead in the battle here. Also bishop to b3, you might even just round up a free pawn. Maybe that's why the evaluation bar is so excited about Lupulescu's chances right now.
Yeah, I have to say we see Ivan Sokolov there again on the left-hand side, the super chess captain. I think he'll be very happy. I think Nisipeanu may be in some slight trouble if White can keep up, that pressure he's been exerting. But other than that, super chess looking great on all other 5 boards. And let's go back now to Magnus Carlsen to check in with how the world #1 player is getting on.
Okay, and Magnus taking some really big decisions in his clash against English Grandmaster Ravi Harrier. This is the current position. Let's just go back to that moment. Magnus played this really mysterious move, rook a to e1. I guess all queens feel uncomfortable when they're stared at by a rook, even if there's a lot of pawns in the way. And Ravi taking the decision to drop back, maybe coming back around to hit the d4 pawn. White retreated the bishop. We mentioned this was one of the plans behind Magnus's last move. And rather than continue with the logical continuation, queen to b6, maybe just wondering, maybe assuming Magnus will defend this pawn, although the bar reacts. Ravi, somewhat surprisingly, opens the center, opens the king side, and this really justifies White's rook being in the center on e1. Magnus plays bishop to a4. He's saying, okay, there's a strategic trick here. If Black takes on e5, White will be happy to capture on c6 and establish a beautiful knight on the e5 square. This outpost, I think strategically Magnus would win this one 99 times out of 100 just with such a beautiful piece against any opponent. Black, of course, blocks this. Good move from Ravi. The bishop drops back, and Magnus, I was going to say he would love to take on e5 with a piece, but he can't right now. Knight takes pawn, drops the d4 pawn. Okay, he takes back with a pawn instead, and I think Ravi's got to be quite happy here, Fiona.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about this decision to break with f6 at first, but as you said, he's been playing the French all his life. The fact that there is a pawn now on e5 rather than a knight is a huge success. The one thing I'm concerned about is the time. 20 minutes for Ravi. We're only on move 17. King h8. What is King h8? Is that a very prophylactic move, stepping out of that diagonal?
King h8, I really hate. No, oh God, I'm so bad with the jokes today. Okay, King h8.
What was your joke?
I don't know, just a pun.
Just an insult.
Just a terrible pun. Hate, h8 is like hate in text language.
Oh God.
Anyway.
That was off.
That was pretty bad. King h8, this is, I'm going to try and save myself with some chess moves here. King h8, basically, I think Fiona, queen b6 is the move Ravi wants to play, but it would be a blunder here due to knight takes d5. The queen b6 kind of sets up knight d4, stares at the white king, but knight takes d5 would be a winning trick, a double attack due to this check. So he's just walking the king to safety.
It's
like
not
you said.
as prophylactic as I thought. It's just it's not. I thought it was a long-term prophylaxis, but it's an immediately preparing to then play maybe queen b6 on the next move.
I think so, and yeah, right now, could it be a case of another Fiona attack, a queen on d3 and a bishop on c2? Right now, it doesn't quite work because of the move knight to b4, but he could set this up, Magnus, in the next few turns. And yeah, there's also the option at some point of eliminating this knight.
Actually, we just saw Magnus make a move there on the camera. Did he go knight
to e2? It makes a lot of sense. The d4 outpost looks pretty juicy for one of the knights. I was going to say the other option would be taking this knight off the board. And here, the one reason you don't want to go knight to e2, okay, apart from the fact it drops e5, is because black will always be ready and willing to capture and sacrifice the exchange just to wreck white's kingside. And okay, you've given up just 1 point here technically, but this is horrible for the white king. So Magnus wants to get his knight round to e2 and into d4 without allowing this. So knight e2 first, and next he will threaten bishop takes knight, followed by installing a beautiful knight on d4, good knight versus bad bishop. So Ravi says, okay, before you go for good knight versus bad bishop, I'll save my knight. Knight h4, and okay, the moves are coming in now.
Very fast. Yeah. Magnus captures on h4, Ravi just recaptured, of course, as he would.
Okay.
And F4, and suddenly rook A to E1 has been vindicated.
Yeah, just a real foresight there from the world number one, as we're used to, of course. And watch out for this rook lift as well. Rook F3 to H3, not only almost trapping the black queen, but some severe threats against the H7 pawn in particular. Okay, the last 2 or 3 moves, maybe it's the clock situation, as you mentioned, Fiona. Ravi's been rushing slightly, and I think he's taken sub-optimal decisions.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a typical Magnus game. He looks in great shape to win his first game of the European Club Cup. We're, of course, not there just yet, but looking very promising on the board and on the clock. Let's move to Matthew Wadsworth on board 2, taking on Steil-Antoni.
Yeah, and okay, a quick count. Black is a pawn down, but the evaluation bar says black is, well, significantly ahead here, has a big advantage, and it must just be to do with an attack against the white king. Steil-Antoni has sacrificed a pawn. He saved a hopeless position yesterday. Actually, his opponent agreed to draw while winning, but it looks like Steil-Antoni has really struck back. He's really brought his A game today.
It is black to move, so I wonder, how do you continue? You're hovering over the knight on d7. That knight would love to get in the game.
I mean, there's 2 paths. You could maybe go for the weak c4 pawn. You could maybe come to g4. I was wondering if knight to f6, where the white just kind of tries to block off your entrance into the g4 square. It looks really sad what white's doing here, just a knight on h2 defending. Maybe black's attack is quite long-term here as well. I could see kind of
g5 on the horizon.
g5. I'm not sure you want to rush this. The evaluation bar says not right now, but the idea will be in conjunction with queen to h5, and then later at g5 to try and open up this h-file. I think despite being a pawn up here, white is really struggling to compete on the light squares. If this bishop ever lands on h3 as well, maybe rook to h5 would be a good move, actually, trying to just trap this one on f1.
I actually just see some moves coming in. We saw there actually for a second, I think you just missed it, but Magnus looking over and Raunak just, I think it must be quite intimidating, you know. Yesterday Raunak was on board 1, now suddenly you have Magnus to your right and he's looking at your game, he's looking at you, he's judging your every move, but he seems to be dealing with the pressure well today.
He's dealing with the pressure okay. I do actually have experience myself of sitting next to Magnus in the European Club Cup. We nearly won it, another Norwegian team, Vålerenga, in 2018. Magnus was sitting next to me, and my first 3 rounds, I never once took my hands away from my head because I knew he would be frowning at all of my moves. And I managed to stay undefeated the tournament, and at the very end of the event, he was like, "You played okay." I was like, "I performed 2750." He was like, "You played okay." So he's a
There was this famous
judge.
picture actually.
Yeah, there's a famous picture.
Actually, I think was it not Nikki who took? Or never mind. But
yeah,
yeah, if you guys look up the pictures from that Club Cup, there's some very nice pictures of you guys, of Magnus watching and celebrating.
Yeah, he was actually a great teammate, I must say. Like, there was one game he finished after 2 hours, and I played for 5.5 hours. But he stayed in the tournament hall. He didn't leave after he finished his game. And the moment that I finished, he came and kind of hugged me and celebrated. And he really cares. He's a good teammate, despite being sometimes a harsh critic.
Great teammate when you do well.
When you win. So there's a lot of pressure on the upper spiel players to do well here. And I think Raunak is kind of... yeah, he's doing everything right now. This pawn is vulnerable, and if the white knight drops back to defend it, then actually it's going in the wrong direction, away from the white king. So there will be ideas like knight f6 to g4, and yeah, it looks very promising for black right now.
Okay, let's move on to board 3. Ariane Tari against Jonah Willow.
Okay, and I see a queen on h5 here. I see a bishop on d3. Everyone's obsessed with checkmating on h7 today. But what about the rest of the board? This weird pawn structure, isolated pawn, isolated
and what's
double
that
pawn.
black pawn doing on c3?
Yeah, just trapped behind enemy lines on c3. This is really weird, this position, I've got to say. But Fiona, it might just be the case of a direct attack incoming. I see ideas such as rook to h4 already.
And again, the black king looking rather lonely, not easy to get defenders in for that king. This is looking great for Ariane. Also Jonah down to 15 minutes. Match looking really promising for Offerspiel so far. Let's move on to board e4, Bernadette Shani against Pranav.
Okay, and this one, I would say, out of the games we've seen so far, the best news for wood-green fans, and I know there are a lot of them. Right now, white has a lot of space, and white has the attacking prospects, a bit like the last game, some checkmating ideas. Black's knight is the only thing holding things together right now.
The bishop here as well, looking down towards the black king.
Okay, and just as I say it, pawn to e5. Yeah, it's the bishop pair, Fiona. As you mentioned, bishop g5 sometimes a serious threat, kind of trapping the black queen, forcing black to play a move like f6, which could really backfire. I think, yeah, Borna's doing everything right here. Black at some point will have to break out either with c5 or a move like f6, but he's got to time it well. Yeah, the most promising position that we've seen on this match so far from
Still
wood-green.
two of them to come. On board 5, Roderick Cadal against Conor O'Donnell.
Okay, and wow, this one, fewer pieces on the board. We mentioned Conor O'Donnell earlier, roommate of, or flatmate of referee Harriers, and it looks like he's in good shape. It's level pawns. Black has the 2 versus 1 queenside majority, so good long-term prospects. If the queens come off, rooks come off, especially if the knights come off, Black has outside pass pawn potential. White's knight, though, looks very strong. I'm just wondering if there's any counterplay. I once commentated with Judith Polgar, and I think 5 times in the space of 2 days, she found a knight e1 tactic. And I was like, how do you even have that full board awareness? Just wondering whether knight e1 hitting this rook leads to anything.
Just play queen g5 and just like la la la.
La la la, pawn to a3, bang, knight e1. Checkmate coming, winning the rook. But it's actually, we say it as a joke, it could be a theme. Queen g5 doesn't look too stupid here. Just really reminding white that there are weaknesses.
Instead, Conor has just dropped the knight back to c5, interrupting the connection between the white rooks and hitting the queen on a4.
Yeah, and if he wants to be really solid here, Conor, then he could play moves like knight to e6 just to eliminate white's knight, for example, in exchange here. And it's hard to imagine black losing this. White does have a rook on the back rank, but any checks can just be blocked by the black queen. Feels like a level endgame incoming, and this is if Conor wants to play safe. Maybe he'll have half an eye on the other boards, know that wood-green are in trouble somewhere, and maybe he'll take risks. But yeah, it looks like doing a decent job here with black.
Absolutely, and let's check a last game, the last game of this match before we go on a quick break. It is Viktor Stoyanov against Benjamin Haldorsen.
Okay, and earlier we said symmetrical position. We left this in the opening. Not too much has changed. Queens have come off the board. The only big imbalance here is that white has captured. Earlier, white did play the move b4, took a piece on c5 and pushed a pawn to c6. So a very strong pass pawn, but if it isn't able to progress, then suddenly black is the one with outside pass pawn potential. I think this one could go in black's favor if white doesn't find something in the next few moves. If black gets time to play a move like king e7, maybe f6, later rook b8, a5, b4.
You'd prefer to be black here?
I prefer to be black. Again, my joke about responsibility of space and pass pawns, it's relevant here. White has kind of made a committal decision, putting a pawn on c6, but if it's blockaded, then it's going nowhere. It's actually a weakness, if anything. Rook d3, what's the idea? I don't really see it if black just moves the king into the center. Ooh, evaluation bar sees something, but
I'm curious.
no
what
entry
does
squares.
it see? Let's take a look.
No entry squares. Wow, the computer says now keep the bishops on, drop back, and try to go for the black king from a different angle.
Interesting.
This is clever. I'm still slightly confused about what happens if black plays bishop d6. Okay, white can start attacking with e4 to e5.
Yeah,
I'm
this
getting...
is far from obvious.
Yeah, this is really energetic play from white, and it will need to be in the current position after rook to d3. Maybe black should force the issue with these bishops right now, rather than kind of play it slowly, just to avoid that. And after a trade, black's king can come to e7, black's knight on c7, full blockade, and I would say maybe slightly easier position to play. Objectively level, but slightly easier for black to play by hand.
Okay, well, it looks like the favorites so far are doing well on the top 2 boards. Team Super Chess, also Team Offerspiel. We'll come back to Novibor, to Anier, and to the women's section after a short break. Do stay with us because time travel is looming.
See you soon.
Hello. Hello and welcome back to the round 2 here at the European Club Cup in Durres, Albania. And David, things are heating up. We are almost 3 hours now into the round and we haven't checked in with the top matches from the women's event for a little while. So we will begin there. Magnus is still doing great. We'll get to that shortly.
Yeah, Magnus is working his magic as we're used to, but let's check in with the women. And I'm going to say let's go to board 2, actually the top seeds, the reigning champions, Monte Carlo. Yeah, let's go to their board 1 player where Maria Muzichuk is facing Stavrula Solakidou.
I think that was good. We'll have to ask our producer, but he's nodding,
Okay.
nodding away. So.
Perfect. I suddenly get stage fright when it comes to these names. And okay, a really tense position. And I love White's light squared strategy here. We see this pawn chain, an extra pawn on the light square, everything on light squares here for White with a dark squared bishop. I think doing very well here long term, Maria Muzichuk, but short term, dynamically, Black is so active. And this White king not entirely safe right now. I'm going to say anything can happen, but this position feels like it's about to explode into life any moment, Fiona.
Yeah, I'd be very curious. Unfortunately, we don't have the accurate time situations here. I think today there were just a couple of issues in the women's section, but certainly they wish they had as much time, but with time control happening in an hour, that's not happening. And so this last move, a5, if you're a Maria Muzichuk, how do you continue now?
Yeah, there's so many tempting moves. I'll just mention a few of them. One of the candidate moves, obviously, if it were possible, would be a simple double attack, a fork with a pawn, but Black's queen can jump out the way with gain of tempo against the undefended White queen, meaning there's no time to take the Black knight, and after a trade, the Black knight saves itself, Black wins a pawn in the process. So tactically, this doesn't quite work for White. Other moves would be maybe to attack the queen with White's bishop, to drop back, attacking the Black rook. But a lot of these would expose the White king on this diagonal. And even if Black just drops back, I don't see exactly what White should be doing next. I don't think a bishop trade actually helps White in these positions. The White king is very vulnerable, as we mentioned, and Black has all the pawn breaks. Black can play a4 at will, Black can look at d5, f5, even h5 breaks, and White is just trying to solidify. I rarely say it when one side has the better pawn structure, but I think I might even take Black in this position, just in practical terms. It just feels slightly easier to play.
Okay, very interesting. And well, let's move on to Maria's sister, Anna Muzichuk. We really liked my Navra's position early on, a risk-free advantage, and it seems to still be the case.
Yeah.
Although the pawn structure has changed.
The pawn structure has changed. I was going to say, if White had a few more moves, if White could get, for example, a4, b5, distract the Black queen, maybe start pushing pawns in the center, then really pleasant position. But the Black queen will act as a blockader. Long term, actually, in the endgame, Black's bishop may be superior to the White bishop just because you have more targets, more pawns on dark squares. It does feel very level with best play. I would say White with a slightly safer king, Black's king more vulnerable to checks. But yeah, it feels like things should balance out. It's just one of those scenarios where the tactics aren't quite working for either player, and often that just means equality.
So let's see what's happening on the bottom 2 boards. First, checking in with Sarah Kadam against Victoria Radeva.
Okay, and earlier we were kind of zoned in on this game when Radeva had a big choice whether to go for something really solid or something a bit more ambitious but more risky. She went for the solid approach, and now suddenly all these knights just sitting in the center of the board, pawn structure almost symmetrical. I'm expecting White's knight to drop back and kind of trade off. Oof, Fiona, again, not the most exciting, but...
Yeah, it looks like all top 3 boards here are quite in the balance. I wonder is something happening. I don't know if you want to stick around with this one. I feel maybe it makes more sense to come back in a little while.
Yeah.
And let's check in with board 4, Marina Gaishin against Elizabeth Pates.
Yeah, and this one looking very level too. We talked about this game earlier when White went for this very early pawn push, getting a pawn, installing it on a6. And that makes quite a nice impression now because the Black b5 pawn seems a bit cut off from the rest of its army, but no open lines. What I was going to say is it's not the most exciting games these last 3, but typical team chess, especially when there's so much at stake, and especially when the top players are starting to play against each other. It feels like no one's really trying to take risks yet, just waiting for their opportunities. And as we approach that time control that you mentioned, within the next hour, these games will come to life.
Yeah, Monte Carlo, the top seeds, their opponents are only the 7th seed, but we already see that this is a match that's certainly not easy. I'm not sure if right now, based on the live positions, Monte Carlo are favored, so we'll come back here in a bit. For now, let's move on to board 3 and see how Wood Green is getting on against Super Chess.
Yeah, so the second seeds in the women's section, Super Chess, we mentioned they might be in a bit of trouble, or at least the opening phase hadn't gone in their favour, but they are turning things around. The high-rated team here against Wood Green, the 7th seeds, and the 8th seeds even.
Seeds, yeah.
And yeah, earlier we talked about Jovanka Hauska's position against Nino Batsiashvili, and this has turned. Somehow White's extra kind of pressure in the centre has just disappeared. Grabbing a pawn now on the edge of the board, Jovanka trying to restore the material balance, but Black has a few tempting moves. This rook is hit. Okay, let's try and figure out why the evaluation bar is in Black's favour. Is it just a simple capture?
Yeah, so let's see, rook takes.
And I'm assuming bishop takes right now. The queen recaptures, and this pawn is hanging at the end of this variation. The one thing that you have to kind of think twice about is the fact that the Black king is so bare right now, lots of dark square weaknesses, but you're gaining time against White's rook. This knight on the rim, pretty dim right now on a5. And this rook holds the d5 pawn. Feels like White's position just not quite coordinated enough to make use of the exposed Black king.
Yeah, if the pawn on d5 was better protected, rook d1, you could picture some counterplay because of the weakness of the pawn on d6 as well. But the problem is this rook is tied down to the defense of that pawn on d5, so things now looking difficult for Jovanka, who's also down 15 minutes on the clock. So let's move on to board 2.
Yeah, and just to do a recap of board 2, we actually left it around here. White did play the move knight to c3. We saw a bunch of exchanges. We left it in this position actually, Jovanka, and White's a pawn down.
Fiona.
No, every time, sorry. Do you hate me?
No.
You should hate me.
I should, but not for that.
Please forgive
I've
me.
known you too long. There are many other reasons. Just
In my
kidding.
defense, it's always after we've just come from Jovanka's games.
Yes.
Sorry.
So that game actually has ended in a draw. I think something you were getting at earlier, this position, in the end, the extra pawn was recaptured, and with the opposite colored bishops, there was nothing left to play for. One thing, we mentioned it briefly yesterday at the start, the players are not allowed to offer a draw before move 30. That's why the game continued a few more moves, and as soon as Dinara made her 31st move, she offered a draw. And it's not the only game to have finished in this match. Unfortunately for Wood Green, they lost on board 4. So let's quickly see how that ended before we move to board 3.
Yeah, so actually we were here not that long ago, just 8 moves or so before this game wrapped up. We said Black had an advantage.
Didn't I say that game's gonna be here for a very long time? So
yeah, something went very wrong for Black here. Rook to e4, nice move from Alina here. And after knight to f5, this looks very logical, trying to remove the defender, this beautiful bishop, the defender of this g5 pawn. White defends the g5 pawn, and okay, it looks like bishop to c5 was just a blunder, one move blunder, unfortunately walking into a nasty pin. I think here Black, Katerina Toma, was expecting rook takes pawn, whereupon she could take on f2. Black's bishop is extremely strong, lots of targets, and Black would have a huge advantage, but unfortunately missing rook to c3. And the Black king cannot defend its bishop. For example, it would get chased away, deflected, and the bishop would fall. So the bishop was protected by a pawn, but it was simply overwhelmed, pawn to b4, losing a piece now with Black due to the pin, and a few moves later, she did resign. The Black king actually chased forward and about to be in the firing line.
yeah. So with Wood Green down half, 1.5, and Jovanka in some trouble on board 1, they really need a win from Harriet Hunt, who was doing well when we checked earlier, and seems to still be doing well.
Yeah, still a pleasant position for White. White is a pawn up. If we do a quick count here, everything else looks relatively balanced, but white is a pawn up, and this rock-solid pawn chain means that white has good chances. This is actually an isolated pawn in the center as well, so a big weakness tying down black's rooks. I'm expecting white to come up with a simple plan, such as invading with the bishop to c5, and then maybe pushing a pawn forward to a4, undermining black's pawns on the queen side. It's going to take a long time to convert this. It's not going to be easy, but Harriet has the advantage, the extra pawn.
Okay, so that concludes our look at that match. I think we're going to go back to the Open. Maybe a quick look just at Magnus's game, because I know people, I can see the chat. Everyone wants to see Magnus, and that, of course, makes a lot of sense. So we'll see Magnus and then maybe check in with Novigor.
Yeah, let's check out Magnus Carlsen, the world #1. The position has really changed, really developed over the last few moves. We left it after this mysterious king to h8 move that I will not make any more puns about. And white's knight retreated. We saw a exchange of pawns, and here we left it saying white had a big advantage, a growing advantage. Rook to c8 from Ravi Harrier, and okay. Oh wow, this is really clever. I was gonna say, maybe there are some tactics if rook to f3, for example. Knight takes e5 here, Fiona. Wow, Ravi Harrier set the sneakiest trap I've seen in a long time. This is attacking the rook. If the knight is captured, then rook takes rook, and suddenly a deflection at the very end. Rook takes bishop, and due to the fact the black queen is staring at the white rook on e1, black has won a pawn and has a big advantage. Note how after this tactic as well, rook to f3, knight takes e5, black can answer rook to h3, again with the same idea, rook takes c2, counter-attacking the white queen, and no time to take the black queen, and this would actually have been checkmate. Whoa, beautiful spot there from Ravi Harrier, the young Englishman. Magnus therefore saved his bishop, not on a loose square anymore. So again, the threat of rook f3.
Very unfortunate actually for Ravi that he was playing Magnus, because I think there's so many opponents that would have fallen for this.
Yeah, myself included. If this was a blitz game, a rapid game, rook f3 is the most natural move. It looks like a killer threat, but knight takes e5 would be, just a heartbreaker there, a game changer. So bishop to b1, of course, spotted by Magnus, and again, rook f3, rook to h3, a winning idea. Ravi retreated the queen, sneaky again, setting up some traps along this diagonal. Knight takes e5, now threatened due to a pin. Magnus improved the queen, defending the e5 pawn. Black's queen doing a bit of a dance here, keeping an eye on the e1 rook, the recurring theme, rook f3, still not possible due to a capture. And Magnus moved that rook out the way, queen dropped back. Checkmate threatened, pawn to h6, but now some holes. I'm looking at the Fiona attack, the white queen coming to h7.
But Magnus going for an even more direct approach.
Yeah, just trying to break the shelter in front of the black king, g4. Maybe hinting at f5 as well later in the future. d4. Wow, Magnus switching it up, slow playing it. Suddenly, I guess queen to d3, sometimes met by knight to b4, so he's just covering that square, taking it away. And after king to g8, g5. He's going for it. He's going for the black king.
Yeah, the black king is looking quite unhappy on g8. It stepped to the corner, it stepped back now. White might even at some point also play king h1, free up the g file. Get a rook there. Ravi under a minute now. It's moved 26.
Oof, it's going to be hard to survive this, even if he had 1 hour, let alone 1 minute. Ravi Harrier, just to point out, pawn takes pawn will lead to checkmate after queen check on h7, and the bishop is the one delivering the kiss of death to the black king. So this cannot be played, of course. But then again, how do you stop Magnus simply taking a pawn, opening up the king further? I love your idea, Fiona, of somehow getting a white rook to the g-file in the near future. Maybe we stick with this one until Ravi's made a move. Wow, not much time on the clock now, just a few seconds.
Ticking down. I mean, as we can see from the evaluation bar, the position is probably objectively lost already, but with that time situation, wow.
He's going in now, Ravi Harrier. This looks like a gamble. Was this on Magnus's radar? Black sacrificing a knight. He's hoping that if the pawn takes the knight, he can give a check with Black's queen and some counterplay. I don't really see immediately what the idea is after White blocks. I think White will convert this material advantage eventually.
Does he just want to take on c1 and then...
White takes back, I guess. does look a bit scary with the black queen coming in. The knight defends the rook. It's hanging together just about for Magnus Carlsen. I was going to say, though, this is what Ravi is hoping for after knight takes e5, but the problem is Magnus can finesse this. Instead of taking first, he can delay the capture first, trading off a set of rooks, maybe deflecting this black rook. Okay, the bishop's the one that takes, the black rook wants to stay on this file. But now, can he just simply take the knight? I think he can maybe just get away with this and block with the white queen.
And there doesn't seem to be.
There's no checks in this position for black, and no checks means bad news.
Yeah, I think we can stick around here. We might see a handshake very soon. I think knight takes e5. It was just desperation. The position was lost anyway. When time is ticking down, you need to make a move. So you try to muddy the waters, but Magnus, of course, wasn't phased, and it looks like he's going to get off to a winning start here.
Yeah, and against anyone else in the world, you would think you have some counter chances, but against Magnus Carlsen, yeah, it's a forlorn dream, unfortunately. He just has too much control. Black's bishop too passive to help with the attack. And this is the current position. I'm expecting queen takes g5 because there's simply nothing else. The only justification for giving up your knight 2 moves earlier. He does take this pawn. Ravi Harrier didn't look too energetic there.
Enthusiastic, no. I think queen g3 will quickly be played by Magnus. And
yeah, he
do you think he'll play on, or this will be the last move we see in this game?
I think maybe he'll play on one more move. There's just no way to keep the game going. Rook takes rook potentially, but once he realizes there's no checks, maybe he'll play a move like queen to d2 because it looks a bit scary for white. But I don't think he'll play on too much longer. I'm wondering whether it's actually white who delivers checkmate with a move like queen to g6, and suddenly queen to e8 catches out the black king. This one's just the end. Black has one check, but it's just a spite check. The king is really safe. Knights protect kings so well.
Yeah, as you predicted, the exchange on f1 happened. Magnus recaptures, and let's see, it's tricky, right? When you're playing, I think against anyone else, you're likely to at least play on until the time control, because I think in general that's what we're conditioned to do. When we have no time, we just sort of play on. He also does go for queen d2, but I think when you're Magnus, maybe there is this, you know, thought that you don't want to play on for too long. Let's see, do you think queen g6 will be played here?
I think queen g6. Magnus is spoiled for choice. If he wants to be super safe, he can just move the bishop somewhere into the center to any protected square.
You know what we can do? Maybe we can take a quick look at some other games from this match. We'll keep the camera on Magnus so that we see when the handshake happens, because I think, you know, Ravi might play on for a little bit. So, oh, and actually we see there Magnus squeezing the shoulder of Raunak Sadhwani, who I guess just won his game against Matthew Wadsworth.
Yeah, we talked about it. Magnus is a great teammate. He's congratulating the board 2 for Offerspiel there. Magnus making a bit of a face. And yeah, I can't blame Ravi for playing on. You might as well enjoy the moment. How often do you get to play against Magnus Carlsen in a classical game? And okay, he's about to make a move.
He looks like a guy, though, who's about to deliver the killer blows soon.
Yeah, just double checking that everything's protected, that no pieces hang or anything. And we will update you with how that game that Raunak Sadhwani won, how it ended. Okay, he doesn't play queen to g6. It looks like he played bishop to g6, just closing the net around the black king. And with the white queen, this also looks decisive.
If I go pawn grabbing on b2, am I getting mated by force? I imagine so.
I think so. Just no way to guard against this check on f7, forcing the king into the corner, and then a checkmate with the white queen on f8. Black's queen just, I mean, there's literally only one check, and that's the check in a1 that will not save. We get the handshake, takes his first win of the European Club Cup.
Okay, congratulations to Magnus Carlsen. Offerspiel taking a 2-0 lead. Let's very quickly look at the other 4 boards, and then we'll go back to the Novi Bor Werder Bremen match.
Yeah, and Magnus Carlsen there, just signing the score sheet, setting things up. I was wondering if the players would have a post-mortem. There we go, Magnus discussing things with Ravi, nice touch. I know that, yeah, Magnus knows me and Ravi are good friends, so I'm glad he's giving some wise words of advice to his young colleague there. And yeah, maybe we can jump back and see how Sadwani finished things off. Sadwani, actually in really impressive style. Look at this white king. How many pieces are around it right now, Fiona?
Too many.
We talk about attacking and bringing pieces into the attack. This is overload.
Anand must have been very happy to be on the giving end yesterday. He was on the receiving end of a terrible attack. He was, and by terrible I mean terrific. He was very lucky to survive. And today, for Matthew, let's just see the last few moves. How did this happen?
Yeah, just a quick action replay, because a few moves prior, it looked like white was creating some counterplay, and a really flashy move here from Sadwani. Knight to a4. This is actually a sacrifice. If the queen takes this knight, then I'm assuming black breaks through with bishop takes e2, and this is a kind of multiple attack now against the knight, against both rooks. So a deflection tactic, but also aiming to come in. White reacted, but this just allowed the knight to drop back, taking a pawn. And this tactic, I mean, it's just tactics all over the place now from Sadwani, removing the defender of the white knight. This bishop was captured, and a few moves later, the black pieces poured in towards the white king. And I just want to point out one tactic. If white kind of ignores the threats, I think I know how Raunak Sadwani would have finished this game off. You can checkmate in a few ways. Fiona, what's the most spectacular?
The most spectacular. I guess it's a queen sack. Does queen g3 work?
It does. Queen takes g3. Look at this. A queen sacrifice.
A beautiful, cute ladder mate.
And a ladder mate. There we go. Hitting the king. The knight defends the rook. No escape. And the rook cuts off the king. Beautiful attack there from Raunak Sadwani against Matthew Wadsworth.
I think Magnus is not happy because that green badge is the badge that indicates that you're still in play. And I think he wants to stick around. Did the arbiter actually tell him no? We'll see. Usually they make an exception for Magnus in general. Once you finish your game, you have to leave. We see Magnus there exchange a few words with their captain, Victor Havik. And it looks like he'll be allowed to stick around. So let's move on to board 3. Like Magnus, we'll check in with Aryan Tari and Jonah Willow.
Yeah, and earlier we mentioned that white had this attack brewing, something in the air against the h7 pawn. It looks like black has survived the first onslaught, but white is breaking through on several parts of the board now. Black's rook on d2. I'm wondering exactly what to do next. Despite the evaluation bar, it's still messy, which suits Jonah Willow, but rook takes pawn. This is a cute tactic if, for example, black tries queen takes e5, trying to win the pawn back, activating the black queen. I think white can simply take this knight, removing the defender of black's queen, and if she takes a rook, there will be checkmate. I'm yet to see it, but okay, bishop takes pawn, there we go. This would be a check. If the king walks into the corner, there'll be some devilish discovered checks. If it walks to f8, then a simple check from the other bishop. And defended by the white queen, this would be the end. So what to do? Pawn to h6 from Jonah Willow. Nice tactic there. Maybe setting up queen takes e5. He's not out of this, I will say. It's level material. So if black can get the queen active, can take a pawn, the fight back might begin.
I am tempted to take on g6, but I'm also tempted to keep my bishop. So my idea is just to create a weakness. But of course, if I don't break through, then with the opposite color bishops, can I maybe bring a rook along the third rank, rather?
Yeah, I mean, several squares that are tempting. Rook g3, rook e3 might indirectly defend this this pawn. Rook
I wasn't
g3.
thinking of defending, but maybe I'll have to.
Yeah, rook g3. Now the difference would be queen takes e5 impossible because this rook no longer hangs on the c3 square. Queen takes queen, white has won a piece in the process. Yeah, definitely. I think he should move this rook, you're right, Fiona.
Rook g3 maybe looks quite tempting.
Yeah, rook g3. At least now this black knight will never ever move. Yeah. I'm not really sure how the black queen gets into the game. She might have to kind of do a bit of a zigzag. c8, d7. It's frustrating for white that this rook is undefended, otherwise you could move your bishop out the way.
I was just thinking about that. I was thinking maybe rook g3 and then on the next move rook b3, bring all the rooks, set up these discoveries. I think Aryan will find a way to wrap this one up, especially when we're so low on the clock. Let's move on to board 4, Borna Derekshani against Pranav.
Yeah, and earlier that was an earlier position. We were discussing this game. We thought it was maybe the most promising, the best chance for wood green. And okay, Borna Derekshani here, he has one material.
Yeah.
He's currently the exchange up for a pawn, so rook for knight and pawn. But black's compensation does lie in the inflexibility of white's bishops because it's so blocked, and this vulnerable pawn on d4. What do you think, Fiona? Enough compensation, or has Pranav got some long-term prospects here?
I would say not enough. Black also has some weaknesses, the pawn on e6. I like the fact that white has already started expanding on the king side. I'm wondering if I can maybe keep pushing at some point, just g5, h4, h5. I'd like to get my king out of the way, bring the rooks, but I understand black also has time. But I feel it shouldn't be enough. Time is ticking down, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, white could also just slow play it, defend the d4 pawn and bring rook to the g file, trying to break through later. Okay,
we see the different styles.
Very different styles, me
me
and Fiona, like opposite styles between the two of us. He does go for a kind of in-between move type of that. I think to make us both happy, Borna Derekshani, he defends the pawn, but also hinting that he might later attack the black king. Yeah, it feels like Pranav in a bit of trouble, but he's notably really, really strong at rapid chess, and the game is getting to that phase now as we get closer to the time control.
Let's see the next one, Frode Urkedal against Conor O'Donnell.
Okay.
And it looks like Conor went the safe route. We talked about this. If he wants, he can get the knights off. That's what he has done. Do you feel the majority on the queen side still gives him some chances, or it's rather equal?
Yeah, I would say it's a 2-result game. It shouldn't be ever a win for white, this one, unless Conor does something a bit crazy, unless he really risks it for his team and goes for the win. I could see black winning all sorts of endgames if these pawns start rolling. I can also see, yeah, somehow, I don't know.
Rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8.
I'm looking at the h8 square.
White sneaking in behind with an attack. The one downside for black is because he has 3 versus the superior 4 on the king side. White is the one with some attacking chances. But yeah, I would say objectively with best play should be a draw in this one.
And finally, Viktor Stoyanov against Benjamin Halldorsen.
Yeah, and okay, this was the position we left it earlier. Let's catch up with the live position. Okay, this one has really gone in black's favor. We talked about the c6 pawn. It's a really responsible decision, pushing the pawn so far forward. Really ambitious, of course, but it has backfired for white. This pawn is disconnected from the rest of the army. It's unfortunately here easy pickings. And Benjamin Halldorsen, I think, should wrap this endgame up. White's knight as well, just been unable. It's been too slow to get into the game.
The last time we were here, white still had a dark squared bishop that could cause some problems, but this one, I think this whole match is looking really good for Office Bill. Maybe Pranav in a little bit of trouble, but they should have things under control. Let's check in with the title defenders, Novi Bor against Werder Bremen. And we have one of the players actually of that match in the room with us. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the end of that game yet, so we're gonna have to go through that. We also today are not able to have guests, otherwise we would have loved to hear Roland's thoughts. But let's see how that game finished.
Yeah, that game finished here after 18 moves. Let's do a quick rewind. We actually left it here, Fiona. Just a few moves before rook to e2 was played. We said it's a bit tricky for black due to white's control over the e5 square. Black's bishop retreated to f8. White played knight b5 with a sneaky threat of a fork, double attack on black's rooks. And okay, knight to h5, hitting the white bishop. And now a really clever maneuver, I think, here from Vincent Keimer, hitting the black queen first of all, and then retreating, not retreating even, knight to e5. And after this trade, now retreating the bishop, with this threat. I guess just really hard to stop. Also, this knight on h5 is hanging in a lot of variations. And after f6, now white lands knight c7. And I guess maybe this was missed, or I'm not sure, miscalculated. It's tricky for black at this position in general, I guess. Rook b8 and the final position. Unfortunately, f takes e5. The knight is trapped, but not enough time to take it after rook takes e5. and this knight on h5 hangs. Yeah, just Vincent. I mean, he's so strong and so good at calculating. G6.
Yeah.
Could you check what happened if I didn't play rook b8?
So instead of rook b8, which was the final mistake, maybe we'll just quickly ask the computer.
So I guess the other candidate move is to take this bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, the all-seeing oracle here does say knight takes a8, and with a white advantage, but still complicated, still tricky. It doesn't say it's significant here. Rook takes e5 is a threat. Apparently, a position like this one is still in the balance. Queen to d6, queen to b8, and maybe picking up this knight. It's crazy, right? It's
Queen
hard to calculate.
d6, queen b8. I saw you recently commentate and saying how knight backward moves, especially knight backward and queen backward moves, are tricky to spot, and it's a really unusual maneuver.
That's not obvious. I guess the more human approach would be, for example, something like b6, bishop b7, and yeah, still some chances for black if you can catch this knight. Objectively, maybe a bit better for white, but I mean, in a human battle, that's less relevant. Yeah, maybe this would have been a good practical try for black.
Vincent thought this was completely winning for white, but I'm surprised about the computer evaluations.
Yeah.
Vincent thought, yeah?
Yeah, I spoke after the game.
Yes.
Okay. Did he just thought he could bring the white knight out and?
No, not really. He thought that even if I can capture the knight, you just play bishop h3, queen e2, rook e1.
Ah, okay.
I get the second ball.
So maybe just for our audience at home who probably cannot hear what Roland is saying, but he had a long chat with Vincent after the game, and Vincent actually felt that he was winning here, which to me is always interesting. How I like to get the human perspective. What the engine tells never, tells the whole story. So an abrupt finish to what was an interesting game.
I will mention Vincent's a very ambitious player. I once played him, and yeah, a lot of his evaluations were very optimistic for him. But yeah, either way, he does take the win.
Absolutely, gives his team the lead. So let's go to board 2, Nicolas Wachinger against Niels Grandelius. This one looked so interesting. It's been so long since we checked in here. And
Wow.
Niels in huge trouble.
Look at the bar, Fiona.
Wow.
It's just a fork, and white is about to win material. It's not just that, but there might be some potential threats to trap this black bishop. Yeah, black just plays the move a5. If he was a bit careless here, Niels, if he'd, for example, forced the white knight to make a decision, we could have seen the move b4, and white's king is simply coming around to pick up this bishop a5, for example, met by this king walk, and next move, pawn drops, bishop drops, game over. So Niels is fighting, he plays the move a5, and okay, he will have a pawn for the exchange, not entirely over yet. I do wonder whether white needs to rush. Maybe you don't rush at all here to capture.
Can I play king? If I play king c2,
Sneaky.
you just got to drop the bishop back, and I've lost all my advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, king c2 would lose protection of the rook on e2,
And
allowing
rook e8.
allowing black to probably save the d rook actually. Yep, and suddenly black saves all the material. So in the live position, yeah, I was just wondering whether you can maybe play a move such as rook to e1, hoping to take one of these rooks next, followed by trading off the remaining black rook. If black is forced to trade off everything, white's remaining rook should defeat the bishop. Also ideas like whether to flick in h6 first, break the black pawn structure, and then cash in. Either way, the higher rated player in trouble here. He does go for this, not the best according to the bar at least.
But very human.
Very human, very logical, and big threat of knight takes rook. For example, king c7, knight takes rook, and this rook will be traded. That should spell the end. No counterplay for black, and the conversion should be straightforward.
Niels also down to only 5 minutes or thereabouts, and we're only on move 28, so looking very, very promising for Nicolas Wachinger. Let's check in with the rest of the match. On board 3, Van Nguyen against Spartak Grigoryan.
Okay, and it hasn't changed actually that much since we were last here. We're now on move 27, but the pawn structure, the skeleton of this position is still the same. We talked about how white had this bind with kind of pawns on dark squares, making it possible for black to ever break out. White had the c-file. White had some pressure on the queen side as well, so all of those add up to a little nibble, and now white trying to open a second front of attack, pushing the h-pawn. Seen it every game today, Fiona.
I know.
And yeah, it's just unpleasant for black. You can never really move this rook from the corner. You want to trade off rooks, of course, but after a trade of rooks, your a-pawn would just fall. So it's just really hard to sit and try to defend this position.
Yeah, this one's going to be a challenge with under 3 minutes now. According to this computer, we're still not sure. There's like a minute only between our clock and that clock. Either way, not much time for black. Let's move on to board 4, Colin Colbo against David Anton.
Wow, and a weird one here. This position has really changed since we were last at it. Okay, a quick count. Black is 1 pawn down right now, but fantastic compensation due to the fact the white king is so open. If the black queen ever gives any check, this could be fatal. The light squares, white has pretty much no influence at all. So yeah, I mean, while queens remain on the board, I think fantastic attacking chances for black. But he might need something in the next few moves before white gets organized with a bishop on e3. If white can somehow swing both rooks across, he'll have some level of stability. But you're the attacker, Fiona. Good chances for David Anton.
Yeah, I mean, but what does he do in this situation?
Yeah. Do you cash in?
I was wondering about that.
Yeah, it's not what he'll want to do because white's bishop looks so passive right now. But I guess the white bishop does have some prospects long term against black's king. So
let's just quickly take a look at knight takes.
Makes a lot of sense. I think white probably should eliminate that knight while you have a chance. You can threaten checkmate with the white queen, but the knight could just jump back. I'm wondering if there's anything else here for black. At the very least, you retreat the knight, and you've won a pawn back in the process. And if you eliminate the knight now, unfortunately, you don't win on the spot with queen g3, a double attack, because black can give a check on f3. I was going to say queen d5 actually for a moment, but then I realized, whoops, you might just block with the white rook and still some threats.
How is this not just losing?
I guess now you have to come back and offer the queen trade, and probably still acceptable. But yeah, David Anton, he's so ambitious, and wow, he doesn't go for that. He plays rook takes f4 instead. He's always looking for the most ambitious move. A real kind of talented tactician here.
Okay, let me take that rook.
Yeah, let's. Okay. Whoa, not knight takes. Okay, of course. Just lazy calculation from me there. Knight takes bishop would allow white the time to defend, for example, just a queen on e4 and covering everything. Instead, his idea is sneaky. He's going to give a check first, rook to g2, and now rather than taking this bishop, he will flick in queen takes g2. He's given up a rook, given up a queen, but at the end he will regain everything with interest, a fork. And black's knight not trapped, it will sneak out. So black would be winning. So actually the rook is poisoned. Really clever move.
Very clever, very sneaky by David Anton. If the rook is untouchable, okay, what happens if I... No, I was going to say take on g6. I can't do that probably for a number of reasons, but pawn takes and the other rook is defended. There's probably a lot of other refutations. What has Colin played? Yeah. Oh, he has taken. Has he taken, or was that you?
Go to live. He's taken on f4. Wow, we thought the rook was poisoned. Maybe he's miscalculated or missed that this queen check is just decisive. And it's not Vincent Keimer, it's Colin Culver here. We were debating this earlier on the camera, but this check looks winning and it's played on the board.
And that's going to be game over. I think a big sigh of relief being breathed by no people who were under serious pressure in this match.
Yeah,
we haven't checked in with the bottom two boards yet, so trouble might not be over, but this one
will be over. I think maybe just missed that queen takes g2 before taking on f4 with his knight was the correct move order, and white now in huge trouble. You have some pawns, but they won't run fast enough. The black knight will decide this game.
Yeah, pity for Colin, who really played a really good game against David Anton. Let's move on to board 5, Markus Rager against Jari Reuke. In the early stages, that was one of the most exciting games of the day, with Jari giving up a pawn. And
Wow.
I've never seen the rook stand off quite like this before.
Just staring at each other, doing a little dance, and I don't think you can take either of these rooks if you're white right now. You just have to keep the tension. If you take this rook, then black will take the other rook and win material. Next move, take the rook on c3. If you take, this rook, then the other rook takes, and next, there's too many rooks here,
I think
Fiona.
no rook can be captured.
No rook can be captured.
White is up a pawn, but there are opposite color bishops on board. King f3, the computer did
Really?
not like at all. Actually, the computer just died on us there for a second, so give us a moment to bring the position back. Was the engine getting tired, or was there really something wrong? No, there was nothing wrong with king f3.
Yeah.
But the engine also doesn't seem to think that white is doing better despite the extra pawn.
Yeah, I guess it's just the presence of opposite colored bishops here. Black plays a very healthy move, h5. When in doubt, that tends to be a good move. Yeah, and if all the rooks ever disappear, if you kind of magic them off the board, imagine they're not there, then no chance for white. Black just blockades on the dart squares. White has no passed pawns yet. You need at least one passed pawn, maybe even two passed pawns to win opposite color bishop endgames. Yeah, right now, I think he's just done everything right here, Jari, to defend. And despite the fact he's a pawn down, he doesn't need to panic. He should still be able to hold this game. Hard for white to come up with a winning plan.
Yeah, we're 9 moves away from the time control. Both players have 5 minutes on the clock. Let's move on to board 6. Sven Schamto against Stepan Zilka.
Just need to do some magic here, and there we go. We have board 6. Stepan Zilka really grinding out a win yesterday, and it looks like he's trying to do the same today. He's taken some risks here with black. We mentioned this game was very balanced a bit earlier, but he has managed to lock out this white rook with his knight. And I really like the black coordination, centralization from the black queen. The knight can come back into the game at any moment. A bit loose for white right now. I didn't see any knockout though, Fiona.
No, I don't see it either. I think Sven, who's playing on seconds, it's move 32, so still 8 moves to go, has done a great job. Let's take a look at what is knight d4.
Yeah. Knight to d4. I said I see no knockout, and then I suddenly realized the queen is attacked, has to defend its knight.
And queen e1 fails to knight c2.
Yeah, this would walk into a fork. Likewise, queen e3 would walk into knight c2. What is white's defense? Why does the evaluation bar say it's still not decisive? Do you have to play the move queen to h5? I think you might have to, just to keep your knight alive. And there's no double attack now on the white queen because it saves itself with a check. Black's rook would have to block.
And then we just go back.
And then, yeah, exactly, a check. Black's rook blocks, and white can repeat the position. It looks kind of really ugly for white here because black can take a pawn on f2, but okay, maybe white's rook just swings across to g3. This is crazy. Black is a pawn up, was threatening checkmate, but white saves himself here. And actually, big threats against the black king. For example, again, if black does nothing, then white could force a draw at least immediately with a check and a sacrifice and just a check, a repetition of moves. So actually, good counterplay, and it's hanging by a thread, but it's hanging.
You know who I think has a great interest in this game, this matchup? On the left-hand side of your camera, you keep seeing a guy in a white shirt moving in and out of the picture. That is Magnus Carlsen, who is very interested in the action of this match. So yeah, I mean, a very tough test today. I think Novibor will manage to get out of it, but they're really being put to the test. Let's very quickly go back to Niels Grandelius's game before we move on from here to see what happened.
Okay, he hasn't been able to deliver the knockout yet, Nicholas, but he's doing all the right things. He's won material, he's pocketed the exchange here, and he is putting black's kingside under pressure. I'm not sure if black's forced to play a move such as rook f7 right now, but this would allow, for example, okay, something's happening. Rook to f7 would allow white's rook to get in behind I'm not sure whether this is what white wants, but it could come behind and try to pick off some pawns. It's going to be so tough. If black just had one move to plant a bishop on e5, it would be a rock solid formation, but I think Nicholas should still take this.
We'll come back to this. Maybe it's time to go back to the top seeds, Super Chess. I feel we haven't checked in with them for a little while. Let's go to board one, Eric Blomqvist against Bogdan Deák.
Yeah, and this position has really come to life. It was that hedgehog earlier with both players not wanting to commit to a specific plan, and already on the live board we see some drama just on this last turn. White looked like he had a decisive advantage.
I mean, last time we checked in, Bogdan was doing well.
Doing pretty decently, roughly level, but this one has really exploded. Let's just go back a few moves. I think it all started around 10 moves ago when it was actually Bogdan Daniel Deák who lashed out with f5 here, and this did backfire. White was able to expose some vulnerable points in the black camp. Parting with this bishop for black looks really risky long term. He's trying to grab a pawn, but knight to c6, and the black queen booted around. Knight b8, really nice, really creative move, hitting the rook. Queen takes pawn, and wow, queen to b3 apparently was a big mistake. The queen was trapped. Wow, rook to b1 would have actually won the game pretty much on the spot. This would have trapped the black queen, and this would have been game over.
What do you think Eric missed here?
I mean, I don't see it. Did he want more? Maybe he thought, okay, black will throw away the queen, take the white knight, and it's rook and piece for queen, but surely white is going to win this with a passed b pawn later in the game. Maybe just an oversight by both players. Really surprising, because just a couple of moves ago, black could have at least traded the queens off, or maybe he just misjudged that resulting position. In the end, okay, queen to b3, keeping the queen on the board. Not spotted now, rook b1 by Eric Blomqvist. 1 minute on the clock for him. And after instead queen takes d6, we've seen knight f6, and I believe this is the current position. It's just a mess, Fiona. What is this knight doing on b8? Crazy position.
Yeah, I mean, in general, we don't turn on the engine lines, but I see you have them on. They're so small that I can't actually read
I'll turn them back off. I turned them on just to check that rook b1, I wasn't missing anything.
Yeah, but I was curious, what is the best move for white? Because it is impossible to figure out.
Okay, I mean, unsurprisingly, it's reacting with this bishop. Bishop to f3 was one of the better moves. I guess bishop c6 as well. But yeah, they're off again, the engine moves, because everything's so irrational right now.
Bishop f3 was played by Eric.
Yeah, bishop f3, very logical move, just consolidating. Long-term, white's still doing well if the pawn rolls. At the moment, it's so tricky for black. This knight does a great job, actually, of stopping rook d7, which would potentially turn things around.
So yeah, advantage as Caro Kaden on board one. Let's see how Jordan van Forees is getting on against Youngmin Seo. That's actually over. Yeah,
it did just finish just a couple of moments ago. Jordan van Forees winning his game. White has an extra queen. I'm wondering why the game went on this long. Let's just backtrack a bit. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Ooh, some spectacular tactics.
Yeah, maybe we can see that moment. After that, it looks like the game went on rather long time. Let's see Jordan finishing this one off.
Yeah, actually a beautiful simplification tactic here from Jordan van Foreest. He's actually up a little bit of material, but black has some counter threats against g2. But he played rook takes h7. Now king takes rook would walk into an instant checkmate. So queen takes and a discovered check, and simple mathematics here. He trades off the queens, promotes to a bishop. A bit of chess humor from Jordan. And yeah, this position is just resignable for black. White has 2 extra pawns in the endgame, and eventually wants one of those pawns queened. Black did throw in the towel, so now a 1-0 lead for Super Chess.
On board 3, Edwin Trost against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Whoa, a rook endgame. I mean, the doubled rooks do give black an advantage. I'm not sure whether it's winning yet, but yeah, Fedoseev's so good in these positions, and we have passed move 40. So
yeah, what happens if I just play rook c7? How are you going to stop me from making a draw?
Oh, wait, yeah. That's a good point. Black's last move, h5, played very quickly on move 41 by Fedoseev. He's allowing some checks. I'm wondering whether the black king at some point will run if I'm clever with where the black rooks
Yeah, I'll never step to F1, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you want to step away to D1. Maybe at some point he has to threaten checkmate, and after rook takes pawn, at least the black king can run safely without allowing a check. But white's king just moves, stopping the checkmates, and it's not easy to see how black makes progress. Still level, level pawns? White's still up a pawn actually here, with the b pawn running.
Yeah, so, well, white, Rokan are doing very well on board 1. This should be a draw. Let's move to board 4. Kirill Shevchenko against Jonas Bachhagen.
Okay, and it looks like a slight advantage to white, just tickling away in the endgame. Every game with a pawn on h5 now.
How do you think Vishy is feeling in his room right now watching this match?
I think he needs to get in and play. We want to see him play, don't we, Fiona?
We do.
Likewise, Richard Report, ready to join the action. But this game looks holdable for black. It's unpleasant due to this pin. It's a bit tricky to untangle. White's knight looking pretty nice and strong too, but feels like a draw with best play, or at least holdable for Jonas. And okay, he plays the move h6, which the evaluation bar goes off in white's favor. I don't really like it. It gives some entry squares for the white bishop. I'm not sure whether you play this move now. The only way to stop it coming in is to block with a pawn. Suddenly the white bishop can just retreat, and the white knight has a launch pad.
Some big holes in the black position. Yeah, this is turning out tough, of course, for Jonas, who's playing on the last seconds. And let's go now to board 5. Actually, we really liked Theodor Kenneskog's position against Nisipeanu.
Yeah, and
a lot of material has come off the board here.
A lot of trades, you're right, Fiona. This one is simplified. I think I would still take white because the bishop should be superior to a knight, assuming rooks come off with pawns on both sides, on both flanks. But yeah, it feels like Nisipeanu, he's ridden the storm, he's passed the worst. And again, with best play, it should be holdable for black, but I would still take Theodor's position from the white side.
And finally, let's check in with board 6, Lupulescu against Bator.
Yeah, and this one is crazy, but in a good way for white right now. Just to recap what happened a bit earlier. Okay, things did get wild. White did set up this Fiona attack that we were cheering for, we were hoping for, and the move g3 looked like black was about to cash in some material. Okay, he did take on c1. But black's king just too exposed, and white's knight now coming in, white's bishop lining up, and I think just a great attacking game. At the very minimum, if white wants to win some material back, he's down the exchange. I was going to say he could trade queens and then play the move bishop h4, but he's trying to do that anyway, a more ambitious way, and discovered checks, black's position collapsing.
David, we're 5 minutes away from the first time control. I don't know, maybe Deak's game was the most interesting, or what do you think?
It did look that way, and both players around the 1 minute mark. We could stick here for the next 6-7 moves until they reach the time control, and then maybe just a brief recap before we go on a break. But wow, this one is still crazy. And okay, we see Deak in the background of this picture now. I think he must be feeling nervous. The stakes are really high in this game. If he doesn't find anything in the next few moves, white's pawn is going to roll. White has the bishop pair. He needs to trick Blomqvist before move 40.
Yeah, he has 7 moves to make. This was white's 34th move. White's position is incredibly solid. All the pieces do such a great job defending one another. If you're black, how do you try and create some counterplay here, or try and fight against the advance of the b-pawn?
It's not easy. I would want to distract white and somehow checkmate on the back rank. Just say, okay, just take some material, I'll checkmate you. But white will play h3 at some point, giving the white king some breathing space. I don't see it. The first move that came to my mind was bishop to f8, just to hit the white queen. But as we mentioned, endgame's favorable for white anyway. So if the white queen steps back to any safe square, forces the queens off the board, I think Blomqvist is going to win with the extra pawn, the extra b pawn here.
Yeah, I think we have a big upset on the cards, almost 200 points between the two players. Bogdan is still thinking, and he's played rook d3. The engine bar did shoot up.
Yeah, very natural move in terms of mixing things.
Yeah.
He's just trying to confuse his opponent now. Ideas of rook takes f3, not sure whether they actually work, but at least hinting at that makes a lot of sense with the clocks ticking. And I'm wondering how white tries to consolidate here. Do you cut out that plan once and for all? Do you just, I don't know, kick the black queen away? Lots of candidate moves. What comes to mind first, Fiona?
I was looking at knight,
Knight e5?
yeah, also knight d4.
Yeah, both of these knight jumps look logical. Knight e5 slightly maybe on a safer square.
Yeah, with the
mean-
defense of the pawn.
Yeah.
Also hitting at g6.
I mean, this just looks like a clincher.
And I
Just-
think that's what he's gone for.
Yeah,
Knight e5 is on the board.
nice spot.
Eric Blanc is getting very close here to a big upset on the top board, not just of this match, but of the entire tournament.
Yeah, taking down a 2700 player. Never a bad result. And okay, the rook goes all the way back. Is it time to start pushing? Does white get greedy, try to grab some pawns? You just don't want to allow any counterplay. I just want to play h3 just to stop calculating. Push a pawn.
Okay, let's see if I take on g6, will the bar...
Yeah, I was slightly concerned of some, for example, rook to c8 idea, but I don't think this ever works. White has the move knight to e7 with a check. And
Are there no background problems here? No.
no, I think
because you take, yeah.
yeah, white keeps control over the back rank. That's the most important thing. Just keep the
Yeah.
rook on c1 and you're safe. So knight takes g6. Okay, you could have played maybe, but he's taking the
And
queens off.
We just see there's been a result in Ariantari against Jonah Willow. I think that was a win for Ariantari, so we can check in with that. Maybe after the break we'll have time to just see the finish. For now we're gonna stick around here as what was played, the queens have come off.
Yeah, instead of getting greedy, I think a good practical decision by Blomqvist with no time on the clock, just get the queens off. The pawn is not running away yet. And after the queens disappeared, g5 from black, white has the extra b pawn, white has the bishop pair. If he'd reached move 40 already, I think he would pretty much bank this victory.
Yeah, 3 more moves.
3 more moves. We'll stick with it till move 40.
How do you react g5? Is that, can you just play g3 and say, okay, finally that back rank is going to get some breathing space and I defend everything? Is that a move you attempted to play?
So professional, Fiona. I think this would be the kind of pragmatic approach, just defend everything and bring the king forward. Yeah, as long as you don't drop any material, as long as you don't allow black's kind of huddle of pieces to get active. After pawn takes pawn, I think I would just recapture with the pawn, maybe to keep black's knight on h7 locked out. And okay, there on the camera
I think we see that Lupulescu is putting the finishing touches on his game.
Yeah. Should we jump over there briefly, or let's stick with here
Let's
to move
stick
40?
with this one, yeah.
Okay, knight d5 does threaten a pawn. He played h3 rather than g3. Eric Blomqvist, still no harm done. 2 moves to the time control. A few seconds each. Or at least for white now, it's more dramatic.
At least the danger has passed. The king is safe, but you need to make sure 2 more moves that you don't blunder the b pawn somehow, that there is no forks. It's unpleasant always when you have no time and the knight comes jumping in.
Yeah, and actually white took on g5 there. I'm expecting knight takes g5 now. What else? Yeah, black's knight was just so terrible for the whole middle game.
And then we'll have one last move to make. So if knight takes g5, which is on the board.
Now, how does white maintain the advantage on move 40? There have been so many blunders. We actually saw a few yesterday on that magical move 40 as the players kind of raced on the time control with no time on their clock. If in doubt, you can play a move like bishop to h5, just maintain the tension, keep your bishop on the board.
I think bishop h5 is a perfect move 40 move, just not making a committal decision. Instead, he goes for bishop g4 in the same vein. You haven't, I thought you hadn't done anything wrong. The bar dropped the tiniest bit.
Yeah, it
Why
dropped
is
the tiniest bit. And yeah, actually the first move that came to my mind was the move knight f6, just because white's bishop pair, I'm so prejudiced, I'm so biased, Fiona, to bishops. Knight f6 does eliminate white's bishop, or at least one of the bishops by force. White should still be a big favorite here because of the b pawn, but Bogdan Daniel-Deac, he's probably got the best position now he's had in a long time, and there we did see the handshake. Lupulescu on board 6 has wrapped things up for Super Chess.
After knight f6, move 40 was reached. Eric's probably going to take a long time here. Let's quickly see how that Lupulescu game ended, because it looked like some pieces were being chased around there in the end.
Yeah, we left it just a few moves before on Queen G4. Let's show the final touches to this game. And he finished with a flourish here, Lupulescu. After Rook C6, he gave a check, a nasty fork, the Rook dropping next move. He didn't even take this Rook now. He gave an attack to Black's Queen, forcing it to sidestep, blocked its own check there. And okay, he gave one final check. This Rook is hit, and he tried to defend it here, Robert, as Black, but Rook to E1, a nasty pin, the Black Queen falls, and that is game over. The Black King not going to survive the onslaught.
Okay, so I think we have reached the time control. Shall we quickly just do a roundup of the standings so far? Then we'll take of the results so far, and then we'll take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll catch up with all the action also from the women's section.
Yeah, sounds good, Fiona. Right now, Super Chess on board 1. We looked in their match in a lot of detail. They are leading 2.5 to half. We have just had a result on board 5. Nisipianu against Skenezko did end in a draw. So they're 1 point away from winning the match. Super Chess, we'll keep everyone updated of that one. On match 2, Magnus Carlsen's match, Offerspiel against Wood Green. Offerspiel leading 3-0. They look like they're doing well, or doing decently on some of the remaining boards, so they should be winning their match as well. Novi Bor, the remaining champions. Okay, this one far more complicated. They're only 1 point up, 1-0. Still a lot to play for. Bremen in with a chance.
All the games made it past the time control.
Yeah. And on board 4, this is Cilia against Anier. And
Impressive pronunciation.
Thank you, Fiona. I'm learning. I'm learning from the master. And right now, Anier are sitting pretty on 2.5 to half. And maybe we'll just recap the top 5 boards. Viernheim on board 5 are leading against Rochade. Well, actually, they've won their match 3.5 to half.
Okay, so that match is over. Let's also quickly recap the top 5 matches from the women's section, and of course we'll go through those games when we come back from the break.
Yeah, and actually on board 1, the local team, Teuta, it's actually 0-0 against Offerspiel.
Wow.
All of the games have passed move 40, so a lot of action still ahead. A lot of the evaluation bars still in the middle with pieces left on the board, so we will get to see how those wrap up a bit later on. Monte Carlo, wow, against Centaur, it's 1-1 with 2 games remaining. This one in the balance as well. We could see a big upset potentially. I do see Maria Muzichuk on board 1 actually in big trouble in her game. So, wow, reigning champions Monte Carlo might be in trouble. Board 3 in the women's section, Wood Green against Super Chess. Super Chess still 1 point up, but things to play for.
Yeah.
Still a couple of games ongoing there. And to round up the top 5 boards, Fiona.
On board 4, Garuda against Anier. I can't actually read the scores.
It's still 0-0, so still all 4 games in action at the moment. And board 5 to round things up.
Board 5, Göktürk Chess Sport Club against SP Gaz Ukraine.
And the Ukrainian team there, they're 2-1 up with 1 game remaining. So still roughly in the balance. It looks like actually that might likely end 2-2.
Wow. Today the action incredibly close, even though there are still big rating gaps. It looks like we might get our first upsets on the top board, so do stay with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes with all the remaining action from round 2.
Sit for your sit. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost. I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later.
welcome back to the final stages of round 2 here at the European Club Cup. And David, we promised you guys before the break we were going to go back to the women's section where there's a lot of close matches, including this one of the top teams, the top seeds, Monte Carlo against MSK Center Asseco from Macedonia.
That's right, and yesterday, Fiona, we saw a lot of one-sided results as the favourites would often topple or take down the underdogs, and here it's every match being really close, and Monte Carlo, the top seeds right now, in big trouble. Board 1, Maria Muzichuk with white should be losing this endgame. Black's pawn here on a3 just too strong. White will try and stop this pawn with the rook, but I don't think she'll be able to hold this. Black's rook can, for example, start being greedy, start taking pawns, and yeah, Solakidu here just doing everything right and should be able to convert this advantage.
This match currently tied 1-1. Yes, Monte Carlo is doing well on board 4. We'll get to that in a second, but let's take a look. It is Savrola to play. Can she just grab the pawn on g2?
Yeah. And I think she can be greedy here. There's maybe temptation to play rook to a1 just to force the pawn through to a2 next move. But here it is a case of greed being good. White's rook will most likely come behind this pawn to stop it. And pawn to a2 now. The problem for white is black has various plans to try and win this game. If the white king ever walks towards this pawn, then black can just start being greedy on the other side. And black also has another passer. Don't neglect this passed d pawn later in the endgame. Black can even just sit and wait now. You don't have to ever worry about rook takes pawn, because even in a king and pawn endgame, black will be triumphant here. It's all about this protected passed d pawn. I don't really see any counterplay at all for Maria Muzichuk. I think just the simple rook takes pawn should be winning here.
Wow, and in that case, Elizabeth Peets on board 4 actually will have to win to even save the draw for Monte Carlo, but it looks like she is doing well. Let's go there.
Yeah, so a lot of pressure right now on the German Grandmaster, Elizabeth Peets, and yeah, you mentioned she's doing well. Here it's a case of pawn structure. Black has beautiful pawns in the center and the superior minor piece. Big target on e3. We mentioned in this game this kind of pawn push early in the opening, and actually it's backfired a bit on white. This pawn now is purely vulnerable, tying down white's rook. Another pawn will tie down maybe the other white rook, or for example this one, it's really hanging by a thread though. Still need the finishing touches, but simple plans like rook to b8, maybe even pawn to c5 here, just utilizing this pin. Should be winning, still need some accuracy though.
Looks like the most likely result in this match will be a 2-2 draw.
Very likely, and for Monte Carlo top seeds, dropped points. Their rivals will be aiming to capitalize on that.
Talking of their rivals, let's move to board 3 and see how Super Chess, the second seeds, are getting on against Wood Green.
Yeah, and I think we will start with board 1. The current score is 1.5 to half in favor of Super Chess. Board 1 and 3 still in action, and this one earlier we mentioned that Jovanka Hauska was doing very well after the opening. Things did turn around in the middle game, but she's got chances suddenly. She's still a pawn down. Black has these 2 passed pawns in the center, but the fact there's limited material, also the fact that 2 knights and king do not beat a lone king, actually give Jovanka some serious hope here, some serious drawing chances if she can somehow give up her knight for, say, these 2 pawns, and trade off 1 pawn, somehow give her bishop up for black's remaining kingside pawns, or kind of vice versa, then she should be safe. But of course, a long way to go before that.
There's still a bunch of pawns on the board. Should she go backwards or forwards? What do you think?
Oh, I normally never recommend going backwards, especially in an endgame going passive. Kind of not intuitive here. I'm wondering whether she has alternatives such as bishop to e5, just hitting this black knight, counterattacking. I mean, the most logical move, the most natural move is knight f6, but maybe you're just letting the pawns run too far here down the board. I'm wondering if there are also some tactics, but I think at the very least black pushes some pawns. Valuation bar keeping us on our toes here.
It really is.
Yeah, it's that type of position, because we could see it swing between winning for black and a draw. Just one small mistake from black.
And if Jovanka can somehow hold the draw, then Harriet Hahn could be the hero of this match if she can take down Marcel Efrimsky on board 3.
I think she's in a must-win situation no matter what, Harriet Hunt, to even give Wood Green the slightest chance. And she's still a pawn up. We mentioned this earlier, white with an extra pawn here, lovely pawn chain. Black with a passed pawn, that's the one glimmer of hope if this pawn starts motoring down the board later. But this isolated pawn in the center, keeping Black's rook tied down. Still a long way to win this one, but Harriet, she will have half an eye on Jovanka's game, and these team dynamics now of playing for a win at all costs, I think this will guarantee some twists and turns ahead.
Yeah, this one, Harriet in the driver's seat, will it be enough? What do you think? It's more likely she'll win or that Black will hold?
Well, should we have a vote? I think she'll... you go first.
I think she'll win.
Okay, I was going to say the same. Yeah, I can't see this being a draw. I think long term, if the queens disappear, white should be winning purely because it's an extra pawn and it's actually easy to kind of trade off pawns later, get the d pawn rolling. Yeah, my arrow's going a bit funky there. If the rooks come off, I think as long as this pawn isn't too far forward, white should be winning due to the kind of direct attack against the black king with queen f6, e6. I think no matter any exchange, white should yeah, be a big favorite. And if white gets the move rook a6 without black kind of getting any counterplay, I think it's actually a direct attack. So I'm really surprised that Marcel is even hesitating to play the move a5 in this position.
Yeah, we see her there on the camera, still deep in thought. So let's leave that match for now and quickly go back to a match we saw earlier, Garuda against Anier on board 4. It wasn't looking good for Anier. It's still not looking good. They're down 2-0. Let's quickly check if Gapanenko and Iglesias can somehow save this match for Anier.
Yeah, and I think of the remaining players, Gapanenko may be the happiest. It is another rook endgame. I'm just doing a quick count here. It's actually level pawns, but white has the activity. White will have the superior king once it enters the center. Watch out for example, I'm not sure exactly the right move order, but king e4 looks like the most natural move to me. Watch out for a5 happening. Try and distract the black b pawn, and white rolling forward with the c pawn. It's just a matter of activity. Better rook compared to black, and better king compared to black.
And I think Ina Gapanenko, she's such an experienced player. I think she will win this one. It'll take a lot more work. And then let's see, much earlier, we saw Yosha Iglesias' game. I'm shocked that she's managed to survive, because her position looked very close to hopeless. And we see another rook ending here. And if anything, I think I was going to say I would probably take black, just because I see that g-pawn being so close to touchdown.
Yeah, actually in this position, maybe black wishes there wasn't a g7 pawn, because then the black rook would be supporting. She's done so well here, Yosha, to kind of stay in the game and create chances. If the black king could somehow magic its way to h3, this pawn is ready for a touchdown, but king h4 approaching would walk into a check. Still some work to be done, you're right. It's still...
But I would say that Garuda, a huge favorite to win this match. And finally, let's circle back to just board 1. So Teuta, the local team, they will be playing on board 1 for the entire event. That's a fixed board, and they're playing against Offerspiel. And am I saying correctly? It's still 0-0.
The score is still 0-0, 0-0.
Wow.
All 4 games are really tense, actually, and any result is possible here. Offerspiel, of course, lost their first match. Teuta won theirs. So maybe more at stake for Offerspiel. But board 1, I'll say not too much drama, not too much action. Stefanova, former world champion. She's got a slight advantage due to the fact her knight is more mobile. Black has these slightly awkward double pawns, and maybe the white king will try and sneak in later. But black should be solid enough. No significant weaknesses that can be probed at yet. Board 2, Fiona.
Victoria Ni against Monika Sochko, and I think we kind of liked black's position in the early stages, but it's been very long. We are now deep into the endgame. Material is even, but black has these 2 flank pawns on the a file, on the h file. White has the big pawn mass on the e file and the f file. How do you even begin to evaluate a position like this?
Yeah, I think it's this endgame, because as you mentioned, it's so imbalanced in terms of pawn structure. It's a lot of calculation here. Some endgames we can sit back and say, okay, more active king, passive king, push the pass pawns, kind of general theoretical rules. But here it's pure calculation. It's whether this pawn is promoting, it's whether there's a discovered check. I'm wondering what happens if white plays rook takes pawn. Okay, the evaluation bar doesn't move. I didn't see any good discovered checks with the black rook.
If rook b3, do you step forward?
I think white would be happy to step forward here. And unfortunately for black, the pawn is now a bit stuck. You really want to start pushing. I think the critical line here is whether black can play the move a3. And 2 moves away from touchdown and a discovered check will gain a bit of time.
Yeah, so white, for example, cannot play rook h1 to try and stop the pawn from the first rank, because rook b1 now would be a big discovered check with the rook falling in the corner. And I mean, it's one thing for the evaluation bar to stay stuck in the middle and say this is a draw, but from a human perspective, I'd be very afraid here as white after a3.
Yeah, terrified. And actually, okay, this is still the live position. I was going to say maybe there had been a move, no, but yeah, this is terrifying. I think maybe after a3, you have to be really careful. Maybe you have to sidestep with the white king finally, just so your bishop covers the square, but she'll need nerves of steel here, Victoria Nee, to save this game. Next move, your white rook might be able to come back around to hold things together, but yeah, really, really tough to calculate, and actually a key position, a key moment in this game.
For sure. Let's move on now to board 3, Karina Zivka against Ellen Nilsson.
And white is a pawn up, but white has really poor coordination, and white has a king sitting in the corner that might be targeted in the next few moves.
It is black to move as well.
Yeah.
At first sight, bishop d5 looks very tempting.
It looks very tempting. I think this would force white to create some escape squares. The king's cut off. I think white would be obliged to give a check to black's king. Black's king would most likely move, and maybe this pawn is not so important. White's bishop would somehow need to rejoin the action. I mean, there's so many tactics, even in this endgame. There's tactics against the white king. There's discovered attacks against the white rook in the corner. It's like I mean, everything's lined up on that diagonal.
This match, not only is it 0-0, but all the games are in the balance. It's so far impossible to predict a favorite. And finally, on the bottom board, I mean, I'm sure this is where Offerspiel was hoping to score a point. Thea Vidic rated 2120, playing against a 1700 rating opponent. It's a big rating gap. Of course, ratings don't always tell the full story. We saw that the player with the black piece is Claire, very young player, and we left it off ages ago.
Yeah, we left it ages ago. It was this opening that you employ on a regular basis, Fiona, with white being very ambitious in the opening, playing pawn to f4. We saw kind of a flurry of tactics early on. Just to remind all of our viewers at home, just to backtrack all the way to move 11-12. This is where we left it, with white's king in a bit of trouble, both with his check and on the e-file. Thea Vidic did move her king. We saw a bishop drop back and a bunch of trades, a bunch of exchanges. But in the current position, it's now good knight versus, I want to say bad bishop. The bishop is kind of going to hit thin air. There's nothing at all on light squares for white, so this bishop has 0 targets. But then again, how does white break through? It's as if black's covered this entry square, the d5 square, with the pawn, and the e5 square with the black king. Holding for now, Claire, as black.
Yeah, as white, I would really like to get the knight into e5, but I'm just not sure how I can do that, because if I play knight d3, I imagine that black can take.
Yeah, and oh, actually, it's black's
black
move right now.
move.
But for example, to show your idea, Fiona, knight to d3, black would most likely. Ooh, maybe not, because after king to e5,
the pawn break b5. Wow.
Pawn break. Wow. So these are some really important tactics. Actually, we always want to look at what pieces can be exchanged, and here it doesn't quite work for black. Pawn takes pawn allows this deflection, and the a pawn. You've given up everything else, but the a pawn runs through to glory.
Yeah.
And,
what a pawn break, and so important. So knight d3 actually is an idea with the knight jumping into e5. So that's something maybe for black to look out for. I think Thea is still a favorite to somehow grind this one out like a grandmaster.
Yeah, slowly but surely, white's knight might come round to g5. You can kind of just sit on this position for a long time. I guess the bishop holds its own for now because there's pawns on both sides of the board, but black will be passive, and you've got to think the more experienced player will be the favourite here. Either way, this could be vital for this match because every other game looked like it was in the balance. Maybe draw with best play in all 4 games. Yeah, this one will be decided as the clocks tick down a bit later.
Absolutely, we'll come back to it in a bit. For now, let's go back to the open section and maybe start with Super Chess on the top board. And especially that Deák game, Bogdan Deák, who was in some trouble against Blomqvist, but it looks like he has weathered the storm.
Yeah, Blomqvist, he will be regretting massively his decision on move 40 if we just backtrack to show what happened. White had a huge advantage actually throughout the middle game, but got a bit nervous with only a few seconds on his clock, and he allowed the bishop pair to disappear. It's already gone slightly wrong. This b pawn needs to be pushed at some point, but I think the move bishop to h5, as we mentioned actually, keeping the bishop pair on the board was vital after bishop to g4. Already black was able to trade off one of the 2 white bishops. The bishop even dropped back, losing time. And Bogdan Daniel Deák, I think maybe just with momentum on his side here, feeling relieved and now looking for counterplay. Still
not over. The b pawn is still on the board. We see Deák there in a playing hall, which is getting quite empty now. We are 4 hours and 50 minutes into the round. But still some hopes for Eric. But I know what you're saying. The trend is shifting in Deák's direction. I'm not saying he's going to win, but I think he should be able to hold.
Yeah, it's all about holding this one for Deák. It's not easy. I'm looking at moves such as rook a3, maybe just getting behind this passed pawn. Everything else for black is relatively solid for now. This knight is maybe the most valuable piece, just controlling everything. I will still say I think it's somewhere between a win and a draw, but it's the best position he's had in the last 20 moves, Bogdan Daniel Deák. And if he can't save this, he can save nothing.
Yeah, and the match, has the match been decided? No, they are leading 3.5. 3.5, so the match has been decided. The only other game that's still going is Shevchenko against Barkhagen, so let's quickly check in there.
Yeah, and this one, white is a pawn up. These pawns are connected as well in the center, so white should probably be winning this knight endgame, but there isn't that much material left on the board. So some saving chances. We really liked what Jonas was doing earlier. It looked like a level position, but he lost control just around move 40. And okay, good winning chances for Shevchenko, even though it's not over yet.
But we called it. It's not going to be 6-0. Let's see Offerspiel. Offerspiel, they still have a chance of getting the clean sweep. They won the games on the top 3 boards. So let's go to board 4, where Pranav is playing with the black pieces against Borna Derekshani.
Yeah, and this position has totally changed since we were last here. The material balance is still the same. White won the exchange quite early in this game, the exchange for a pawn, but the difference here is that black's knight has somehow maneuvered itself to a beautiful outpost on e4. White's king feels more vulnerable of the 2. White's bishop pair really ineffective right now. And I think, Fiona, I would rather take black. It just feels easier to play. There's pressure on the d4 square. If you could somehow get this knight into the game, I think you would be able to overwhelm white's position. I just don't see a plan. Okay, just holding here. I guess white at some point will want to trade rooks, maybe bring a queen over even, and hope that everything comes off the board and the extra rook will count. But yeah, definitely, again, momentum black in this one.
Absolutely. Speaking of momentum, let's go to board 5. Conor O'Donnell, we liked his position throughout the game. The last time we saw it, it looked quite even, and now it looks like white is maybe trying to get a bit ambitious here, but black has that passed a-pawn.
Yeah, black has the passed a-pawn. If the queens disappear suddenly, then black has great winning chances. The rook will slide behind the a-pawn, and the a-pawn will start running. So Erkedal here, going for the black king. Let
me put you on the spot. If you just had a moment to look at this position, would you rather play white or black?
Black, I think. I'm not sure why. Just because I'm more used to be on the defensive side. I prefer the long-term advantages like this pawn, and I just try and use tactics to survive until later in the game.
Once again, our difference is showing. I would take white with no hesitation.
I knew it, Fiona. I knew it. We've seen all these h-pawn pushes throughout the day. G4 now, very ambitious and maybe necessary. Okay, what happens first of all if black takes this pawn?
Can I go? I was wondering about h5.
Oh,
Oh.
wow. Okay, let's say it takes this pawn, h5, and...
And I've already managed to get mated, or what?
Whoops. And a checkmate. Actually, I missed that one too until I saw the evaluation bar. I was like, wait, how does black defend? But okay, that
Okay,
means...
then let me take the pawn on g4.
Yeah, rook
Be a
takes
bit
g4.
more reasonable.
Okay, now h5 is a serious threat. In some cases, e6 is a threat as well. It's not actually that easy. Can I revise my opinion?
No.
How does black hold everything together here? Still a while before we can get at this white king, for example. I don't see any way to kind of come in with the black rook. It just feels too slow, feels a bit clumsy. He's really hesitating here. One move he would love to play as well. Okay, I was about to say it. One move he would love to play is queen to e6.
Which has been played in the game.
Yeah, and the one downside here is that a queen trade is kind of forced. The one downside for black is that you will have two pawns attacked in this position. So you need to calculate well. You need to kind of figure out, it might be a race at some point, black's rook going behind and throwing this pawn
Yeah,
forward.
I would take black, actually.
Okay.
With the queens off, with no more hopes of checkmating you. Now I take the passer.
Yeah, and Erkadal, he has to maybe trade off the queens here and then go with his rook and at some point race his rook, kind of take a couple of pawns if you can, and race the white rook back to blockade the black pawn. Feels like it should be a draw with best play, but anything could still happen, of course. The evaluation bar is the big clue. Neither player will know what the result should be, but yeah, queen e6, I think a really good practical decision from Conor O'Donnell. I think out of everyone we've seen so far in the wood-green team, he's the most likely to score a result.
Absolutely. Let's move on to the final, the last board in that match. Viktor Stoyanov against Benjamin Halldórsson.
Yeah, and this game has just ended, actually, just this very moment. And Offerspiel take the win. The final position is a picture of domination. White's knight tied down, stopping the black b-pawn. And for example, if it moves, white is in zugzwang, there's nothing else to do, then black simply goes hunting. All these targets are on light squares. The bishop outshines the knight, and game over. Now a 4-point lead for Offerspiel.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, on board 3, we saw the title defenders from Novi Bor struggling a bit, and Niels Grandelius has indeed lost his game against Nicolas Wachinger. Let's see how that one ended.
Yeah, a really nice way to finish this game by Nicolas. Here we saw Niels Grandelius, he was down the exchange, he was trying to hold a fortress, but his last move, g5, did allow en passant, creating a pass pawn for white. And here, it's similar to that game we saw a bit earlier with a rook behind the pass pawn. And here, unfortunately for Niels Grandelius, the white king was just in time. It was too active, it reached f5, and a nice tactic to finish this off, just eliminating black's best piece, the e5 bishop, by giving away the rook. And we see king and pawn endgames are all hopeless for black here. If black ever moves the rook, then white promotes and forces a king and pawn endgame, but if pieces disappear, then white will just move the king in. He'll start going for these pawns while the black king is distracted, and game over. So actually in the final position, Niels Grandelius resigned, and an upset win for white.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest upsets we've seen in the competition so far. Let's take a quick look at the other remaining games in this one. And first, let me know, what's the live score in the match?
It's 2-1 to Novi Bor, so a small lead, but still 3 games going, so still anything could happen here.
I'm surprised the David and Tom game is still going. Let's go there. Board 4, we saw these nice tactics just before move 40. Maybe we can show it again very briefly, the way David and Tom went up a piece.
Yeah, beautiful tactic here and a trick black in this position played. The really sneaky rook takes f4, and white understandably made a mistake here, not that much time on the clock. White actually took the poisoned rook and walked into a check. White had to block, and this is the one he potentially missed. Queen takes g2 first before recapturing this bishop. and white's king is lured forward into a nasty fork. And black here ended up with an extra piece. Knight takes d3. Yeah, somehow the game continued, and let's fast forward to the game position. Black actually gave up a knight to remove some of the white pawns, but it is 4 versus 2 in terms of the pawns right now. Not a great impression of the h-pawns, but I think black just too active. We'll see a check. We'll see black's king coming in the near future. Still some accuracy required, but should still be convertible for David Anton.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think he's doing the right thing, removing any risk. Knights are tricky pieces after all. Markus Ragge, is that game still going with the opposite color bishops, but the rooks have come off.
The rooks have come off.
So this should just be a draw, surely.
It should be. Opposite color bishops. Yeah, I don't see any way forward. No way to create a passed pawn. If white, for example, pushes the d pawn forward, black will happily, actually multiple ways to draw this. Black could even just take this pawn and set up a blockade with his bishop on the dark squares. Here, white has to watch out for some pawn breaks himself. This one should be a draw, just to show how difficult it is with opposite color bishops. If you take first and then try to create a passed pawn, again, black might be able to capture. You don't even need to react. You can allow the exchange on your terms. And for example, in a capture like this, black's king will sit, black's bishop will blockade the advance of the e-pawn, and it will also be able to defend the a pawn if white ever goes for it. Just full blockade. Opposite color bishops, Fiona.
Really bad at Bremen, putting up great defense. So I think we're just going to take a couple of seconds off. We'll be back in just a minute. We're just gonna fix something here real quick. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in literally. Welcome back, and we just finished taking a look at this Novibor SV Werder Bremen match. It looks like Novibor will get there in the end, but not without some adventures. Shall we take a look at some of the boards below, maybe starting with Silla against Danier?
Yeah, that's a good place to start. So board 4, this clash.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no, yeah.
Oh.
Board, no.
Match 4.
Match 4.
Match 4. It did end in defeat on board 1 for Cilia, as we saw this game. Bit of an opening disaster, unfortunately, for Alva Alonso Rosell. Mate Rosian really strong and ruthless, actually, in this game. The final position, black simply has an extra bishop, hence the resignation from white. The current score is 3.5 to half.
Yeah, maybe this was not the best place for me to take us to.
Up to you, Fiona. Your choice.
I just realized, I think where we should go back is actually the women's section, the Monte Carlo match, where we might see our first team upset today if Stavroula Solakidu can convert her advantage against Maria Musashuk.
Yeah, and we last left it in this position where we were expecting rook takes g2. We have seen just 2 or 3 moves since then. Stavroula here plays the move rook to a1 instead. We mentioned this is logical, just trying to kind of brute force the victory by pushing a pawn to a2 and then maybe giving a check from behind to the white king. But the white king is within touching distance, and after Pawn to d4, already we see the evaluation bar react slightly, maybe some nerves kicking in as she gets closer to this huge victory against former Women's World Champion. And after rook to a6, wow, pawn to d3 with a check. And king takes d3, a2. She's calculated really well here.
Wow.
I think she's calculated a king and pawn endgame, Fiona.
So now actually, what was played here? King c3. The king has to step back. Sorry, guys, the moves are coming in fast. And this is the king and pawn ending that you were talking about. Black, even though she's down 2 pawns, is going to win this one simply because her king is the more active one. She's going to collect 2 of the pawns and then she'll have the outside passer.
Yeah, she will be able to outmaneuver the white king. This is amazing calculation. Actually, for a moment, I was doubting her technique here, but she hasn't spent that much time since the time control move 40, Stavroula. She just spent it all calculating, and great judgment here. Just to show what might happen, the white king will come forward. Actually, I think you might be able to convert this in several ways, but okay, king d5, no, not king d5. You actually...
That's the move I thought you should make too.
Yeah, I think maybe you can just capture the pawn first on e5 to prevent any counterplay. And now, maybe again, a few ways to do it, but you could even now go for the c-pawn, and white can only defend it once. So the white king now is totally frozen, and white has some passing moves on the other side of the board, but black's king can wait on d5, d4. Eventually, its counterpart is dislodged. For example, here, finally the white king has to give way, and now the c-pawn will act as a distraction while the black king goes hunting. Beautiful technique.
Very impressive stuff by Stavroula. And let's check in with board 4. Elizabeth Pates now. If she's looking over to board 1, she will realize she has to win, and surely the pressure is mounting on the German player.
Yeah, and we saw it a few moves ago again. Still looking very pleasant for black, but white suddenly has a passed h-pawn, maybe some counterplay long term. White, okay. We did just see a move. Okay, this is the live position. I thought it was white's move here, and then some counterplay, but rook takes b4 did just happen, and rook c to c2. Wow, moves are just flooding into this game right now. Bishop g5.
Yeah, we see a big reaction from the bar.
Yeah, I think maybe white had to go more active now. These 2 rooks are simply too passive. Knight to h3. Attacking the bishop, but where's this knight going? Black can simply move this bishop to any safe square, and yeah, long term, too many threats. The rook's coming in to hit this pawn, hit the knight. The rook can also come from this angle, like a pincer movement, and this one should be over shortly.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get a draw in this match. Monte Carlo, I can't remember, David, the last time they weren't the top seeds in the women's section. They are such a powerhouse team, but it looks like they are going to be held by the Macedonian team from center Asseco. Let's check in again with Wood Green and Super Chess, starting with Jovanka's game.
Yeah, let's start with Jovanka Hauska against Nino Batsiashvili, and I think unfortunately for all English fans and fans of Jovanka and her commentary and her playing, right now these 2 black pawns are just too strong. Yeah, unfortunately, again, you can't give your pieces. If you could give both of these up for the 2 black pawns, you stand a chance, but you can give up your bishop for one of them, the knight too far away.
Although you did say the 2 lone knights are not enough, but maybe with the white pawns.
Yeah, with the white pawns, I think in practical terms, 2 knights against a pawn or two, too tricky to win, but yeah, unfortunately, that dilemma isn't even going to be possible. Black will not allow the white knight to trade off for any pawns, of course.
And unfortunately, as you mentioned, for Wood Green fans, that is going to be the match. For Super Chess, who are the second seeds, let's quickly look at Harriet Hunt, who won her game.
Yeah, and actually a result just came in this very moment. We see the exchange of score sheets, the signing of the score sheets, and a really nice win, a really important win from Harriet Hunt. So if Jovanka has a miracle here and saves her game, suddenly another draw with one of the top seeds. So we saw the white pawns marching, actually a mirror image of the Jovanka Hauska game. Here, white is the one with the pawns. It's a queen endgame this time. Black's king sidestepped, not much to do, 2 pawns down. White gave a check and another check. Black did resign here. If king to d7, of course, a queen trade, and white makes a new queen. And this was game over. Harriet Hunt, great victory.
Absolutely fantastic game, dominating from start to finish. And let's now go back to a match where last time we checked in, all 4 games were still on the way. The local Teuta team against Offerspiel.
Wow, Fiona, 4.5 hours in, and we still don't have a single result in this match. Incredible stuff. Board 1, Stefanova against Dolgova here. Just looks level, looks like it should be a draw. White trying to outflank Black's army, but shouldn't be enough.
Antoinetta is going to try until the bitter end, at least if the other boards are still going. If a draw is enough to win the match, I think she'll be happy to make that draw. But for now, and Olga, I've been incredibly impressed. She's keeping the white king out. She's done everything right. She's now looking for an exchange of bishops. What do you think? Antoinetta will try to keep the pieces on the board?
Yeah, I think this is kind of the epitome of team chess, right, Fiona? You have half an eye on your teammates. I think Stefanova would have offered a draw if this was an individual event, or at least would be quite content with a draw, but she has to be watching the other results. Sometimes you just have to gamble. If one of your teammates loses, you're a point down. A draw's the same as a loss, just go for it. And she's keeping the tension, hoping the opponent cracks. It should still be a 2-result game. I can't imagine Black ever winning this, but yeah, minimal chances of White breaking through.
On board 2, last time we checked, Monika Sochko against, with Black against Victoria Rini was in the balance, but very tough to defend for White, and it looks like Black is actually making some progress here.
Yeah, I think that golden opportunity, we mentioned it earlier, you needed nerves of steel to eliminate this pawn. Victoria Rini didn't manage to calculate her way through that one. She left the pawn on the board, and now it's just too late. The white rook cannot go pawn hunting because the black pawn, actually maybe there's a way to finesse this, but the black pawn will run through.
I'm shocked that there's a way to save this. I guess you'll have to give up the bishop.
Sooner or later. I mean, I was more worried about this threat check and taking the bishop.
As well.
This one as well. Maybe king to c2 prevents this, and if black gets over hasty and promotes, then suddenly white has counterplay because you have so many extra pawns here. Suddenly some hope of saving the game.
Do you think we might see rook against rook and bishop?
Oh, I'd love it, Fiona. We'll be here all night. But I don't know. I think here...
there's still a lot of pawns.
Yeah. Monika Sochko, I think she wants to wrap this one up sooner. I wonder whether first, after rook takes pawn, you give a check, forcing the white king to stay protecting its bishop, and then you push the pawn, because now you are threatening rook takes bishop and promotion. I don't think white can hold this too much longer. There'll be all sorts of tactics just to show one. Now you can continue harassing this bishop, and the only safe square is d4. Now you give a check. Next move you take it, then you make a queen.
Yeah, I'm wondering how white, the bar doesn't go, doesn't shoot all the way up in black's favor. If there is a defense, it must be incredibly tricky to find. I think in practical terms, Monika Sochko, a huge favorite in this game. So let's check in on board 3 with Karina Zivka and Ellen Nilsson.
Okay, so we were last here in this position where I was drawing some pretty arrows, but of course those arrows weren't so important. Catching up with the live board right now. Okay, black is still a pawn down, as we saw earlier, but white has also been able to coordinate the pieces. Some pressure on f3, however. Fiona, you know me, I love my bishops, but it feels like black has good counterplay here.
Yeah, I mean, Ellen, she's such a fighting player. We see them there on the camera, both very focused. This match is still very much in the balance. Although, let's go to board 4. I think we kind of called this one earlier on. The local player with the black pieces, Claire Chaco, has done such a great job so far keeping things in the balance, but these endgames with a bishop against a knight are just so tricky to defend.
They're so tricky to defend. Wow, the evaluation bar is going through the roof right now, saying that white is winning. What is the breakthrough though? For example, if the black bishop just waits and moves, and okay, she does that. She moves the black bishop away. The evaluation bar correcting itself. Sorry. Okay, this is the live board. And why is white winning here? Let's try and figure this out. Still need the breakthrough. Still need to infiltrate with the white king. If the white king ever gets to a dark square, if it ever steps across the 4th rank into the 5th rank, it's game over.
Have you found the solution?
No, I need help, Fiona. I'm guessing it starts with a check, forcing the black king away.
E7.
King e7. I mean, you can make an argument for racing.
I was wondering about that.
Because as soon as the white knight moves away, black's king will come back. I mean, also the king could go hunting for the knight. I don't see the breakthrough. Knight d7 check. The king drops back. This is mysterious, I've got to say.
And knight, did she play knight?
She has just given a check with her knight here. Teo Vidic. Okay, the king has to move. You simply have to dodge. You have to attack the white knight. And it's just about whether white can give up the knight in a favorable way. I mean, at some point you have to start calculating these races, but...
Claire might be thinking about going to e6 rather than e7.
Yeah, also very logical, hitting the knight. And it doesn't stop white's king coming in.
She does go back to e7 in the end.
King back to e7, and moment of truth. If white can find a nice sacrifice here, a move such as king to g5, for example, then it's maybe, if she calculates it well, she's winning. But I think if she goes back, it's not actually that easy to find a plan.
I mean, it's very risky, right? Because you do give up a knight if you miscalculate.
Yeah, and there we see
it, yeah.
The bar would drop. I don't think it's enough because actually you're just one move too slow. Black, it's all about the h-pawn. If the h-pawn survives, black is winning. There's no time to deflect. And okay, what to do then?
We haven't even found it yet, have we?
No, we're not even close to finding a win here, Fiona. Maybe the knight has to stay alive. What about this square?
Okay. Well, we haven't found it, but it looks like Thea has. The knight probably wanting to go to d6.
This way round. Okay, we got there. Well, thanks
with
for
a little help from Thea.
Thanks for saving me, Fiona. Yeah, I was looking at all these knight sacrifices, but knight b6, of course, there's no need to rush in, especially with not that much time on the clock, calculating variations. If black keeps the white king shouldered off, if you prevent it from infiltrating, then actually we will see most likely a nice zugzwang. For example, a position like this. Black's bishop would be forced back to defend, and now finally a check. And black's king forced to give way. We'll see the knight attack this bishop, and finally the white king will come in.
What
you need to do it the long way around.
Mammoth game.
Yeah, what a game. And this will be winning. Knight takes bishop, a threat for winning king and pawn endgame. If not, then white's king breaks through.
And with that, bearing that in mind, it looks like Thea will very soon Offerspiel the lead at long last. I mean, almost 5 hours into the round, all 4 games still going. And I think with that, oh no, what am I saying? Sorry, I got the players mixed up. Actually, the match is still incredibly close because Thea is a favorite to win, so is Monika Sochko on board 2. I think this is all going to hinge on board 3, Karina Zivka against Ellen Nilsson.
That's right. Maybe just if we quickly refresh there while we see them on camera. Board 4, white a big favorite now to win. Thea on the left should take it. And board 3, this is the position. We mentioned this very briefly, but fighting hard Ellen Nilsson. I will say it's a 2-result game, most likely. I don't see black winning this. If white wants to try and bail out at any point, it should be possible. But again, in a team situation where all games still being played, what's the mentality here? What's the psychology? Do you keep the game going? Do you keep taking risk? That might backfire.
Also the time situation. I mean, you can't really, sometimes in team matches, you want to wait a little bit to see what is happening in the other games, but Karina down to 3 minutes, so she doesn't have much time to look around to see what is happening on the other boards.
Yeah, I think actually maybe she's got to be careful and start playing it safe here. I was going to ask what happens if white saves the pawn, but here black has several tempting moves. If you want to play it safe, maybe you retreat with the black knight. You also have to move g5.
We talked about Ellen being such an ambitious player. I don't know if you said it's a 2-result game, but maybe there is still a little danger depending on how Karina approaches this. And the fact that she's down to 2 minutes always, of course, introduces more risk.
Yeah, I retract my statement. Actually, this one, anything could happen, especially with the match situation, clock situation. And okay, f4 has not been played. The safe move maybe would be some moves such as, if I can talk properly, it's been a long day,
been
a
a
lot
long
of chess,
day.
bishop to g2 or bishop to g4, just getting ready to trade pieces off on the f3 square. If she really wants to pull the break now, Karina, but she will be aware that they are most likely losing on board 4. And even if they win on board 2, I don't think they will be happy with a draw here. And
I'm not even sure I want to move away from this match. Was there any other match that is close in the Open?
in the Open, there were
No.
not too many close matches. I'll just check some scores. Fiona, it looks like...
Yeah, maybe we can quickly update the scores for our viewers from the Open, and then we'll come back to this match.
Yeah, so on board 1, the match 1 in the Open section, we saw Super Chess, well, we're still seeing them play, but they have secured the magical 3.5 points from 6 boards, so they have secured a victory. Offerspiel have also secured a win. They're leading 4-0. The third match between Novi Bor and Werder Bremen, still one game going, but yeah, Novi Bor cannot lose that one. So Novi Bor as well, the reigning champions, will get a match victory overall. It's all about those wins, of course. Board points less important right now in the tournament. And yeah, it looks like the favourites doing the business. I think you have to go as far down as board 6 in the Open section to see a closer match.
We might do that in a little bit, but I
Yep.
think for now we will stick with this match between Teuta and Offerspiel. Also giving the local fans something to cheer for. Teuta yesterday got off to a great start. Are all the games still going
Yes,
in the match?
is the answer. The score is still 0-0.
Unbelievable.
We see everyone lined up there on the camera. The tension mounting. They will be looking at each other's games, especially when the results start to come in. But Fiona, the clocks are ticking. We're nearing another time trouble session. It feels like we only just got to move 40 a moment ago.
Maybe we should go to Monika Sochko, who I think will be the first player to open the score here and score a win for Teuta with the black pieces against Victoria Ni. Rook c1 was White's last move here.
Yeah, rook
And
c2. And the question is,
can we just push?
does black push this pawn? Does black push this pawn? One of these pawns surely about to become a new queen. It looks very tempting to push this pawn for black, and I think the first move on both of our radars, Fiona, rook takes rook now, would be met by a promotion, and the queen will win it. And the only way to stop this pawn that I can see is to actually give a discovered check, drop the white bishop back, checking the black king, forcing a trade of rooks. But now the other pawn moves, and white is not quite in time. If you had 2 moves, you would save the game. King to b2 and bishop to g1, but not quite. This bishop is torn in 2 minds, has to protect a1, and I think the simple move is just the winning move here.
And I think Monika Sochko, has she just...
Not
no, she
yet.
hasn't yet. I thought we had a move. She's 9 to 3 minutes, but I think we can sort of see her nodding her head very slightly there a second ago. And she's reaching out and pushing the pawn to a2, and I think we'll see a resignation here very soon.
I think in the next 2 moves or so, finally a result in this one, and her teammates will be breathing a sigh of relief until they realize that on board 4 they're in deep trouble. And okay, Offerspiel will most likely level the scores. Fiona, any predictions in the match overall?
I think it could. It's unbelievable that we're almost 5 hours in and the match could still go any way. We just saw a handshake there, the resignation by Victoria Ni on board 2, giving Teuta the 1-0 lead. Let's go back to board 4, where I expect the next result to come from, as Thea seems to be making some progress, but we still don't see the breakthrough.
Still don't see the breakthrough. I said it would be Zugzwang, and I was actually advocating a knight check and the white knight coming back. And actually, you still need to be relatively careful here. If it was black to play this position, okay, a move has just come in. Knight to e8 check has been played, as we see there on the camera. Really good angle, actually. Knight to e8 check. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. I was going to say, if it was black's move in the previous position, game over. Black was in Zugzwang. Black couldn't move. The white king is coming in. But she has to lose a move, and it's impossible to do that with knights. So you have to calculate accurately. The black king is forced away, and knight to c7, I think, should clinch this. The only question I have is what happens after king f6. And Yeah, knight takes bishop I don't think quite works right now because
Can we play B?
I was going to say just
Five?
b5 here, the black king just inside the box, so this one not quite working. But you mean in the original position,
Yes.
right, Fiona? Yeah, I think b5 here might be decisive. Some calculation needed. Bishop takes, of course, loses because king and pawn endgames are more straightforward. This pawn is simply running through to glory next, and pawn takes pawn would be the key question. But here you can play the move c6 first, and this order wins because knight takes bishop is a threat. Pawn takes pawn loses the piece. This one is the winning breakthrough. Will she find it, Teja Vidic? She needs to find it, maybe. Her young opponent, is putting up some stern resistance.
She is, but unfortunately she is now down to just 2 minutes and the pawn break is looming. It looks like Teja Vidic is very close now to bring this match back into the balance, tying it 1-1, and then of course as a result the pressure is growing on the 4 players who are battling it out on board 1 and board 3.
Yeah, board 1 and board 3 look extremely balanced right now, but enough material, left pieces left on for some surprises ahead. What do you think, Jovanka? Should we stick with this one, see whether Teja Vidic puts the finishing touches
Still
on?
Fiona.
Oh my gosh, I hate myself.
Don't hate yourself. Next
forgive
time I
me?
won't mention it actually. I think it's such an automatism.
Just call me Jon Ludwig or call me Benjamin.
No, so in this game, I think we should stick around here on board 4 because Claire's clock on board 4 is ticking down, and she has just played bishop f1, but now the white king, I guess, is going to come in.
The white king can come in. There's 2 very juicy squares, 2 avenues into the black position. I'm not sure which one is more tempting right now. I would be inclined to go towards g5 just because I think long term you're guaranteed to win. The white knight actually has a path back for you, knight a8 to b6 to c8 to d6 and eventually you get into...
Some nice drawing there, David.
I'm getting carried away with my arrows, but the knight will reactivate. I just wanted to mention it's not trapped. Of course you can win in another way, and actually Teja has gone into the center. The black king will try and block off, but now the white knight can actually drop back. I think this is kind of the, well, it's the lazy way that I'm doing, but you will pin down the black king to the g6 pawn and slowly but surely win this game.
Yeah, Teja putting the finishing touches here. I have to say though, kudos to her opponent on the rating underdog by over 400 points. She fought so valiantly, and clearly Teuta, a team which has decided to go with 3 very strong players on the top 3 boards and 2 local players on boards 4 and 5. I think it's a strategy which is going to pay off, if not in this tournament, in the long term. And I think it's so great to have some young local talent, give them a chance to compete with the best. And today, I think Claire is going to fall just short, but what a brilliant game she played.
Yeah, she'll come back stronger. And I mean, we both profited from that, right, Fiona? Playing team tournaments from a young age and being given opportunities. We wouldn't be here without without our teams along the way. So yeah, big future ahead for Claire.
Shall we go back quickly, check in with Antoaneta Stefanova? We haven't seen that one in a little while. And yeah, all pieces still on the board, but Antoaneta is still struggling to find a way to make any progress. What is Antoaneta's time? She's down to 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. How far do you push this? How long do you keep the game going for the sake of your team? It's the eternal dilemma of team chess here. Antoaneta, still no risk. White tonight will come into c5, but black will simply retreat the bishop, and you shall not pass. You will not get any further. Here, Teja Vidic going down the variation that we mentioned at the forefront of your cameras there. And
let's go back to Ellen Nilsson on board 3.
Board 3. Okay, we see white still a pawn up.
David, sorry to interrupt you, but we just saw, I believe, a massive result on board 1 in the match between Monte Carlo and Center Asseco, as Stavroula Tsolakidou has just taken down former women's world champion Maria Muzeshuk. We see the frustration there on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, Stavroula, she's trying to keep her emotions in check and not show too much, but we still see the smile. You know, it's a big moment, not just for her taking down Maria Muzeshuk, but for the team, which is now drawn the match. The match is officially over because Pairings managed to win on board for Monte Carlo. But what a result this is for the Macedonian team, MSK Center Asseco, to draw the top seeds, Monte Carlo.
Yeah, and this is the final position of that game. We saw the transition into the king and pawn endgame really well calculated, and congratulations to Tsolakidou for pulling off the upset. And Monte Carlo frustrated. 2-2 confirmed final result. Actually, both games on board 1 and board 4 there finished almost simultaneously. It's as if they were waiting for their teammates. Yeah.
Great result for the Macedonian team. Congrats to them. And let's go back now. I think to the top match. I think everything else has been decided in the women's section. And I think, in fact, this will be the last match that we will follow today. Once this one is decided, I think it will be time for us to call it a night. But we are not there yet, as this match is incredibly close. And oh, the bar just shot up there from the corner of our eye. Let's go back to Karina Zivka against Ellen Nilsson.
Yeah, the nerves are kicking in. Time is really ticking down now. And I think a blunder or an oversight here from Ellen Nilsson from Offerspiel. Suddenly it's the might of the two bishops. White is untangled, and this check, this skewer, is most likely going to cost black material. If you move the king back, for example, in some direction, then at the very least white can change the material balance, and with two bishops and a pawn for the black rook, this should be decisive. If black tries to hold things together, this is the big question. How does white react? Is it just a check?
Looks like there is a big check.
Ooh, but now at least the white rook is pinned down. It cannot take this black knight. So where is the finish?
Bishop, oh no, I was going to say bishop e2. That is not the one. It's been a long day. I mean, if you give a check on a4, you're going to get the two pieces, but you lose an important passed pawn. I imagine that shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, maybe there are tactics here. You could still play a move like rook to c5. Imagine the evaluation bar doesn't even want to take that pawn as black. What is the winning move? Yeah, okay, it is rook to c5 here, just dislodging this black bishop, and actually checkmate on the board, Fiona. If, for example, black retreats the knight to defend this bishop, drop back, switching focus, the might of the two bishops is shown, and checkmate on the side.
She does go for the most testing option. I think she had no choice but to go forward, king b5 on the board. And
it's not easy though. A4,
no.
Not followed by taking the knight, followed by rook back to c5, and she doesn't have much time on the clock here. Karina
She
Zivka.
does play a4, nerves of steel, and this might be the clincher. We see Ellen capture the pawn. And now is rook c5 going to be played here? I think the decisive moment, not just in this game, but for the entire match.
Yeah, the decisive moment. We should reiterate that rook takes knight on c4, also possible, but this endgame is going to go on for a long time. Still a long battle ahead. Probably winning for white, I would say, just because black's king is so bad. But yeah, you need fantastic technique. I think in a team situation, unless you're 100% sure that rook c5 wins, you maybe just take the knight and keep going. So this one...
Last moments on your screens, you guys are seeing 0-0. I'm sure Karina hasn't lost on time. We think she has around 30 seconds left. But it's a big moment. Rook c5. Oh, she does take.
She does take, missing an immediate victory. So some glimmer of hope for Offerspiel here. Board 1, you see Antoaneta Stefanova in the background there looking over. She maybe thought that the players were signing score sheets, but no, they're moving on to a second set of score sheets because we've passed move 60. And Stefanova, I think at some point she'll realize it's a two-result game here. Only white can win after bishop takes c4 and king takes c4. So board 1 likely to end soon with a draw, and all eyes will turn to this one.
Absolutely. Actually, is board 4 still running here with a winning position, but was it it's still going on. Let's take a quick look there. As I mean, I've been saying for an hour or half an hour at least the final moments, but now game 4 is still underway.
Okay, and interesting, White's knight dropping back. This is the current position with the knight coming to e3. Lots of moves coming in now, thick and fast. And okay, somehow Black has set up a defense, blockading the White king from coming in any further.
Yeah,
Really
it
tenacious.
should not have called this one just yet. Yes, the bar is all the way in the black side of the board, but for human it's not so easy, and Claire is defending incredibly tenaciously.
Yeah, and I think White's winning plan might involve actually going back to a plan she had earlier, kind of rerouting the knight again forward. And there Taya had a direct win. She needed to calculate though, and she doesn't have much time on the clock. So, okay, she does eventually drop the knight back. Oh wow, back in this direction instead. This one, I don't know.
When was the last pawn move or the last capture?
Good question. Wow, was it as far back as move 39? We're now on move 64. Okay, it was move 40. White played the move g3 on move 40, and I'm going to whiz ahead 24 moves in the future, knight to d1. The pawn structure is still the same, no trades, no captures, as you say.
We're only halfway, but at some point, White is gonna have to make some progress here, and I think it's very easy for the viewers and myself included to be misled by the bar, because had we found a clear-cut way?
I think we haven't showed the kind of the ending, the conclusion of this plan. Actually, in the background there on the camera, we see board 1 was indeed a draw, so now all eyes on the bottom 2 boards, board 3 and 4. But yeah, just to show maybe one plan, Fiona here. For example, Black's bishop will drop back, and I think it might be to do with coming back around at the right moment into d6. The evaluation bar just keeping us dancing here. Yeah, for example, Black can wait for a long time, but eventually, how is this not winning for White? The evaluation bar says, okay, it is. For example, at some point, the Black king will have to give way. But actually, maybe I haven't timed it right, because again, the Black king holds off the White king's advance. Again, this position with Black to move would be completely winning, because Black's bishop stuck, protecting the pawn, Black's king stuck, stopping the White king from using the f6 square. But I think she just has to find this.
If you're right, it's also easy to get frustrated at some point, because the knight has been dancing around quite a bit. Like, there is almost no square that we haven't seen the knight be on. Yes, the king has made progress. The king has stepped into the enemy side of the board, but she still needs to wrap this one up. This match is really going down to the wire. We have just entered the 6th hour of play. What an incredible match. You had announced it in the first hour of the show. These two teams are the 13th seed against the 14th seed, and they are surely giving us a buck for...
Bang for a buck, I don't know.
Thank you.
Giving us some money's worth in terms of entertainment in this clash. It's so close, and as we kind of go through the rounds, as we get closer to towards the end of the tournament, we're still early days, of course, we will see more of these close matchups.
We are being reminded there on your screen some of the regulations from the tournament. Just to quickly remind you of the time control, there is no more additional time coming in. Some of those old classical time controls, you were getting some extra times on move 60. That's not the case here. It's now down to the wire. The players are playing on their last minute here. Claire, she with the black pieces, is under a minute now. So let's jump back in to the game after bishop a6.
Yeah, and I do wonder, Fiona, if one of the winning plans might even be a really difficult one. Okay, wow, she has played it. I was actually about to suggest this. Knight to a8, knight's in the corner we don't approve usually, but the knight is coming back to c7, and it's that pawn break. One of the only ways we've actually found of winning. That idea you mentioned of pawn to b5. For example, if the black bishop moves, if you ever drop back to a6, there might be a breakthrough. Pawn to b5, a sacrifice, clearing the path for the c-pawn, and eventually the bar edges back up in white's favor. This is confusing stuff, but the players the big question is whether they are as confused as us. Still winning for white objectively, but you have to be really careful.
What is for certain, it's the last time is really last moments for Claire. She has played the bishop all the way down to f1.
Yeah.
Will we see this break happen now?
Yeah, it feels like we've been waiting for knight c7 followed by b5, this type of idea to occur. But it does take courage, sacrificing a pawn in any scenario. Claire's moves are easy, actually, maybe in terms of the time situation, despite the fact she's low on time. Black's just kind of going to wait, yo-yo the bishop back and forth on this diagonal. White is the one with the pressure, the onus of actually breaking through. And I'm expecting her, having gone to a8, to retreat the knight to c7. You can always come back if you need to f4, but knight's so bad at losing time, losing tempi, Fiona.
And we see, I was wondering, who is sitting there on the top board? Olga Dolgova hasn't moved. She's actually just getting up from her chair now. I'm sure she will stick around because this match could still go either way. Teuta are big favorites to clinch it eventually, but it hasn't been decided yet. Shall we quickly go back to board 3, Karina against Ellen?
Yeah, and this one, still this material imbalance of 2 bishops against a rook. Luckily here for white, 2 bishops do beat a lone king, so eventually if white is able to eliminate the g-pawn, black's rook will likely lose its life for white's h-pawn and game over. I'm trying to imagine any scenario of drawing here, Fiona. I think black just needs to somehow race the king into the corner as quickly as possible and then somehow give up black's rook for white's g3 bishop, because bishop and pawn of wrong color wouldn't be enough to win. It's the only way I see of saving this game long term, but the king is so distant.
Yeah, I was just going to say, from the arrows you've drawn on the board, it becomes evident what a long journey is.
Sorry, just clicking away there. But yeah, the long journey has been begun by Ellen Nilsson. She's trying to sneak all the way over.
So what is the way for white? Am I in time to play bishop g6 and try and clear the path for my own king?
I think you are, and just in time to bring the white king in. You could even maybe go pawn hunting immediately with white's bishop. Fortunately for black, the rook is just too stuck right now. And okay, let's go back to the live board. Okay, bishop to e5 first, but same idea, this pawn just doomed. King to d8 will maybe be met by bishop takes g7, but at the very least, locking in the rook, locking in the point most likely.
Yeah, I thought that black was going to be able to put up more resistance. Maybe I'm not saying it's down to Ellen's play. I think maybe the bishops were just simply too powerful here, and I think Karina Zevka has done a great job. Remember, the match score is currently Teuta are leading 1.5. So a win by Karina Zevka on board 3 here will clinch the match for Teuta, regardless of what happens on board 4, where I see some hands moving. So a lot of, either the game is over or a lot of moves are coming in. Let's go back there.
Yeah, and this is the live position. I'm pretty sure we've seen this one before. Probably about 20 moves ago. This is a check. This is the live board. The king moves, the king shifts, and now the white knight has to move. Big threat on the board. The king coming in. Black's king has to block off the advance. He just haven't made progress here, Teja Vidic. She's struggling to find the breakthrough.
And we're only 17 moves away now from that 90 move mark. Why did I talk about the 90 move mark? That's when the 50 move rule kicks in. In chess, if you don't move a pawn, if there's no exchanges for 50 moves, did I forget something? No pawn moves, no exchanges.
That's right.
Then the game is declared, well, it's not declared a draw actually, the player can claim a draw. If you go 75 moves, then the draw will be declared by the arbiter. Those are the rules. We're not there yet, but it feels like Teja, even looking at her on the camera, I feel like nerves are really kicking in because she must feel that position is winning, but as you said, we have seen this position before. We are sort of moving round and round in circles, so she will need at some point to find the winning blow or break.
Yeah, and so far so good in terms of defense here from black. Yeah, I must admit, I'm getting dizzy looking at all these knight jumps around the board, literally using pretty much every square, every safe square on the board. And she has to time it well. She has to, again, get this exact position with white to move somehow. She has to trick her opponent. Or she has to arrange the b5 break in the right scenario. But far from easy. This is where having the evaluation bar is the clincher for us. We know that white is winning, but for her, maybe she's starting to believe that black has held a fortress. That black is just in time to set up the defenses. She has to go around again with her knight. Suddenly, as you said, 17 move countdown, and her opponent will most likely be aware of that. She's running out of time to find the winning plan.
Meanwhile, let's go back to board 3, where I think the match is going to be decided in a second. Once that happens, Claire can also relax a little bit because her game will be irrelevant to the match result. The pawn on g7 has dropped, and I think unfortunately for Ellen, this h-pawn is just running and going to become a new queen.
And what do you think here, Fiona, in terms of the match situation? Should Ellen keep the game going? For example, in a situation like this, either you'll get kind of rook versus queen, and okay, this is a win, but the game goes on.
We've all seen that on game recently, I feel.
We've all seen this recently, where Jan Nepomniachtchi failed to defeat Magnus Carlsen on the white side here. I was going to say, or the other likely, the likelihood is that eventually black will give up the rook for this pawn. It's two bishops versus a king. Do you play till checkmate and keep your teammate company?
I think so, yes. I think Karina is actually going to try. I don't know if there is a way, but I think she's going to try and find a way to avoid both of these scenarios, actually.
Yeah, I like how she hasn't transformed her advantage yet. There's no rush. The white king can slowly make its way over, protect this bishop, and then push the pawn. And yeah, black will love to give the rook up for the pawn at this stage, but yeah, even that is a distant dream.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably stick around here. So what's the live position? Okay,
this one on
white
the board.
just played king e5.
King e5, and okay, we see again some movement just behind them. A big crowd in the playing hall, in the tournament hall right now. Huge match. We've spent a lot of time, and that's because this is simply the most dramatic match of the top boards.
Yeah, I think, as I said, once this match ends, we will of course let you guys know what happened in the top matches, both in the women's and in the open. But this is the last of the chess action we'll see today, and the match still not decided. Ellen Nilsson is still fighting. She's just played rook a8, and we can see her looking over. Is Thea winning on board 4? Is there still a chance for us to save this match if I can somehow draw it? I think even for Ellen, no, what I was going to say makes no sense. David, it's been a long day. Let's go back actually to board 4 and check if Thea is making progress.
Well, okay, we're jumping that. Sorry, I'll go back to the live position. It does feel like she's making progress, but
The king has dropped back.
yeah,
suddenly.
I think she might have tricked her opponent here. Now maybe she's going to come into g5 with her king. Last time she tried to go centrally. Remember, just to reiterate what black had to avoid there, no time for king f6 because of this pawn break b5. This would have been time to perfection. Pawn takes met by c6, and white threatening now to take this bishop. This would have been a winning position. Black wisely moved the bishop away, not allowing this trick. But now, is it Thea's time to go in? Is she going to break with b5? There's a few tempting moves. I think she has to take action now before she runs out of opportunities.
Yeah, I never know where to go. I think let's go back again to board 3, because remember, if Karina Zivka wins, the match is decided. And well, suddenly the black rook doesn't have an eye on the promotion square on h8. So Ellen has to find a way to somehow either get behind the pawn or in front of the pawn. But I think Karina is doing a great job of putting the finishing touches on this one.
Yeah, the rook has to try something, but bishops are so good as attackers and blockaders, and it's hard to imagine this one slipping. Do you think she's practiced two bishop checkmate recently? I know I haven't for years at this point, Fiona.
I think out of all these tricky endgames, I feel two bishops is maybe the easiest.
Yes, yeah.
I think there's so many tricky ones. The most tricky of all, maybe rook and bishop against rook. then closely followed, I would say, by queen against rook.
Yeah.
For some players, myself included, even bishop and knight against king is not easy. But two bishops, I think, even without too much training, you can just get there intuitively.
Yeah, and king e6 has been played. She's trying to force the issue now of going for the position. For example, if white pushes forward, black can take this bishop, and after a new queen is made, take the other bishop. But with the queen, with the queen on the board, but with black's pieces so far divorced from each other, so far separated, it feels like maybe with a series of accurate checks, you can pick up the black rook. Starting with a check here, you can kind of zigzag your way towards the black rook later on.
Yeah, will we see this on the board? Karina's hand is hovering and she has pushed the h-pawn. I think this is exactly what we're about to see. Ellen could also go for the other endgame, but I think she is going to take on f6.
If she was watching that clash between Nepomniachtchi and Carlsen, maybe she will prefer queen versus rook.
And I'm sure she was. Ellen is, as you mentioned before, a streamer. She's working hard on her chess. She is a member of Team Offerspiel, so I'm sure she saw that. Which would you go for?
I would take the bishops and hope. Okay, she's delaying the decision, rook to a4, but now white can simply retreat. Bishop to e4 would end things immediately, covering the a8 square, taking away one option, saving the bishop as well. In case of black taking on f6, white would make a new queen. This would be game over instantly. I think she should have just taken the bishops and hoped that she would survive, but ultimately it was winning for white anyway.
Yeah, and I think Karina has seen that she can block the check. The hand is hovering. You always take a moment or two to double check, but there comes the bishop back to e4, and I think we will see a resignation here, as Ellen probably missed that from e4. The bishop was covering the promotion square. King takes, and there comes the resignation.
Okay, and wow.
And with that too, they have officially won this clash against Offerspiel. What a match this was, David. I thought, on day one, the matches, there's quite a big rating gap between teams. I didn't think that as early as day two, we would see as close a clash as this one.
Yeah, this has been an incredible fight, not just for the closeness of it, but for the duration. The players showing great stamina, fighting to the bitter end, and despite the eventual result, Offerspiel can be proud of the way they did battle. I mean, 5 and a bit hours, and imagine, still one of the youngest players in the tournament fighting.
Unbelievable. Let's quickly bring that game up. I think maybe that's what we'll keep on our screens as we can start going through the team results from the two events, because we are only 12 moves away from the 90 move mark. We'll end our show with this one, so let's start going through the results. David, I'll let you take it away, starting with the women's group.
Yeah, and starting with the women's, this is actually the board one clash. Teuta will be on board one throughout the event, the local team, and we'll recap that final result shortly. Board two in the women's section, Monte Carlo, the big favourites, top seeds, were held to a draw by Centaur Asseco. Great result there from the underdogs, the 7th seeds holding the top seeds. On board three, match three in the women's section, Wood Green going down to an eventual defeat against 2nd seed Super Chess. Really close match. The score was 2.5 to 1.5. And in the board four, the match four, we see Garuda Aika in the end defeating Aniad from France 3-1. And to round out the top 5, we also saw Gotuk Chess Sport Club against Gaz Ukraine, SP Gaz Ukraine, and 2-2. So actually a bit of a surprise there as well, as the 4th seeds are held to a draw by the 10th seeds.
Yeah, great result for the team from Turkey. Let's take a look at the results in the Open. So we already saw that the top seeds, Super Chess, and were leading their match against SK Rakhoukan by a big margin. In the end, they clinched it 5-1. Same result on board 2. Offerspill taking down Wood Green 5-1. Does that mean that they lost the game, or were there 2 draws?
Yeah, I think it must have meant that Offerspill lost a game. And actually, it was Derek Shani who took down Pranav. So great individual result there. Actually, a big shock. 200 points roughly lower rated in that one. And salvaging some pride for Wood Green.
Absolutely. Then on board 3, Novi Bor may be out of the favorites. The ones who faced the toughest test today, they won 4-2 and in the end. But it was not without adventure, so kudos to Werder Bremen, who put up great resistance is the word that I was looking for. On board 4, Silla against Anières was a crushing defeat for the French team. They are leading 4.5, 1 game still underway there. And finally, to wrap up this top 5, KSK Rochade against Schach Club Vierenheim was another crushing defeat, 5.5, half. And I do actually see on board 12, we're not going to go through all the results. Remember, you can find them on chess results. You can find them on our official homepage. But on board 12, David, the team Göktürk Chess Sport Club, we just talked about them getting a surprise draw in the women's. Did they actually win 6-0? That is a massive result. They were big favorites against the Viking Chess Club from Iceland. We thought there might be no 6-0, but they got the sweep.
Yeah, and actually in the open section, very few team surprises. Again, the favorites taking it, some matches closer than others, as we saw earlier, especially that match between Novi Bor and Werder Bremen. But in the end, the favorites still doing the business as we close out round 2.
Absolutely. Let's go back for one moment because I still don't see a pawn break on the board. For Thea Vidic, we must be so close now. It's move 81.
Okay, that means 9 moves to win a pawn or to push a pawn.
Yeah, I don't even know what to do. It's been a long day. The match is decided. I'm looking over to our producer for some guidance on what to do.
I think we stay until move 90. The players don't have too much time on the clock, so should be within a couple of minutes. And if she has made progress, Thea Vidic, she should win the game. If not, the game, it'll be fascinating to see whether Claire claims a draw if we reach that point.
Yeah. A very interesting point. I'm not sure if when I was her age, I'm not sure how old exactly she is, but we can see on the camera she's a very young player. If I had a good grasp of the rules and regulations, Thea, I think for sure must be very aware of the 90 move mark looming.
Yeah, and Claire, I've just checked, she's born in 2010, so 13 years old, really mature play. Imagine over 5 hours, 20 minutes now, she's been grinding away, trying to save this draw. Eventually, White's king has made its way in. The problem for White is the knight on h3 is a bit stuck. Black can at some point break with a pawn if it ever moves. If the white knight moves to, for example, g5, Black will break with a pawn push. And then the move 50, the counter will reset.
Yeah, if you're Black, you really don't want to push a pawn right now.
It might get to the stage where it becomes a race. White needs 3 or 4 moves to go in and win a pawn. Somehow, actually, it still takes a while to kind of bring the knight round. I don't even know how we get to d6 at this point. The knight wants to end up on this square to come and take the b7 pawn, but you might need some time, and you're running out. 8 moves now till the magical 50-move rule and a draw.
I never thought, David, when we started looking at this game, didn't I say an hour ago, I think Thea is going to open the score.
Commentator's curse, Fiona. It was going to happen sooner or later.
And what I didn't think for sure was the fight that the 50-move rule would ever come into play in this one.
Yeah, we'll be here all night. Somehow White will play knight f4, Black will play g5, we'll be in for another 50 moves. We're not allowed to shut down the broadcast.
We actually saw some moves because, so I think Thea went to c7 and the Black king into e5.
Wow, the evaluation bar drops. Suddenly the margin for error much lower. Black is coming in with the king. Could
If
see a
you're
race.
white, you need to be very careful not to play with fire too much here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, this king is coming. Has Teja Vidic calculated this one correctly? White now, I think her idea is to push with b5. We could see this in the next couple of moves. And if she does, of course, the 50 move rule is out the window, but we will also see action. So we're going to win no matter what. We're going to enjoy the process. b5 will force the bishop to lose control over the b7 square, or pawn takes pawn will be met by c6 and breakthrough. She's coming in, though, with the king. And which direction has she gone after king b6? She's actually gone to d5. I don't like this because it walks into a knight check. White's simply going to mop up pawns now, and this might finally be game over, as you mentioned, Fiona.
Yeah, after defending so valiantly for so long, knight f4, well, after knight f4, king e4,
Yeah,
but
king
we're just too
e4.
far, I guess.
Yeah, the idea would be just to show this knight takes pawn, king to f3, but white must have a breakthrough here. Actually, okay, I just checked, because it's been a long day. Only one winning move, and that's knight to e7. Not entirely obvious. Maybe this is her best bet. Maybe this is what she's banking on. Knight to e7, hoping to meet king takes g3, of course, with knight takes f5, and only then to start going for the race. And white is winning, but actually this is not far from clear from a human point of view as well.
Not far from Claire.
Not far from Claire. Wow. I think you got revenge for my king h8 joke there, Fiona. Yeah, thank you for saving my dignity. That was
Terrible.
That was terrible. But I respect it. Oh, unfortunately for Claire, it will become clear now that black is on the ropes. King takes b4 will simply be met by a knight retreat, and this h5 pawn is dropping. That will spell the end. Black's king has picked up an important pawn, but it will go no further. Knight takes h5 will end the game.
Yeah, I think at this point we've been here so long, we might as well stay until the handshake, which isn't too far away. Claire is going to lose, but she will be very happy about the team win. That is the main thing. Of course, an individual loss is always going to hurt, especially after she fought for so long. Remember, this round started 5.5 hours ago, but I predict a very bright future. I don't think that if we see Claire in a year, she'll still be rated 1700.
No, she should take a lot of heart from this. I think her team captain as well will be proud of her efforts and won't be afraid of throwing her in some more big matches to come.
And we will be seeing plenty more of them, because remember, Teuta have a fixed board on board 1, so we'll be seeing them throughout the tournament. But so far they are doing it justice. They won a nice match yesterday. They have already clinched it today, even if on board 4. I think this game will be over very soon, but we'll see more from Teuta tomorrow after their 2 out of 2 start.
Yeah, fantastic start from them, and black's problem in the position is that her bishop is just trapped right now. White's knight, white's extra h-pawn are going to decide this game. In the end, Teja Vidic just did everything right. She kind of went round and round until her opponent was slightly tired, and yeah, in the end, objectively, it was always winning for white.
A great example for grind like a Grandmaster Part 2.
She deserves yeah, an honourable mention for this effort, Teja Vidic, as she gets ready to win this game. Multiple ways to win now. White's knight can just, I think, any square push the h-pawn. Black's king will be deflected, and it might actually happen on the queen side, the breakthrough. Eventually, she's got to move, not too much time on the clock.
Knight g7. What she will, no, she goes for knight f4. Doesn't really matter, as you say, the h-pawn will win, and then the breakthrough, if needed, on the queen side.
Yeah, black's king will have to race back now towards the corner, towards h8, just to stop white's h-pawn. Not a happy trajectory for it. And white's knight will go hunting for the black bishop.
And there comes the king,
Back to e5, and now white can safely push the pawn. If desired, no need to rush, but it feels like a very direct, very straightforward winning plan right now. The pawn can land on h6.
And I think Teja is doing the right thing. She's not rushing. It's been such a long game. already in the end. It doesn't matter if you finish 2 minutes earlier, 2 minutes later. You want to make absolute certain, after fighting for so long for the full point, that you are not missing any last resources for black.
Yeah, Harry the h-pawn, h5. Okay, no, she doesn't. She's just improving the white king. It's a bit of a waiting move, this last one. I'm not sure she needed to be so sophisticated about this. I think there was a very kind of caveman approach that would have been sufficient to win. But of course, this is good enough too. Black's bishop's still stuck. Black's king has to give way. And maybe white's king will head over to the h-file. Fiona, how many more moves do you think will hit the 100 move mark?
We are now on move 89. I think we'll just miss the 100 move mark.
Okay, I predict over 100. That's my favorite type of game, my speciality. At some point it got to the stage where I loved 100 move games so much that I would even play a rook and rook, rook versus rook, until move 100 before agreeing to a draw. I'm trying to get the record for most
100 plus
exactly.
move games.
Magnus keeps playing them though, it's frustrating. But yeah, this one, she's nicely supported the entry of the white knight into e6. White's king has come around to support, but the black bishop has been freed up. And there we see it land on c4. She's defending really well here, Claire, just controlling the e6 square. White knight wanted to come in, wanted to go for glory on the b7 square. The b7 pawn was vulnerable, so controlling, sorry, my arrows, controlling this square. She might have to go back though, Teo Vidic. She's keeping us here. Does she not know that dinner finishes at 9 p.m? King to c7 would tie down the bishop, and I think okay, she goes back with her knight.
Okay,
Wow.
let's say we stay here until the 100 move mark. If she hasn't closed it out by then, we'll go to have dinner.
Deal, Fiona.
Remember, our producer has to stay here an extra 15 minutes to keep the broadcast alive because of the delay. We'll save him some food. And meanwhile, Thea has gone back, but not with the king. She's dropped the knight back to h3.
Yeah, a bit of a mysterious one, I've got to admit. It feels like she's trying to play safety first, not take any risk whatsoever. But just to show one of the potential winning plans, for example, she could have fixed the black bishop on this square. And okay, actually, she could have done this a few moves earlier, just to show the winning plan. It could have been distracting the black king, kind of persuading the black king to sit and wait, and only now going in with the white knight. This is poisoned, of course, because white would make a queen. And once the white knight reaches d8 and takes this pawn, it would have been game over. She could have won directly, instead going around in circles. And
the king comes back.
She's just trying to pick off this f5 pawn, which she will succeed in doing. This is still winning, Fiona. I think move 100 might be a step too far for Claire.
We are 8 moves away. We will stay here until move 100 if it happens, or a handshake. After that, it will be gone. Regardless of what happens, we see there's still quite a few people there waiting for that last game to finish. We got word that the president of the Albanian Chess Federation, who we'll have with us in one of the coming days, was telling our producer that they are very positive about the 2 young girls we've seen yesterday, Eileen, today Claire. So we will keep a close eye on them throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I think their faith is definitely being repaid here. Claire fighting well, and of course the other young player, Eileen, winning quickly yesterday. And okay, the 2-pawn advantage should now be decisive. The g and h pawns will march up the board. And there we see king to f6. Nothing to do, unfortunately. The black bishop cannot hold the fort on its own. I guess maybe one last move here. We'll see the move bishop to d1 just to hold the advance of the g-pawn. But then the white knight will surely activate, or the white king can slowly make its way back towards the b-pawn.
There it is, bishop d1 is on the board. I actually predict knight e6 here, knight e6, followed by knight d8. Targeting the b7 pawn, and if the bishop somehow drops back to defend, then the g-pawn will advance.
Yeah, this would be a very professional, clinical way of doing it. Let's see what Thea chooses.
By the way, David, good news, dinner goes until 9:30, so we are
Success.
not going to miss it.
Success. I'm glad we kept going on this one then. Let's hit that 100 move mark. Go for the
What
record
are we,
books.
95?
Move 95 and counting. Taya, with this increment with the 30 seconds she gains after every move, she's gained a bit of time. So she can invest it now.
So this is what? This is the moment I predicted, knight e6.
Yeah, looks very, very efficient here. Knight e6, clear path forward. Or you just do it the slow way, bring the king back where it came from. The king's done its job, it won the f5 pawn. Now it can go back to tie up black's bishop.
Taya now under the 3-minute mark again, but this is just a case of double and triple checking. No doubt the players must be exhausted after this big fight. I always feel it's so much easier for us to be sitting here. I look at this and I think, what's she thinking about? But when I am the one playing, especially after a long game, you really want to make super sure. So many times I've analyzed my games and there is knight e6 on the board. I think this one will be over very soon. When you are playing, it's been a long game, you doubt yourself a lot, you want to make sure. So I think it's absolutely normal what Taya is doing, and now she's gunning for that b pawn. I think we'll see a resignation any moment here.
Yeah, we're on move 96. I think the only intrigue left is whether we hit move 100, but
I am
looking unlikely.
confident in my prediction.
Okay. And looking ahead to tomorrow, Fiona, more big teams will be facing up against each other. The top seeds starting to play against each other. Maybe we'll see the arrival of Vishy Anand at the Club Cup.
And Richard Rapport,
and
the
Richard
two
Rapport.
top seeds of Super Chess, have been rested for the first 2 rounds. We'll see if Magnus continues his run. He scored a nice win today against Ravi Haria. And meanwhile here, after 96, there's been no move yet, but 20 seconds left on the clock for Claire as she drops the bishop back to g4, but now a quick move by Taya. I guess if the bishop comes back to c8, you know, I was saying I'm confident in my prediction that it's not going to reach 100 moves, but I'm becoming less confident.
97, 3 more moves, Fiona. Otherwise, I win the bet. And okay,
I think g4 will be played, or what do you think?
g4, deflect that black bishop, which is really passive right now, holding the fort on the queen side. White's king could also make its way safely towards that bishop.
Yeah, maybe king moves actually.
Okay, she gives a check first of all, and this is really clever too. The white knight will land on d6, where the black bishop will finally be kicked away from the defense of that poor b7 pawn.
Move 98.
Oh, maybe one more and resigns. Maybe you'll make it, Fiona. 2 more moves. The next one will be decisive though.
We'll find out. If after next move, Taya's next move, black resigns, I will win the bet. Otherwise, it's David. It's incredibly close. It couldn't have been any closer, basically.
98 right now. Black's going to play one more move. I reckon at least king to h5. It would make sense to play on, force white to make the move knight d6 first. But you can tell both players' body language. They know what's coming. It's inevitable now.
Yeah, white, as you said, the knight is going to land on d6. And that b7 pawn, I mean, I'm amazed how long Claire managed to hold on to that pawn, which was holding the queen side together, but knight d6 is on the board.
You're like a clairvoyant here.
Oh, David! Sorry, I cut across your great joke, but you have won the bet. We are on move 100. Knight takes b7.
And it will likely be on move 100 that Claire resigns. No way now to stop white. A pawn. Oh, she plays on. This is her 100th move. White will push.
And I think, I thought she was going to play knight d8 actually. Anything wins, of course, here.
Anything
so
wins.
You expect a6, I expect knight d8. This is my chance at redemption.
Okay, who will predict correctly? Oh, You got me, Fiona. Knight to d8. This is going after black's remaining pawn. And
the problem is if the bishop defends from d7, then the pawn pushes and we see a resignation. What a match this was. Teuta win in the end, but Thea gets the win for Offerspiel, so Teuta winning 2.5, 1.5. And we see Antoaneta Stefanova, that's a great leader. She remained until the very end, keeping an eye on Claire's game, and even though Claire lost, I'm sure Stefanova will have some great words for her and tell her not to be too sad about the loss, because she really played a fantastic game, giving Thea a very hard time. And David, I think that brings us to the end of today's broadcast.
yeah, it's been a long day, but a fun day, Fiona. Packed full of chess, full of surprises. We saw Magnus Carlsen's first appearance in the tournament, and I'm expecting the matches to get even closer. Some surprises as well, which was nice to see for the first time.
Absolutely. Tomorrow the action is going to heat up. Join us at 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. Summertime, yeah, it is still summertime. To find out if Magnus will be playing again. Will Vishy and Anand join the fray? Tomorrow we find out. Thank you so much for watching, and see you tomorrow.